close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Who starts the fire? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high. I will let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's a big enough. We'll find a time and still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point. It's overflowing. We'll climb the gates or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and still alive. We're down forever, give it up. 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 My body's numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you hurt me so bad. And drop me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. 'Cause it don't hurt no You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. But I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
down 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
come alive. running like a nosebleed. So stick 'em up, spread 'em out like a rollie. Ayy, show me love like you know me. I'ma make 'em whoop whoop like the police. Helen Keller forever, I'm about to go dumb. I need a fuck to robbery cause I got none. I got ways for days, you're looking washed up. If you're in the way you may just have a problem. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. And make money, money, make money, money, money. I'm a narrator, all of you just the characters. Running it like a manager, handing you like a banister. Haven't had enough, all of you just embarrassed. Cause all of your bars are flaccid, need Viagra just to spit a hook. You need a coroner, cutting you like a warrior. All of your bars are boring, yeah, they're longer than the corridor. Yeah. Your boys ain't cooks quick, it's tradition. The women are always better in the kitchen. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. And make money, money, make money, money, money. I make money, money, make money, money, money. 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 Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. And make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission.
rest. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. No way. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose. The price.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with the greatest pleasure that I can say these words. Welcome to EMEA Masters 2024 Final Spring. It's time to get it on. We started so many teams and now only 2 remain. And they're both looking at the throne, but only one can sit on it at the end of the day. So without further ado, let's toss it to the desk. Trouble, initialize. How are we feeling?
Oh, feeling so hyped, man. 2023 spring, it was TCL versus Prime League. 2024 spring, it is TCL versus Prime League. Bring it the heck on.
The more things change, the more they say the same. This whole tournament has been full of the wildest results I have seen in a very long time, and yet somehow it's the same style of matchup as last spring. I cannot wait. It should be a real banger.
You're both looking really, really good, by the way.
Looking so bad yourself. I mean,
You're looking
I had
pretty
this
good
great
yourself,
guy sort me out with my tie as well. I don't know who that could have been.
Lovely chap, I would say. But talking about lovely chaps, let's toss it to the casters who are going to be tossing today. It is Aesthetics and Aragon. Look at that!
Tossing. We are tossing today, he said. We're absolute tossers. Well,
I got a cool tie as well.
You did, but yours looks like a hula hoop or like a hurricane had an accident or something. No offense.
Yeah, kind of
That
true,
is my
actually.
tie, by the way, folks. That is my tie.
I yoinked it.
But
I yoinked it.
But yeah, Artrom did this. I don't know what's going
It's
on.
mystical, isn't it?
Dude, look, mine's normal.
Dark
Look,
magic involved.
Look, mine's normal. And I've got a tie clip.
Fantastic.
Eat them apples. Hey?
I can't compete, actually.
You can't actually. Let's get into the cast. Wait, no, Not yet.
You are not allowed to leave that desk.
I'm not leaving. We're not
You're
going
not
anywhere.
allowed because I have a special surprise for everyone back at home and
That's
also
not worrying
for our casters.
in the slightest.
You should be, by the way. You should be because chaos will ensue.
Production? Can I get rescued? Hello?
Nope. Nope. Let's look at how we got here so far. Obviously, for those of you who didn't watch semifinals or even quarterfinals, we got your back. I know you're saying back at home, start the game, casters. It doesn't work like that. But how did we get here, though?
Here we came here from two nail-biters of semifinals, starting up strong with Eintracht Spandau versus GK. This looked very promising at the very beginning because the Arabian League team, GK, came in with a very convincing first game victory. And we're like, we could be looking again at yet another upset.
Yeah, and then the thing is, the second game was kind of an inverse of the first. Eintracht returned the favor. It was those last two games that really sold that series for me. We are slightly unlucky in a lot of ways. This didn't go to game 5. Game 3, GK had it. And then it went oh so wrong with a Baron that was leashed just that little bit too long, and they pull off it, and Power of Evil and Zanzara go, well, we'll just take that instead. And then you get to game 4, and Eintracht throw away their big lead. Looks like GK might be bringing us to game 5 despite the early deficit, and it just falls apart in the end.
And if we go over to the other side of the semifinals, it was BDSA, the tournament favorite, if you will, versus Besiktas, the only remaining team from the TCL. BDSA came in storming through that series. Very convincing 2-0. Genax with an unofficial pentakill. We were literally wrapping up on the day thinking that, hey, this is going to be a quick 3-0. We can actually have dinner somewhere else.
And I don't know who or what the LFL decided to piss off, but 2 reverse sweeps happened for them in playoffs. Karmine Corps over in quarters, and then BDSA here. The comeback from Besiktas, the mental fortitude. How many 5-game series has this team played across their own playoffs and now into EMEA Masters now? It is absolutely unbelievable to come back in the way they have, to get to finals the way they have. They are well deserving of being here in this finals.
I love the way you put it. How many best of 5s have they played and the
I call
experience
it
they got?
official practice. The more you play officially, the better you are at adapting.
Actually, yes, because scrims at the end of the day only mean so much. You often just restart those scrims, and now actually you can play on the stage. And I gotta say, 2024 spring was a lovely stage. We had so many plot twists in the middle of it, so many broken kings and new teams that took their lead. And I would like to celebrate this 2024 spring. Let's talk about moments that define history, because 2024 spring is history, I would say. Where should we start for both of you?
Well, I'm pretty sure you had your eyes on the groups to begin with, Anisha. They were too tight for comfort.
I think it is fair to say that this tournament has been the tightest tournament we have seen in a very long time. It feels like the divide between the favorites and everyone else has never been more narrow, and it was on show in the groups. Look how tight this was. You know, GK having to go out with the tiebreakers, SK Prime and Karmine Corps getting very tight in that one. The whole of these groups was so close. So close, in fact, that we saw some actual madness in terms of who even got out in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like all eyes on the Superliga. They're usually very, very strong contenders coming into the EMEA Masters as a whole, and especially for Team Heretics, Lost Heretics, coming in with a 4-3 and not advancing due to the playoffs. Absolute nail-biter of tiebreakers, as Sam mentioned as well. Unfortunately, we did not see the Superliga move forward, which was a huge hit as a whole.
And one of the things we said last year, at this time in the tournament last year, when we had the Arabian League and the Turkish region join the EMEA Masters ecosystem, was what is this difference? What difference is going to make to the makeup and the power balance of the region? Well, just look who made playoffs. Look who didn't make playoffs. Look who we're sitting here and going, who can actually win this whole thing? Who can actually take on this tournament and make sure that we are not dealing with the same old narratives, the same old teams, the same old regions who are going to be the best every time? This tournament said, absolutely not. There are so many regions, so many teams who can come here and slay tournament favorites, who can become tournament favorites themselves. And it means for our job is really now exceptionally hard, because who on earth is going to win? You have to do so much more work. You have to be really on the ball, because a lot of these teams are here to win it all and show exactly why they deserve to be here.
I think predictions for the 2024 spring is a no-go. I was talking with some producers, they were saying, all my predictions so far were wrong. I don't want to take any bet at who's gonna take the final. But not only that, you look into the Super League, and look into the new team, the new 2 leagues that are joining in. But it also, what about playoffs? Because it was also a surprise as well, Georgia.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Premier League was just another of the regions that we've had our eyes on for the longest time now when it comes to EMEA Masters, and they've always been the bridesmaids, never the bride.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we have seen this region make semi-finals a lot of times, and they never really make that much further. The one exception being, of course, big in 2019 when they won there, and it looked, for the first time in forever, last spring we were going to have a moment for the Prime League. The Unicorns of Love Sex Edition and Wildcats kind of did that dream in. And we're back here again, aren't we?
I feel like the very important narrative here is that Prime League coming in as the favourites in the playoffs was huge. It has been a league that has been severely underrated throughout the years. They won very many years ago. They've made 4 finals as a whole, and they just could not capitalize. So right here, having 2 teams in the playoffs and 1 in the finals very convincingly is huge for them. However, I just want to point out the elephant in the room, because I feel like to a lot of people's disappointment and disbelief, KC got eliminated in the playoffs bracket, in the quarterfinals, in a reverse sweep versus GK. That was probably the biggest upset, the biggest disappointment in the tournament. I just want to build a little bit of context on why is it so important that KC lost? Why is everyone yapping about KC? We know they're strong. They have 4 titles overall at EMEA Masters. And if we also look at their series, that was a nail-biter. They didn't look convincing versus GK. They went from a 2-0 to a complete reverse sweep, and they had so much baggage, so many expectations behind their backs. They had never, ever, ever lost an EMEA finals in their existence here. Every time they've made this tournament, they've won it.
That's the biggest nail biter when you look into that one. KC losing, but also celebrating more in the tournament. You talked about 2 new leagues.
Yeah.
What about the Arabian League?
Well, exactly that. And I think with the disappointment of the LFL fans and the Carmine Corps fans in this tournament has kind of led to the elation, on the other hand, for a lot of the Arabian League fans, because I'm sure GK will be very disappointed to not make it further than they did. But beating Carmine Corps in the way they did in the reverse sweep was just remarkable. Both their teams came in through playoffs, Enigma Galaxy and GK. They get all the way through groups, into playoffs, have stellar series. Enigma don't quite make it. GK make it through Carmine Corps, have a great series versus the likes of Eintracht, even though they didn't make the finals. What an up-and-coming for this league. You can see here, though, it wasn't easily done. KC certainly tried across that series.
The question mark a lot of the times for new regions joining a big tournament is how strong is the region? How does it fare up against other teams that have established their names and their forms in this tournament? And the Arabian League has only joined for about a year and a half. This is the 3rd split in the tournament. The development, the evolution through the macro that we saw, the lane swaps, everything that they brought into this tournament has been nothing short of us commending them for such an insane run through the playoffs. And even though it was cut short in the semifinals, I feel like I cannot wait to see them come back.
Well, exactly that. And then finally getting some of those clips on screen of the turnaround, which was just so excellent. And it was really cool to see, right? The GK, the Arabian League as a whole, did such a fantastic job of showing that resilience that's required to take it to all of these big teams and these big regions that people know the storylines of, massive fans of, expect to win. And in the end, they didn't have it happen. They still managed to make it all the way in the way they did. We've seen it on the other side for the likes of the Turkey region. We'll be talking about Besiktas and Eren a little later on for obvious reasons. But we aren't looking at the same old people coming on in, the LFL teams, the LVP teams. You've got a Prime League team here. It's not like these regions have gone away, but there are new contenders. It's getting a lot more crowded at the top. And that makes this tournament so much more exciting, so much more entertaining to follow, because we have so many more competitive teams to look at and to celebrate and to say also, wow, they're making my predictions hard.
It's also a build-up for every other ERL. If you want to take EMEA Masters, your job is really complicated. New leagues are joining in and with new talent as well. So you got to step up. And everybody pretty much did the step up. So let's talk about region history as well. Because when you look into the previous one, the last EMEA Masters title, we have a lot to discuss.
Do we open the Travelpedia here?
Do it.
Do we click on the browser of the Travelpedia?
Have you got a little theme tune for it yet? I feel like I want to hear that jingle.
It's okay. I guess it's the perks of being 4 years on this tournament. You remember a lot of the storylines, and I feel like for the Prime League, they have a huge storyline. So many players that have been celebrated throughout their history, making it through Prime League, then moving over towards the LEC. I think the one big team, pun not intended, that people will remember from EMEA Masters is actually big. And I want to remind people that was 2019 summer. Karzi and Labrov came out of this particular team, who are now also ranked above probably the best. I've been talking a little bit about, the all-pro teams in the LEC, and Karzi's and Labrov's names are mentioned quite a lot in there. So it shows you the resurgence of the region as a whole. Unfortunately, they have made 4 times finals, and these 4 times they've only won once.
They got finals, so let's see what they can do today. It's quite important, as you said, like 2019 was a long time ago. Even in my brain, I was like, it's so
that was
close.
5 years ago.
It was 5 years ago. Man, time goes fast. But for Prime League, this is such a big opportunity, but it's not only for them as well.
No, because exactly on the other side, it's the TCL, right, who last year came into the tournament, people going, okay, well, this was a Worlds qualifying region, MSI qualifying region. These guys should be really scary, right? And they come into the tournament, and Wildkites make it all the way to the finals, and they have a banger series against Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, and they win that one, 3-2. It is a remarkable showing. And once again here in 2024 spring, we've got a new TCL representative, but they are in the finals. They're against Prime League. They're looking to repeat their success from last spring. But it is Besiktas, right, who are a team that have often been slightly in the shadows of the other TCL representatives, the likes of Wildcats and Supermassive. The number of times this team has come second compared to these other representatives is so hard. The last time they kind of won the TCL was back in 2018. Before that, it was 2015. It has been a long, long time coming for this team to be the heroes, the flag bearers for the region. Despite how popular they are here. The Black Eagles are going to be looking to win it, and they could be a very, very deadly competition in this finals.
And I've always been raising the question when it comes to the TCL, was that coincidence or is spring the new EMEA Masters tradition from the TCL? It used to be very LFL dominant. Now back-to-back, TCL has their chance of claiming to be the Spring Kings.
Something is changing in the winds, and that's really interesting. So keep your eyes in today's best of 5. We'll go there, but obviously, let's have a little bit of fun with you folks at home and also everybody in the studio. And this is the interesting part, because so far we've only played with the desk, but now we're amplifying the game itself. This is the first time we're going to play this game, and it will be the last. Welcome to Who Am I? Nick Connery edition.
Nick Connery.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the pun.
So, yes, Nick Connery.
Wow.
Because she adapts, She adapts.
That's
What's going to
pretty good.
happen is I'm going to split you 4 into 2 teams, and you'll have to play as a team. I want analysts, color casters, versus play-by-plays.
Oh my word.
You know what? When we
got this,
grouped
Jake.
yesterday
Hell
to play an FPS
shooter, yeah.
VR shooter, it was terrible. I wasn't better either, but I'm just saying we might suck at this.
So I
thought
need
I
you
was quite
both to
good.
join us. Eragon, you can take the headset off, and you'll join Trouble. And Aesthetics, you'll have to get up. You actually have to get up and join Initialize.
We'll share.
This
Hello.
will be
Share a
quite
microphone.
simple,
You'll
okay?
Okay. Okay. I'm
I'll
ready.
bring in the
Well,
timer.
we're
So
gonna
listen to the rules. I'll use this because whoever takes the seat will have to use this microphone. I have a little tablet in front of me where the person who's going to join this seat will have to draw. You'll have 40 seconds to pick one card, look into what's inside of the card, and try to draw the closest. And it will show up in the entire screen. And for you guys back at home. So try to guess what they're going to draw as well. 40 seconds. Imagine I call you, Eragon. You sit in. You draw whatever is in here. Trouble, you have to guess it.
In 40 seconds, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can't, then you go back. It's them. And then Trouble, it's you drawing. Okay?
Okay.
We'll switch pairs as we move along.
Can the other pair guess or not?
Nah.
What do you mean?
No,
Maybe
you
I
only
can
do it
give
for
you
your
like
team.
20 seconds for the person who's drawing. If your teammate doesn't get it, the other 20 seconds go for the other team as well. Like both can try and guess
Both
it.
can, but
Yeah.
after 20
Okay.
seconds.
After 20
Okay.
seconds.
Switching
I'll
the
be,
rules.
20% of the time
I'll be
is
the
out.
G master. Don't worry.
Okay.
So,
I'll leave him close.
which
We got-
duo
boy.
wants to start?
I'll take it.
Okay,
yeah.
Aragon,
yeah.
join
Oh,
the
boy.
table.
Hell
And let me
yeah.
get the timer.
He can't
Okay,
draw,
I got
don't
this
worry.
because I think this is
He actually
working. Don't
can't
worry.
draw.
Are you good at drawing?
Wait.
No.
Okay.
I'll bring in a timer, okay?
20
I'll
seconds
bring
is-
in a timer. There you go.
This is the best. It's so
Stopwatch.
scuffed.
Let's
This
do
can
this.
only go well.
Eragon, this is your microphone. You'll start drawing. It
Test,
has
test,
to be
test.
from the top, okay?
I'm ready.
Take one card.
I feel
Look
like we
at
shouldn't
it.
look.
Don't show
I
it to
know.
anyone. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
I'll press start and start drawing. You have 40 seconds right now. Eragon will begin the drawing. I have no idea what that is. I made the clues, but I have no
this
idea.
is
Yo, I know
Trouble.
what
I
this
think
is.
I know what it is
electrocute. It's
too.
not electrocute. Is it
Okay.
misfortune? Misfortune old.
No.
Is it
16
Infernal
seconds.
Dragon.
16 seconds.
fire? Choga.
Setting, bro.
Okay, both of you can try and guess as well.
Go on.
No.
What? You said 20
He's not
seconds?
even
20 seconds.
Do I
done.
have to stop drawing?
No,
No,
continue.
continue. Yeah,
Has it
40
been 20
seconds.
seconds?
Yeah, we can guess.
Oh, what is that? That is not PG.
Nami?
It's not. Is it
Choga.
Smolder?
Oh, I understand. He's actually doing a good job.
That's so good, by the way.
Randolph.
No.
Is it
Oh, flash
electrocute?
summoners, summoner spells.
No.
He's flashing knight.
It's champions. Champions.
Oh.
5 seconds. 5
Misfortune.
seconds. No, you said
Oh,
that
Annie.
already. Annie. That's a point for Trouble Inc.
Half a second.
Good job.
That was so good.
That was really well done. Is this it? Yeah,
I
okay.
saw the-
Let's take
I
this
started
off.
thinking, I'm like, that's
Go
big.
back to your seat. Go
That's
back to your
small.
seat. That is so good.
Here.
You can sit.
I'm gonna be so bad at this.
I'm ready.
down. Sit down. There you go.
We have nicknames for each other. Okay.
We have nicknames apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andre Ashamam.
You're my mom.
He
Sorry, I
really
had
wanted
to
to
do
do
it.
that for a long time.
Nice. So that is your champion. Let me.
Where's the pen?
You draw your
You
finger.
pick, you pick a pen.
Oh, what is it?
You pick one of
Oh.
them. Wait.
Okay.
It's colors. Wait.
Okay,
You have to
we
pick
haven't
one
started
of
yet,
the
have we?
pencils.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It's
Now
really
the time
numbers.
starts, yeah?
Okay, I'll
Where's
tell
the
you.
color?
3, 2, 1, start. Chat, you can also play. Tell me who this is.
Nami. It's blue. Fizz.
Fizz!
There we go.
Wow! How?
I didn't even start. I got the color. The color was good.
Blue and vaguely
I
Fizz-like.
started drawing feet, the
needs to be
shark,
like a-
and then I started doing the circle and was going to do this.
There you go.
Boom. That was
We're going to lose.
easy.
It works.
I think we lost.
It-
Yeah, mate, this
What do you mean
flavor place is-
Fizz?
it's what it is.
It was Fizz. It was Fizz.
It.
This was Fizz. By the way, Trouble, you have to sit down. Join me. Join me.
I'm just going
I
to
think
say
we've got this.
names.
My
I'm
drawing
not
skills
gonna
aren't great,
hold it
though.
back.
Damn, that was good. Eventually, we'll go to items
All
as
right,
well.
Trouble, you
Don't
got
worry.
this.
I don't know. I have no idea
I mean,
what's
I
in the
do.
game.
Do you?
Okay, you ready, Trouble? Can I reveal your champion?
Oh, you got.
If you missed
Oh, this is
this,
really nice.
If you missed this-
you are.
if you missed this,
Hate to. Hate to.
Tell me
love
when
you.
20 seconds
Wait,
are we
I
getting.
need,
Wait,
I,
wait,
need to,
wait.
I need to remove.
you removed it. Okay, ready,
Yeah.
Trouble? In 3,
Wait.
2.
What the?
Wait, can I use color? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
3, 2, 1, go. Let's
The
go.
last one is 20 seconds.
Eragon.
Renekton.
Gosh.
Hell yeah!
Why was it green?
Why was your extra green?
Because it's a crocodile.
Crocodile fangs.
It's a crocodile.
Fine, fine.
I'm getting an issue. Wait, production is telling me you guys are not allowed to use colors.
Really?
We're actually
Yes.
good.
We're actually good.
Yes, we are okay. We did colors once. We are not allowed
So
to use colors
I'm the only one
anymore.
who doesn't get to use colors.
Surely
I'm so
next
sorry.
round.
It
Surely
works like
next
that.
round
Okay,
is
you know
works
what?
like
It's
that.
just...
Hello.
Yeah, it was It wasn't. So this is for you.
Okay.
You ready? No colors.
Okay.
Renekton.
Now I understand if colors were used on
Okay.
this one, it was way too easy. So you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, you got the clue. In 3, 2, 1. It's on you. Initialize.
Sorry.
I wasn't drawing. Hang on.
The pen.
Yeah.
Click the
the
pen.
pen.
You're
not drawing?
picking.
It
You're
It
picking.
hasn't, time has definitely not
What?
started.
Click the pen. The pen.
I clicked on the pen. It's there. we
Okay,
go.
there you go. I'll give you 10 extra seconds. Don't worry. Okay.
Aurelian Soul.
An egg.
No, it's not
You
an
can't
egg.
guess
It's,
it.
it's
You
not
can't
you
guess
as
it.
well.
If it's not
you.
Aurelian Soul, Galio.
It's okay. No. Wow.
Akali? No, Shen? Zed.
Give us the time.
Now.
Cannon.
Cannon.
Why is it Cannon?
There's cannon on a shuriken star.
Bro, I went through every other ninja.
Actually, yeah, I was waiting for you to go to cannon.
That was
You got
actually
every
really good.
single ninja.
I didn't have a pen for a solid section there.
And I give you 10 extra seconds, so
That's
don't
true,
worry
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
Good
So
drawing.
this is so far 3 and 1. 3 and 1. Yeah, back to you. Back to you.
Make us proud. All the color casters.
How
Go.
many more you got?
I spent time drawing the order. I went for the
No colors, by the way.
animation.
No colors.
How do I get rid of stuff?
So you pick on eraser, then you do this.
Razor.
Yeah, and then okay, then you
I have to
pick
get rid of my mess.
whatever you want.
It wasn't great.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure, why
I'm
not?
liking a little
No
like,
colors, though.
tag
Okay,
on your
no
suit
colors?
thing there,
Me
right?
too, I didn't even know it was
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Okay, you ready?
What?
This is your champion, Eragon.
Okay.
This
You
is
like
not
my
an easy
suit?
one.
Wow, that's difficult. Okay.
Think about it. I'll give you 30 seconds to think. There you go. 1, 2, 3, go.
That's your 3 seconds.
Really fast. That's the Portuguese seconds.
It's terrible.
It is terrible. Actually, it's terrible. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, I'm so sorry, Trouble.
Chogath?
Nah, that's a weird skin for Shogath.
That's a sheep?
It's a new champion.
It's a
so
dog.
bad.
It's
It's Aurelian Soul.
Wait, don't give a hint.
That's not Alien Soul? What
Why
do
did
you
the
mean?
host give a hint?
I guarantee
My
no one
hint
could draw
was
it.
Benacton.
No one could draw this, by the way. This is.
Yumi.
Is it our time?
I'm
yet?
undoing.
Nico.
Timer is open.
Briar?
No.
What?
How?
I'm undoing.
oh,
what?
God.
Gallio.
Warwick.
No. Why are you going Galio again?
I don't know.
Warwick.
Hecarim. Hecarim.
No.
Smolder.
Lilia.
What has he done?
Nico.
What if no one guesses?
What is
so bad. Gogmore. There you go. That's Gogmore.
It's a dog.
What?
Pugmore.
That's a dog.
How would you draw that? How would you draw that?
so well together.
That's impossible to draw.
That was
by
a
the way.
dog?
Pugmore.
Ah.
Because also he started drawing a dog and I went through all dog chants.
Can I ask
That's
something? Look into the camera.
Yes.
Did you ever have a dog?
No.
It shows.
There you go.
It shows.
There you go. That was a dog. Poor dog.
Bro, what?
2 and 2 so
back.
far.
That's good. That's good.
I got the
2
point
and
back for the
2.
cannon. Let
Let's
me
go, let's
erase
go.
before you start.
Let's go. Take
Three,
your time.
two?
What's this? The eraser?
No, that's the
I'm
opposite.
gonna press the back button.
It also works somehow. Thank
Oh,
you
yeah,
for
hang on.
removing that atrocity.
And now I have to do it in black and white, don't I? Okay.
Right?
Put it down. Get it away.
He
ready?
saw it. He saw
I
it.
saw nothing.
He saw it.
He saw it? How?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Ready? 1,
Lies.
2, 3, go. Aesthetics.
Oh my god. Aurelian Soul. What on earth are you doing? Malphite?
Ross!
It was the giant triangle. That was genuinely what got it.
I'm sus.
That's
actually
very
sus as
sad.
well.
Nothing.
That's rocks in a mountain. Even if he, whether he looked or not, it
I
doesn't
saw
matter.
nothing.
That's a mountain.
I mean, if they got Kog'Maw, I would, yeah, somehow.
That's it.
Get us back a point.
I think this is
Cheaters.
sus.
Oh my
I think
God.
this
Beat
is
the
sus.
cheaters.
Totally we're better than them. Okay?
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, we can beat cheaters.
Okay.
I'm ready.
She's
Can I
not.
guess yet?
She's
Yeah,
not.
come on. It's been 20 seconds.
She's not. She's not ready.
Very not. It's not easy, man.
Mine
I'm
was
not
hard as hell.
impressed.
Not.
Oh, yours was easy, bro. Got it.
Okay, take your time. And we'll start when you're ready.
Okay.
Oh, when
Link.
time starts.
Georgia, are you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, let's go. This is a champion. Edagon. It's not a dog.
Well, I know what this
I
is.
know what it is.
Wow.
Kha'Zix.
No.
Um,
Wow.
Is this good?
It's
Oh, I know what
actually
it is.
really, really
How
good.
long- what's that timer?
Not yet, not yet,
Come on.
not yet. 5 seconds, not yet.
I have no idea what this is.
Wow.
Look at what
How
he's
sorry.
doing.
You're so bad. Now,
Nocturne.
Nocturne.
Yo.
It's darkness.
He has this. Look at Ezekiel. It's the same.
I thought it was
so
either
good.
Nocturne
It's
or
so
Evelyn.
good.
I thought Wonder with Misfortune because
They are the exactly same picture. They are the same picture. It's the
Let's take
same
it home.
picture.
Let's take it home.
Incredible.
Let's take
I
it
thought they
home.
were pincers.
Same.
We are never becoming artists,
Picture.
guys.
Let
This
us
is- this
take it
is
home.
Awful.
Yo, we're a point in the lead. If we take this, we win.
Yeah, if
Alright,
not,
how-
it's
how-
a
how do I
tie.
rate? How do I
We
clear
need to
this
steal
out?
from
It's
the cheaters.
Oh, wow. You know what? Just be salty. That's fine. We'll win.
Guys,
Yeah.
since we
What is
reached
he
the
doing?
last...
He's drawing
Wait,
something.
wait. Since we reached the last question, I will
Don't say
reveal the prize.
Okay.
It's going to be fine. It's a bag.
What if it's a
revealed
tie?
all.
Secure the microphone,
Is
please.
it take
What if it's a tie?
Do I speak into
might
both at
be
the same
food.
time? How does this work? Production, what should I do here?
It is... Give me
It's
the
a croissant.
microphone.
It's a croissant.
It's not a normal croissant.
It's a croissant. It's a
It
massive
is
croissant.
the biggest
What have you
croissant
done?
ever made.
Is it actually real?
It is a real
I
croissant.
can smell that.
It was made in one of the best pastries in Paris, by the way.
But is it cold? Can you heat it up?
If you lost
Am I
the
going to need a
croissant,
bread
the
knife to
doctor
like get
swear.
slices of croissant?
Look at the size
Can
of this
I
thing.
have a little bit to taste?
You have
No.
to win.
No, but what if...
No, you have to
How
win.
do we
Jake,
know
don't
it's
worry.
real?
You have to
We're
win.
going to win. It's fine.
This is not worth 1 billion points, is it?
No. But it's the biggest croissant ever made, by the way.
Okay.
This is you.
Am I allowed to? Okay, it's fine.
By the
Jacob,
way,
You're not allowed to tell me
fine.
no.
this is worth 2 points.
Ah, you suck.
It's fine.
We don't want the croissant.
And in
I
3,
don't want to eat bread. I'm cutting.
2, 1, go. This is so important. This
Aurelian
is so
Sol.
weird.
Ivan.
I mean,
Give me the time. Give me the
Set.
damn time.
Set.
we still have 15 seconds, Trouble. You have to hold 15
Oh my
seconds.
God.
You have to hold 5.
Yo, it's not Kennen again. What the hell is this?
Wait, it's about to go.
This is a car?
5,
Kaiser?
4,
Bro.
3,
Leona?
2,
It's a car.
1.
No,
It's a champion.
Ramos.
Ramos!
Oh my God.
It is actually
I couldn't write okay.
Yes!
I couldn't write okay.
It was so good.
Bro, it wasn't.
It was
Nah, I
so
disagree.
good.
Nah, I disagree.
Give the croissant.
Wow.
Why does
Give it here.
everything look like Aurelian Sol?
Go to the camera because I...
How does that look like a dragon, Jake?
Give me more spikes on the bottom.
How much more spikes can I...
Give me
fine.
more spikes.
Reveal
Fine.
the
Croissant.
croissant. Can you reveal the croissant? Look at the size. Oh.
Oh my God, it's big.
Oh my God.
Well, there you go.
How is it?
Aragon can't have any now.
I can't have it. I'll
Come
take
here.
a bite. Whoa.
It's real good.
It is real good, isn't it?
Well, look,
You can take it with
I
you.
apologize.
On the caster desk.
That croissant.
Can I ask, who actually made that and how much was it?
Huh?
Who, like, someone actually made it legit?
Yes.
What do I do with it?
Take it with you.
And how much was it?
I am not at liberty to say.
Okay, all right, well.
I feel like this would go stale about 7 times before I finished it.
I'm just gonna tell you, Eragon, you're holding a 2-kilo croissant.
Wow. It didn't feel
My
like 2 kilograms.
disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined.
There was no
Your
arena
day
in
is
there,
not
by the
ruined
way.
because
And
we're
I
about to jump into
never play
EMEA
Rams again.
Masters Spring Final of 2024. We have Besiktas versus Spandau, 2 teams that surprise everyone with their gameplay. We got reverse sweeps, we got the 3-1 that could go to 3-2 as well. Where should we start when we look into these 2 teams? There's so much to talk about and we don't have that much time.
All right, real quickly, let's jump straight into Eintracht Spandau and how they like to play the game, because the game is super clean, super simple. They have the longest average game time, and that's because they scale. They love playing their control mages through Power of Evil. Through thick and thin, Power of Evil has been an amazing control mage player through so many years. LCS, ULCS, Worlds, you name it, he's played it. And Eintracht Spandau really rely on him to bridge that gap between early and late game to get them into these late game team fights.
On the other side, Besiktas, they win fast, they lose fast. When they are
Yes.
ahead, it looks really good. People like Miru begin to look at the best version of themselves. We say Kaori get to take over the game, and it looks fantastic. Osman, in particular, as well, is great when he gets to have that snowball happen. On the other side, though, when it goes wrong real fast for this team. It tends to mean you end up with a messier series, but they also show a lot of resilience. And I wonder whether Eintracht, who have maybe once or twice given up a little bit in the mid-game, might give Besiktas that opportunity to cause some chaos.
I feel like the first hour there says a lot of the story about the 2 teams as well, because Besiktas are a little bit messy in the early game, and they usually play a lot around that mid lane, which is the tower that falls last. This is why you see Eintracht Spandau usually having a lot more agency when it comes to taking those very first towers, because they do play through that bot lane to try and take the very first tower in the game.
So we get to see a look into the teams, but what about players? Who should we highlight? I think there's a lot of history in the midst of this one, especially on a fun key, right?
Man. Funky is, he has a low baggage on him from 2023 spring, you know. He lost to the TCL. He was playing for Unicorns of Love, Sexy Edition, and what a development. Fantastic player over in 2023 spring, all the way to 5 games versus TCL, now even better.
And the big thing here is that he has kind of really come a long way from a player who was a fantastic team fighter and was playing a lot of Jinx and stuff, but wasn't the best laner. He would survive, he would get 2 team fights, and that's where you begin to see the real mechanics and spacing and positioning really shine. This year, the development has been, he has now also got a lot of those laning chops in there as well. These are exceptional numbers, whatever kind of player you're at, and he's doing even more damage than he was last year. So it's not like his team fighting's taken a hit, and he's still playing things like the Jinx. He's just playing out those early games so much better. And with a year of improvement, a year of time to, steam and stew over the defeat from last year, opportunity to right those wrongs on a team that looked very good. And I think Funky could be a key player in making that happen.
And for the people who say, oh, damage per minute 100 up, well, it must be because he was playing Jinx. 2023 spring was Zeri era. That's all I'm going to have to say.
Not only that, we build up the idea that competition is really harder nowadays, and he's still getting those numbers. This is a player you need to watch back at home as we go through the series of the best of 5. So through the best of 5, keep your eyes on Funky. Also because it could be a curse for him as well, no?
Absolutely. I feel like a lot of the plays coming in from Besiktas end up bleeding towards the bot side of the map. So Funky needs to be careful. There is one player in particular that I really wanted to highlight from Besiktas, and that is Osman. So if you can start rolling in the clip, I found a lot of his pathings to be extremely creative to try and take that mid lane flash, which is so important to them. So if we play the clip right here, you see that they actually macro him, they move him from the top side of the map to the bottom to try and take that blue ward. And if we pause right now, he then transitions all the way to the other side of his jungle, starting from the chicken. So we can keep playing that clip, because what he will do right here is he gets spotted and pinged on the map by BDSA. However, they have incomplete information, and usually with Maokai, you'll see full clears from the top side jungle to the bottom. This is why Reeker is actually overextending, trying to push in the lane into that Aurelion Soul. However, that is a 3-camp Maokai straight into that mid lane gang. Taking Reeker's flash on a very immobile mage is huge for the game to come.
Yeah, and this is a player who, when he does get some early agency, when he does get to do this kind of play, another look into the mid lane early on around Miru, this is when Besiktas look at some of their best. He is so good at finding these angles, about making the game about him in those early stages, before handing over to people like Kari or Miru on that Silas and that Aurelion Sol to get things happening. He will absolutely be a point of power, particularly when he's up against someone like Zanzara, who is also known for making things happen in that early game.
So you might have one of those big battles between junglers and how they work across the map. On the previous series for Osman, I don't know if you agree with me, but we were looking to the champions he was picking, and we were saying, you need more agency. You need more power. You bring so much to the team.
I mean,
you
how
have
much
to
more?
bring
The
those
dude
champions.
literally just played Zinzao and Maokai. These two jumpers have so much agency in the early game.
So when you look into the mid lane, because it could also bleed through that lane for both teams, we're looking into big powerhouses as well. One of them, world known.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, because we're going to pull up the mid lane champion pool here in a second. And they've got one single shared champion. That is namely the Azir. Outside of that, they've been playing entirely distinct things. And I do want to make this clear.
Oh, wow.
I don't necessarily think that, particularly on the side of Besiktas, it will be about Miru necessarily being the star carry all the time. However, we heard from people like Kaori in the post-game interview for Besiktas that they were expecting a lot of the action to start in mid lane, a lot of the people to start moving to mid lane to make things happen. And you can see here with these pools, Power of Evil, when he gets a hold of his control mates, becomes such a point of power, and it will be up to Miru to try and handle him.
I might actually slightly disagree here, because I feel like he has the champion pool to bring the counters and carry that early game. With the likes of the Sylas, the Talia, the Tristana, the Akali, a lot of the pressure from Osman goes to that mid lane, and Power of Evil plays very immobile control mages if you completely remove Azir off of the equation. So you take his flash early, you capitalize with things like the Sylas, the Akali, the Tristana, and then you just start bleeding the pressure. Pretty sure we saw it in game number 4 of the semifinal as well. That Sylas was 2-0, lead Spain 10 minutes in, Seeker's Arm got 13 minutes in, absolutely tearing the map apart.
That's a big question that I have. Maybe you can help me on that one, and we can talk a little bit about it. Because when you look into the sellers and all those champions that he's playing, Miriel, but look into Power of Evil, you only played kind of the Azir, but doesn't he have more champions and he's just hiding them away?
I mean, that will be a question, because he hasn't needed to, is honestly part of it as well. One of the things he's been able to do is just be one Azir and then take over games on it. And if you have got a player who can pick a champion in an archetype like a control mage and blind it and still pop off with it like that, take that kind of draft priority in terms of what I can blind pick something and still run over a game, that's a lot of power, and it gives freedom to people like Lilith, for example, who do want that creativity to have that kind of bit more flexible later game counter pick options there when you don't need that necessarily. And it will be interesting as well, because Power of Evil's laning stats have been very, very solid, despite the fact he's been playing a relatively limited number of champions. And maybe he can start taking to Miru there a little bit.
I feel like what's really commendable for Power of Evil is that he's known for his Syndra, right? Syndra is such a Season 7 champion. So he had like almost 1,500 games present throughout the entire year in competitive League of Legends alone. And it used to be the era of Syndra Rek'Sai versus LeBlanc Lee Sin. Who has the better hands wins the 2v2 matchup. And it feels like with Zanzara being able to match this again now, picking up picks like the Rek'Sai, which we haven't necessarily seen a lot of people pick around the world. I feel like Kanavi has played it once or twice. Yike seems to be favored that champion a lot over in G2 as well. So globally, it has showed here and there, but Zanzara seems to feel very, very strongly about the champion. Pairs up really nicely with Syndra as well in the mid lane, and together they can become a very strong power duo going up against Osman and Miru.
So I'm going to pull a fast one on both of you.
Oh, God.
Oh,
We're not expecting this one. I want to know who's going to win, because I know we did a little piece for the social media and everybody was confused about who's going to win. This is a tough matchup.
Yeah.
This is an extremely tough matchup. I think we're going to get 5 games. At least I believe so, and I hope so for everybody's sake. But I want to know who's going to win and why. I don't want numbers. I want to know who's going to win and why. I'll attack you first, initialize.
I think it's going to be Eintracht Spandau, though I do think it's going to be close, as you said. I think for me, despite the fact that, we've seen some good stuff out of Miro when he's got the brawl, he has been so volatile and so inconsistent for me that when it goes wrong hard. If we're going to see continual brawling in that mid lane, potentially if people are going to start moving there, I think the consistency and veterancy of Power of Evil is going to win out there. And I think that might be the slight edge needed.
Okay, we're going for Spandau on my right. What about you, Treble?
I think it's going to be a case of bot diff, as it has been the entire tournament right here. It's Kaori coming back from an A, straight back into the TCL. We have Funky, who has big revenge to get versus the TCL from 2023 spring. So I think Funky has had a fantastic development. There's still one champion that he hasn't had to pull out, and I'm not going to reveal anything yet because we have a special graphic later on for you guys. But I believe in my boy Funky. I've believed in Eintracht Spandau since the beginning of this tournament, and I'm going to keep them as my favorites. However, Besiktas are going to give them a run for their money. So it's going to be a 5-game banger, 3-2 Eintracht Spandau.
So we're both going for Spandau. I also predicted Spandau, even though I believe it's going to go like 5 games. We need those 5 games.
I think it's anyone's game. I'm just going to be honest. I think it's anyone's game.
It's very tight.
So we have to give it to someone.
If I give it to someone, I'm just saying like a 55-45. That's
Yeah.
my,
If
like,
that,
that's,
yeah.
that's all I can put. That's all the edge.
48-52.
Okay, now I agree. Now I agree with that. Sold.
Yeah. I mean, like, not to be put too far upon it, I voted against Besiktas every time, and I've been wrong every time. So who the hell knows? I could just be, like, giving them the blessing they need.
Nobody knows, but do you know back at home? Well, spam the chat with your opinion on who's going to win as we're about to jump into Champion Select. So without further ado, it's time for finals of 2024 EMEA Spring. Let's get it on, baby. Roll it up.
Vertigo war uns bedroht, aber Power Evil ebenfalls angegangen. Lille bis bereit down, die Ultimate ist Power Evil gut, aber er ist nicht geleitet. Flint ist trotzdem noch down. Smol, das Mami kam zu spät, aber trotzdem ist es spannend, die Teamfight-Win holen. Die wird verprügelt von Samsung.
Towards the bot lane we go, knocked off the wall is Giyu! That's huge! Moonlight Vigil afterwards, binding Eclipse, brings down the Talia. Over that Weaver's wall, Moonlight Vigil comes on point, Bomb is eviscerated, no longer attacked. Giyu taken low, into the backline goes Vertigo, manages to go all out, murder the Talia. Elromir trying to back away, but the death from below claims another. Leo tries to get the root on the tower, will not quite go down the tower, does what it can.
Death sentence onto a rail, box down, grab him there. It's going to be a Magnet Storm. The leap down as well. The trade on the Parrot. He's down first. Plexia not dead. The zap there. KO reflexes in and no ulti for you.
Havaya savruldu, herkes arıyor. Mania girdi, şiş kebap uluslararası. Rumble karşıda ama.
But all 3 members of BDSA take it up, and Hoon comes in with a mega angle, but he's not gone up. The Sky extended down to Hoon, jumps in under turret, and that's what Genex did to the rest of BJK before. No one's there anymore. He gets burnt down, sawed through, and Osman tanks it up to kill Rika on top of that. He's single-handedly...
Start meditating, yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah. You better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this year, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah. You better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when it
It begins finally. We are at our grand final for EMEA Masters for 2024 Spring. I'm Asterix and Steragon, and we'll be taking you through the call for what is expected to be either a bloodbath or an absolute behemoth of a matchup. Now, reason being because these teams to get here had to walk the long way. There were no clean 3-0 sweeps, you know, a reverse sweep on the top side of the bracket, a great return from Eintracht as well from what were becoming kings in GK. I think it is impressive how both teams got to this position here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, there's no clear flavor, right?
Yeah,
It was a reverse sweep, and then you also had the throw in the series with EINS. I think it was so damn close either way, and it could have been different finalists.
Should have been a game 5, by the way, for the Eintracht one as well. You and I were saying that. It would have been a very different story, but again, we're back to where we were in last spring. They were saying on desk, you know, TCL versus Prime League. Once again, we're Prime League back in 2023 spring. Managed to take it out. So we have to see if revenge is a dish best served a year later, or if it just does the old rinse and repeat.
Rinse and repeat.
The old rinse and repeat. We can also start talking about some of the players to watch, I think, in these games, because as we go deeper and we start getting closer towards pick and ban, there have been some real standout players here, players to watch. You at the start of the tournament, before we even started seeing Besiktas, you know, get to 5 games consistently in playoffs, you started talking about Osman.
I remember the car ride from the airport, and I was saying, guys, there's this really cool player, and he has the funniest and most awesome name ever, Osman123.
True.
And I was saying, this guy is so damn good in the early game. The early pathing he has, the creative ganks.
Yep.
He's always so good at getting early leads on champions like the Zinzao, like the Maokai, that you just have to keep your eyes on him. And I feel like this entire tournament, he's been able to do it again and again and again. So.
He's been driving force. I think he's what kept them afloat in a lot of those 5-game series as well. Other side for Eintracht, I mean, we come back to a ready favourite for the fans that has been in Europe in the past, been in the NA, you know, in the major leagues, been to Worlds a few times more than I can count as well. Like, Power of Evil is stepping up again, even if it is on similar picks, but still nevertheless stepping up.
I think it's such an interesting dynamic between Power of Evil and Miru. You have the consistent, stable performances on the control mages of Power of Evil versus the counter picks, the skirmishing, sometimes really bad KDAs, sometimes really high highs for Miru, right? Champions like Asol, skirmishing Silas counter picks and angles. I just think there's so much room for there to be a bloodbath in the mid lane, especially the mid-jungle duos. I don't even know what I'm going to see.
Yeah, again, we've got a lot of questions to see. I mean, we do know priority picks. I mean, we've seen diversity come through. I like that you bring out the Silas. Power of Evil on the other side has answers into a lot of the meta picks. Like the Syndra you and I were talking about nonstop, because it seems to be an answer into what people want to draft these days in B1. Things like Talia, you know, even Azir's been seen as an option as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Syndra, it really rounds out the compositions pretty well. It's great pairings of the champions they like to play, but it really is just control mages. Power of Evil, he hasn't shown that much flexibility in terms of champion archetype.
True.
But the champions within those archetypes, he will play them, any of them. Hui, Syndra, Orianna, Azir. he will blind pick them even, and he'll give resources to other players on the team, whether it's counter pick or what have you.
So walking into draft, let's start talking about priorities, what we should be seeing banned away as well.
Yeah.
I don't know who starts on what side. We haven't been told that information yet. I'll just be waiting in my ear for a little touch-up on that. But what should we be prioritizing taking away? Like, we know Jinx, Maokai, those are always going to be looked at. Things like Vi as well. Where else should we go?
I think it depends on the team, right? Besiktas have shown that they are way more flexible than EINS. I think EINS, you always have the same sort of archetype of team. It's front-to-back team fighting, but the champions that fill out those roles, they're different. They can be different every time because the players have so many blind picks. They have so many champions that fit what they need. On the side of Besiktas, though, way more versatile and adaptable. They can play early game with strong side bots like Kalista plus Renata. They can play lane swaps, completely concede everything. And that doesn't go all well so sometimes. I think their best identity is through the early game, but they've shown they can play early game, mid game, late game, aggressive, kite back, whatever have you. So it definitely is a case of adaptive versus consistent in terms of playstyle.
And I mean, again, I think for Eintracht as well, when you have people like Power Real and they're talking about Funky on the desk being a big carry as well, it makes sense that this team is going to play front to back when those core carries are quite reliable and I think probably some of the best in their role in the tournament. At least Power of Evil, you might talk about his slim champion pool, but at least from quality of performance and the performance of play, I think he's been one of the best mids easily.
I think we can make the statement the best control mage player at the tournament, and it's not, you know, a hot take. The same could potentially be said about Funky and hyper carries. And on the flip side, you have Kaori, right? The exact same thing. I think he's played so much Zeri, open to the Jinx as well, whereas he probably is a bit more adaptable. You have champions like the Kalista ready to pull out, whereas on the other side, way, way more scaling.
Yeah, I mean, Funky's the Smolder, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
the only Smolder at the tournament, I think.
It's kind of crazy. Zeri gets taken away and, like, Smolder's right there waiting.
I think it's often, like, you have to have AD carry quite pinched before you'll go to it.
You
know, it's after Zeri, after Aphelios, after Jinx. But when that does happen, I wouldn't be surprised to see one today.
Let's not forget as well, on the side of Eintracht, where we're talking about the AD carry, I want to mention Lilip as support has been absolutely exceptional. The Pyke, I won't say counter pick, but, you know, a lot of the time, the support late pick that comes into their drafts is really exciting to watch when he has such a big champion pool.
Yeah, it's super interesting. It's not really consistent who gets draft resources on EINS. It's dependent on who's pinched because the rest of the roles can also blind pick. But what is consistent, I think there's two consistencies on either team, but Lilip often gets counter pick. Champions like Pyke, Thresh, he'll pull them out and he'll act like his bridge for scaling.
All right, we're in finally. Waiting for that one. Now you know. You've got the information in your noggin. Use it. Double AD carry pinch already. Taken off the board.
Instantly, Poppy fishing for Kalista. Vi potentially going to be a ban as well because Poppy and the Volibear are so good at invading and stopping what she wants to do. What other priority picks are available? Maokai comes immediately to mind as well.
Vi as well, by the way, consistently taking them off, not there. Something we did notice with Eintracht is they'll leave something like the Talia up as a B1 because, again, we talked about that Syndra having an answer into it.
Yeah, exactly. Syndra, Orianna, these two picks are very good into Talia if you are especially Power of Evil because he's so damn good at these matchups. He'll win either side of them. He also plays Talia, so a lot of flexibility in that regard.
Well, Zanzara's Rek'Sai taken away, a bit of a target there. Maokai also gone. But do they want to go for something like the Talia when they know there's an answer, or do they want to go more towards the jungle? The Vi comes through instead.
Vi-Talia pairing is there, so will we see a Talia takeaway and break up that duo? Because you can get really potent top sides, for example, with Vi, Talia, and Renekton, which have so much single target burst. And we know that Besiktas are adaptable. They don't have to play front to back. They can play these comps as well.
It's a comp that's rarely given over. It's a duo that's rarely seldom seen, I think, in EMEA Masters, even globally at the moment as well. We just have to see what Eintracht do, and they go by the script, don't they? They go towards something a little bit earlier on here. When they know that Talia's up, they're like, hey, we'll just play Azir into it.
The best Azir player at the tournament, throwing down the gauntlet, he's going to be against potentially Talia, which is already a good matchup for the Talia, but also the in-your-face of the Vi-Talia combo is really hard to deal with. So already the building blocks that we're seeing, front to back with a tank, with the Sejuani, with the Azir backline, wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Zeri come out to pair it off. That entire backline for the front to back. And now it has to be Talia, right? I don't think there's anything else you can do.
Okay, well, again, we talked about disrespect. I think as well, we've seen this in both quarterfinals and semifinals where Power of Evil doesn't care. He'll still play the matchup he wants to play because he knows that he's been the best control mage player. Osman, though, we already know he's got his champion. The Talia already talked about. AD carry the other responsibility here for Besiktas or what?
Thinking actually back to that, yes, of course, you could pick up AD carry, a fairly blindable role, but you could also do the ASOL into the Azir. You could also pick up the Silas as well, also very good matchup. But this might be the Zyra Khan lock, an incredible single target lockdown with the Vi.
But don't you care about giving away the Talia? I mean, again, you know, Power of Evil doesn't care, but that is also something that you lose out with the mid-jungle.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen one game from Miru on Talia this tournament, but clearly not a favorite. So they're going to drop it. You know, maybe he's saying he has enough mid picks that they can drop to 4-5. whether it's the Talia, whether it's the Akali, whether it's the Sylas.
I guess that's something we also noted looking at, is like we weren't going to expect the Talia come through. This is earlier than normal. Normally something like the Zeri when AD carry starts getting pinched, but Smolder this early on. Now we got scaling for Eintracht once again.
Scaling is a lot of scaling. Scaling for the side of EINS and mid-game spiking, single target burst for Besiktas. That's what they're contending with here. And now we're going to ban away some blindable top laners.
Okay, so what does Rumble show us here? Because again, Vertigo, we talked about wide champion pools on both top laners here, and his flexibility in how they're going to play the front to back.
You have your melee pairings with Sejuani, Renekton, Jax, also Cassante for a front-to-back tank. That's what they need in the top lane. They need some kind of meat wall in the top to create space for the Azir and the Smolder. They also need a bridge in terms of support. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a blind pick tank here on R4 into giving counter pick for Lilith, because that's what they love to do on R5.
They definitely do. I also love this ban that comes through against Miru. The targeted ban when you know that this player doesn't play Talia. I just love that refreshing, like, oh, Vi is there, but actually it's not a standard mid-jungle that we keep on talking about. The Renekton was already banned away. More about the top lane point here, as with the pairing with Sejuani, also counter-engage, or rather follow-up engage, is taken away.
Yeah, so probably going to pick in support and match the support role here. There's the Rel into the Rakan. Now counter-pick for top lane. What do you have, Vertigo? This guy's been so flexible. He has picks into absolutely everything, plays anything meta. Now, 4-5, top lane and mid lane blinds. Counter-pick rather into the Azir. You have Akali for dive with the Vi and the Rakan. You could also do Sylas and have a bunch of skirmishing.
I was about Sylas. Do you like Sylas here?
I don't think that's the best Sylas angle. I think the best pick might be Akali here for the dive. It also gives you free scaling, but it doesn't look like Miru cares.
Sylas.
That's the Miru angle.
Yeah, okay. Well, either way, he's played both, but it's nice to see on game one. It's really come out once or twice a series now consistently. But we have to see what goes up into that top side. We talked about Hoon. I mean, he's a great safe player. It's such a general saying, but Hoon has been great on carries and tanks, so you know he's flexible.
I think something like Gragas here couldn't go amiss. It's great layering on top of the vibe, but it looks like it's just going to be the dive and the Cassante front line for the Cyber Six. It's kind of a role fill. Now, Aatrox and Gnar could be great answers for Vertigo here, but it's really up to him. Aatrox is great because you have a bunch of melees and champions coming into you. I wouldn't be surprised to see that go over, but it might not be tanky enough. So maybe you go towards something more tanky, like, you know, a Zac, a Gragas, whatever. It would also be great versus the burst.
Okay, 5 seconds. Let's find out. Again, Camille?
No.
Yes. You say no, I say yes. I mean, Vertigo has been the quietest, I think, arguably in this team. And now he's on something really important in the top lane that needs to function early on.
Top lane, jungle. This is going to be so important. This pairing is phenomenal. The amount of setup that you have, especially post 6, synergy with the melee, as well as the Sejuani on side 2. You're going to find so many picks in the side lane. And this is a long-term scaling, isolated top lane pick for Vertigo.
You know, in the back of my head, I'm like, oh, Camille would be saucy. But no, he's not going to play it. No way is he going to play it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the safe pick here is to pick a front-to-back tank. And just kind of pray you get there. But now you have a very real lane to play for, especially with all this setup. And it's on Hoon. He has to mitigate.
I mean, Hoon is the one who, again, I think coming into the top lane matchup, a lot of people would favor as well. So look at Eintracht, their support. I'm assuming that is in Spandau. I'm assuming Germany's hosting a watch party, but they can't hear us. There's definitely a German cast going on.
That is definitely giving me a German beer garden vibe. But wow, that is a lot of support. But yeah, look at this pick order. It's this Camille pick has thrown me off guard. We were just watching 2022. And we saw this.
We saw what Camille Fiora lane of like DRX Gen G
with the Sejuani as well.
Yeah. But again, this time into a tank, we know that Camille's going to get a lot more functionality. I mean, you're the perfect person to run me through this in game one. Where Eintracht Spandau, we talked about a lot of the time, it is just simple front to back. I think this changes the dynamic. I want to ask you more about how the dynamic shifts with not something just a standard tank in the top lane.
So it definitely gives you an angle to play for. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lilith roaming as well, top lane. The problem is Cassante can stonewall extremely hard. And with the removal of Divine Sunder, this is definitely less of a counter pick and definitely more of like, you know, we need to scale up. And the snowball factor won't be there as hard, especially in side lane. You'll have a lot more stonewalling for the Cassante.
Okay, well, look, I'm looking forward to it regardless. Going into game number one, when the journey here has been so difficult for Besiktas. These guys had to go through 2 5-game series, coming through one of the Prime League representatives in SK Prime, and then only recently some of the favorites in BDSA. Besiktas have done the unthinkable. They reverse sweep the LFL second seed and now land in finals. Welcome to Summoner's Rift as our tournament underdogs are going in for an abscond abduct. It's just Mirror on the sails to get a bit of trading here with First Strike, while on the other side, Eintracht Spandau trying league's #1 to finally try and get a title after 5 years of waiting since 2019, the last time Prime League was in the true spotlight.
Immediately, though, Zanzara, that's the player to keep your eyes on because
Yep.
he has so many tools to potentially play off of. Early, you could see a 3-camp top. You could see attacking the Vi, a very slow clearer and very susceptible to being invaded. So the priority that they have might be used to attack Osman.
Oh, indeed it will. I mean, Camille, what is the start here as well? I want to see. Osman has a blast cone available. Permafrost, hook shot, wall shot. But it's out of range. Osman gets out of Scond of Duck, though. This is the pinch that comes through in the enemy jungle, and Hoon has damage. Zanzara with a flash away takes a tool away in the early game, while Vertigo just walks it out. So in the end, a beneficial trade with Ghost for Flash, but Flash from Zanzara.
Flash from Zanzara, that's going to be really big in the ganks. No Q Flash available,
Yep.
whereas Osman still has his. So the ganks are going to be more potent for Osman. However, Vi does still want to clear early. So it's really punishing for Zanzara, and he might default to a full clear because of the less of the gank setup.
As you can tell already, as Kaori just cleansed. That is grand final jitters. Nothing else to call it. That is a summoner spell that against the Rel is going to be painful, but still the all-in completes as Pyxia doesn't get the launch in, so Funky should be okay with this. Might be able to get some stacks as well. And in fact, the auto trading makes it better for the Eintracht Spandau bottom lane. I mean, the 2v2 off to a rough start here for BJK.
Pot popped already. Nice sidestep from Funky there onto the Rakan W. Still going to go back to fairly neutral lanes as a knockup comes through.
All right, never mind. Correcting myself. Funky going to get ignited. Walks away. Ghost already popped. Might have to flash away. Walks back in, though. Comfortably, maybe. Kaori, remember. No cleanse away, so he's not going to overstep himself. But level 2 achieved while Funky gets low and the 2v2 back in BJK's favor.
Nice laning coming in from Besiktas here. Pyxia and Kaori with the knockups from Pyxia, a player we've been a little bit critical on, but definitely showing up in this grand finals.
I mean, on engages, I think we've seen fair share of great plays, but also, again, being overzealous, I think, to say. Ignite was used, by the way, in that 2v2 as the wave slowly pushing in. But you can see, look, jungle path important here. Osman behind enemy lines.
Osman, the player we're highlighting, adaptive jungle pathing, sees the trades coming down onto Funky. Now, Funky has flash to potentially dodge out on this Q flash, but going to use the priority for Osman. Leash this grub.
But you said Zanzara is important. He's walking down.
He is walking down. He does have the red buff, so skirmishing power is there. Osman, going to be seen.
Are they still going to go for it? I mean, Osman is actually lower. Flashes away. Zanzara gets the flash out as the crash down from Lilith as well. It's going wrong for BJK. The bottom lane has to get out of there. As now in a simple front to back this early on, Kaori has to flash as well. In the grand final, those summoners being thwarted. Miru is dying in the mid lane. As they flash away, the first blood goes to the scaling dragon. Funky on the board. Osman about to be off it. And just like that, Eintracht punished through their lane and set themselves up.
What an absolute disaster coming in from Besiktas here. The long play goes wrong. I think Osman had to pull the trigger. Oh no, Pyxia is going to fall as well.
3 kills, bro. That is rough. It's a 1,500 gold lead, and bot is desynced as well on top of that. Talk about a massacre to kick off this grand final.
Zanzara coming in with a recall to have Ruby Crystal for the skirmish. Osman instantly gets his flash pop, and there's long chase. Lilip, I want to highlight, keeps getting massive stun value. And Miru losing out on the 1v1. He tries to come down and escape too, but that just chains into loads of kills. Now watch this rundown. Lilip's going to get a Q flash here.
Nice.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And there's no cleanse.
There's no cleanse because they're level 1.
Oh, man. Just big mistakes. I mean, Besiktas maybe the nerve of finals, but also these small trades that are getting punished well by Eintracht. You have to say, like, Zanzara being at the right place at the right time, I think he backed to just walk bot and be here for the counter.
I think they needed to pull the trigger way faster. Osman needed to instantly go with the Q flash under tower because of how low Funky was. But already back in game, no flash for Osman.
Trying to punish that, aren't they? Zanzara with a level advantage now as well. Looks like he absorbs some of the bot lane EXP as him and Lilip syncing up nice and early. This is what we know about Eintracht as well, as maybe I need to pause. Hoon in danger now, but the flip back may have saved his life as Vertigo is keeping it close to the collar.
No mana, no cookie for mana either for the E for Vertigo. I have to wait for the cookies in to come in. But very low. He's facing a dilemma here with the wave. He needs the crash, so you can see Zanzara is immediately beelining topside to potentially hold it and maybe gank Hoon on this bounce. He has no Ghost. He does have Ghost now to get away. Zanzara, will he gank top lane?
Well, meanwhile, what's happening in the bottom side? Funky going to get mid-interrupted as Pyxia sets up the engagement. Osman was spotted on a ward and can't find a route in. Instead, with Mirror roaming down, it looks like Dragon will be started here while grub trade happens with Vertigo having TP and accepting the wave.
Priority down bot side. Zanzara looked top side for a potential gank, you could see, but it was no time. He made it too late, and so he's going to cross map the Dragon with the grubs. His priority down bot side going to make that easy.
Just noticing as well, the ward gets deeper and deeper. Pyxia just trying to defend the control, keep vision up. And Osman looks like the aggression wants to continue, going straight back towards that tri-brush. He's got a timer and he's like, bro, we got to make sure bot stays in the dirt, or at least we get some retribution.
Funky is chunked. He has no pot, so he's very low. This could be a dive here.
But look at the wave as well. Pikesteer goes in a little bit early, almost dies, and does he burn?
Funky!
It's going to be a trade as Osman takes a turret shot as well. It was ramped up. Funky is having fun laughing at the BJK bottom lane. But Jictus are getting cleaned, and Funky with 3 kills at the start of this game just keeps getting a leg.
They're winning with Smolder in the early game, 2 versus 3, turning around these dives. Mis-executions coming from Besiktas, but the Warhammer is too much.
Dude, they're in their head, it feels like. Funky pulled the Smolder out. Zeri's still up, and this guy in game number 1, I'm not going to be disingenuous. I'm not showing that this Smolder's doing the work, but I think Funky himself is.
Pikesteer going mid. This is so big for the Vi. Vi's going to be set so far behind because you see the cross map onto the camps up top side. Vi really needs level 6, and now she's going to lose her camps up top. I wonder if this blue buff's going to go down too.
Behind CS, 500 gold, by the way, for Zanzara with the kill and the extra camps. It looks like he's really taking the lead over Osman, and we know that Vi isn't really much of a champion till level 6 as well.
Absolutely. Only going to be able to land Q, and if he goes in...
Oh, bit of a miss. Miru was coming in as well. He's going to steal away the Glacial Prison. Trying to avoid it away is Zanzara. He gets locked down anyway. Power of Evil there with a shuffle, but Zanzara flashes away, buys time. Numbers advantage for Besiktas here in the top side river. They push themselves out, and Eintracht just disengage to get away from the fight.
The Q misses from Osman, but Pikesteer is there first.
Yep.
And Zanzara is forced to flash. You can see top side as well. The Prio isn't there for the Camille, whereas Hoon can move down first as well. And Lilith is a little bit late to the party.
They're trying really hard to shove this wave, though, Aragon. I mean, you give him free grasp over to Power of Evil as Lilith still hovers between.
No pot available for Mirror, so he really wants a reset. He doesn't have TP either, so Pikesteer is trying to crash it with him. Osman is here too.
Oh, Power of Evil, though, with the ulti. Pikesteer sit in place, and Power of Evil gets the kill with the last auto.
6.
Here's Zanzara with 6. You hit the nail on the head with Miru having to flash away, but Osman dead yet again. Miru without any mana. You talked about that man wanting to shove, but the overshove, the overhype, and it's leading to a disastrous early game here for Besiktas.
The wave state is terrible. They need to crash it, so Pikesteer tries to engage, to skirmish and crash it, but Power of Evil reads him. He reads him and knocks him into the tower. Really beautiful stuff coming from the best Azir in the tournament.
Replay time. Let's watch again because Power of Evil reaction time was beautiful.
Yeah, he knew it was coming, right? He knew Pikesteer would want a skirmish to get this wave crash, and they were holding this for so long. Zanzara clears the Krug camp and comes down, the Wraiths rather, finds the 6 in the ultimate, and everyone just gets run down.
Man, Zanzara with another kill as well. I mean, Lilith is just always in the right place at the right time. Right now, this is looking like a bit of a wipe for game number 1. Almost 3k gold lead. And I love, we haven't even touched on the top lane Camille that is just being untouched and sitting pretty in the lane.
Yeah, the isolated scaling there is going to come online later on.
Yeah.
You can leave it to farm up and eventually become a side lane threat. And right now, we're seeing a bunch of action down bot side. The reason this is important is because Besiktas' comp has to come online in mid-game, and it has to hit hard.
Yep.
If it doesn't hit hard and it doesn't skirmish, the scaling will come online way too fast for EINS, and they won't be able to generate a big enough lead in the mid-game. So Besiktas, once they get 6s here, like now, they're going to have to pull the trigger.
Well, Funky again has been prioritizing something like the Smolder, playing with time.
Oh,
Here, flash over from Lilith on engage yet again. Eintracht find themselves some damage on Carry. He's out of the fight with the crash down. Being through here as well. Power of Evil gets the fourth out with a flash out of his own. But Funky gets the kill on the backside. Pikesteer was too far from his AD carry. And this is why Eintracht play the same style of composition. You can see why they're so damn good at it.
They are so clean at it, mitigating early, even securing early leads. Lilith there, finding the Q flash and the engage, winning with a Smolder bot side in these skirmishes.
Really?
Coming out, he's almost at first item at 9 minutes.
Is there going to be a chance in top side? Hoon is just going to try and do something. But ulti's going to be burned. Vertigo holds onto his own hookshot, wallshot, gets him out, and he accepts the wave gladly.
All Vertigo needs to do is survive. He knows it, so he's just going to eat away. He's not going to make anything volatile up top side. Not going to give them a win condition through Hoon on the Cassante.
Yep.
Not going to make it so he's going to be able to out-skirmish, and you can see Funky. Already, he has that Essence Reaver. It's now 10 minutes in hysterics.
It is. Essence Reaver already. While we look topside just briefly, Grub's going to be zoned away from Zanzara, pays respect. He's got a Knight's Vow, remember, first item that he's definitely going to be putting on Funky next time he sees him. But fight with the damage and level 6 now, Osman at least going to be denying the full 5 or 6 stack Grubs. Well, we look for the time in the top right next. I think Dragon needs to be talked about here, Aragon. You need to tell me what we should be setting up for, because for Besiktas, it feels like second Dragon here might be doomed.
No flash available for EINS, so that's
Okay.
an angle. If they do decide to contest this, they
There is
have
something.
a lot of single target burst and in-your-face team fighting from the side of Besiktas that Azir can't really handle well, especially if he has no flash. The same for Smolder, as Kaori has no ult.
Never mind, yeah, he just has to cleanse, flashes away again. Look at the damage that comes out of Essence Reaver already. Funky gets a shove in and will get the turret plate as well. Now that Pike's Deer is here, he'll just have to disengage. But I think because of that trade, Aragon, are we just getting Dragon for EINS?
That could have been a Besiktas Dragon. But the trade, like you said, the cleanse pop now. Kaori's not going to feel comfortable. And you see Zanzar already on the Dragon. This shouldn't happen. This should be a third Dragon comp team fighting at the earliest. It could be a fourth Dragon, but they're so online so quickly that they're able to start this out, getting push on the Smolder. And Zanzara is free to do what he wants.
Observers, when we get a chance, love to see the Smolder stacks here as well. I feel like he's way too far ahead, way too early, and stacks also, remember, there's going to be that extra benefit as well. So at least Kraken Slay's picked up for Kaori after the bad news bears in the early game, so he's able to catch up to one item apiece, but the Dragon stacking for Besiktas that had them in their corner is at least taken away by Eintracht as well. As we crest 12 minutes.
Gotta keep an eye on those stacks. 225 at 19 minutes was like the fastest you saw in the LCK back in then.
Yep.
Back in the day when he was meta. Vertigo gonna recall as well.
Again?
Pike's Deer.
I guess it is Rakan, so...
Not gonna be too bad. Very mobile, but plating over to a Smolder.
Look at the auto attack with Grubs and the fact that Essence Reaver auto Q, you know, the reset of the passive.
Funky playing with so much confidence, hitting tower versus the potential burst and a knock-up from Pike's Deer. See Osman does have ultimate, does have flash. Could go for a flash Q into an ulti here, but Zanzara is shadowing.
Once again, in the right place at the right time. Osman at a level down, but at least he's here to make a 3v3 if it blows out. You can see as well, mid laners are starting to ping and hovering to shadow in the bottom side as well, but Miro walks on down, Power of Evil. I mean, this guy's got a Nash's first as well. That just kind of shows you the difference that against the Silas should be meaningful.
I think a potential play that Besiktas could make is there's a ward in that middle bush. If Funky oversteps to hit plates.
Ooh, somehow that hit. Wow, Power of Evil with the ulti though. Jumps back in onto Miro. Zanzara a flash for that as well. Miro uses his own, gets on out, but slowed down by the Glacial Prison. Zanzara still looking for range, but remember it's a Hex Rift, so Miro at least has something to get away if he has to build space.
Ping's coming down in topside as well. Miro gets chunked, so he's going to potentially have to recall or be under threat of dives. Meal's going to ping to push in topside. Maybe he can move down into mid afterwards and threaten that dive onto Miru. They might just be like being playing plates, rather.
Funky though, here comes the pressure. TP going to burn that tune, dropping in, but Funky gets out in a minute, and as Lilith now absorbs all the turret pressure for the time being, Smolder's mum flies across the rift, but Kerry gets the kill. So something at least for Besiktas, but what do they sacrifice has to be the biggest question.
And look at the dive mid. It could be a trade for a dive mid. Ping's coming down, Mirror's asking for resistance, but like you're saying, plates up topside, they really needed this plate to work. If it did not work, they would lose absolutely everything for it. But how many plates are going to lose in top and mid? That's 2 plates, 3 plates in mid, and 2 plates left up top.
Glacial Prison. Osman does have ulti. Does he want to go in, though, with the flash as well as the Vault Breaker? Thinking about it, yes, he does into Zanzara, but Lilith is here as well into the backline. No one can follow through. Osman sending out the Hail Mary, while Vertigo is dealing with the Hail Barry in the backline. Kerry, though, with the great root, starts it off. For Besiktas, better than you'd expect, but as Mira gets flashed on Shattering Strike, it's still going to be a trade. One that goes over to Funky. You think, great, Besiktas get something, but they committed a lot of members here to try and get Eintracht in spot.
1 for 2 for EINS. Winning out on the trade here as Hoon. He hits this tower, but you can see the skirmishing power. Osman goes so deep and no one can follow up, but they still trade 1 kill, and this is what they need to do. Every play whilst you're this far behind isn't going to be winning, so you want to trade evenly at worst.
True.
And that's exactly what they're getting now. Take a look at this again. The dive comes through. They're under pressure in top and mid, so they're desperate. They pull the trigger. The Sejuani comes through and actually connects to max range. Osman finds the Q flash onto Zanzara. And you can see Kaori walking from the side. Now, I think Vertigo dodges out on the E from Silas. Take a look here. The chains miss. And then the nice redirect onto the feathers.
Yep. I mean, Kaori is mitigating for what the early game was just a little bit, but as you said, a 1 for 2 trade. Eintracht has still got this game in the palm of their hand with the scaling you already mentioned with the composition. And as we come back to live, Herald's up too, and you can see there's almost a 2-item Smolder, almost a 2-item Azir. I think Vertigo is on the edge of getting second item on the level 11 Camille. As now the engage begins, it's onto Lilith, but remember, with the Magnus Storm, he can redirect all that damage into a safe place. Smolder's mum taken away, and Miro sets up for a counterplay, but Osman gets hit from his side, as now Power of Evil's ult separates, he flashes as well, but he's still in safe spaces. The health bars look dangerous for a Camille to come slap him on the wrist and say, no, 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 no. You should not be there. You should not have any chance in this game. Miro at row range, but Funky is still dominating the fight. Too damn early in this game. It all starts through that bottom side and it ends with Funky moving up to 7 kills.
It's still going. They might chase here. They've got the long chase. They've
Who
got
doesn't have enough damage? Who doesn't have enough damage? Besiktas is still trying. Vertigo even picks up a piece of the pie himself, make that 14 kills, and still an Eintracht win.
Hoon trying his absolute best to try and recover a play and fight on the one-item spike. But Eintracht Spandau, they're confident. They want to play with the flash on Power of Evil. They're going to take the fight at the Rift Herald, and that's exactly what they do. 7-0 now for Funky.
Funky getting resources. Unfortunately, Power of Evil died in that fight, but we'll look again because BJK using all their tools to try and force out some of these summoners.
The Silas stolen ultimate from Smolder does so much damage because of the huge AP ratio, but a bunch of engages come out. Now, Power of Evil's safe. He has flash, so he's confident to keep hitting. But Osman, take a look at Osman. I thought he was going to get engaged on by the Camille here, but instead, Vertigo goes for the bulk of the team, the core of the team. Kaori also takes the empowered Q to the face. Now, this extended play doesn't look so great because of Hoon and isolating Power of Evil. But then there's just too many members, there's too many spells, and Hoon cannot carry versus the CC chain of the Camille and Sejuani.
Oh, we're doing it again. Under the Sun Turret, though, numbers disadvantage, but Power of Evil shuffle denies him, at least under turret, though. They're getting the damage down, but Power of Evil needs to die. It took so long, though, as now Funky joins in the hip hooray once again, and Pike's there. That should be so familiar this game. Giving Funky away this Smolder. I'm starting to think, man, was it a mistake, or was it just power into them running into him?
The Smolder, you're seeing the pocket pick, the power of it. The only Smolder in the tournament willing to pick it out, even when AD carry isn't even pinched. Funky coming out, he's 8-0. 2-item spike, and he's winning every skirmish. Besiktas keep throwing themselves because they know they don't scale. This is the strongest they're going to get relative to the side of Spandau.
And let's be real for a second, right? Like, the Smolder's big, and I stutter because I think, if only Besiktas didn't just run into them level 1, if only the mistakes weren't made in the 2v2, in the 3v3. Bot was a big mistake, and I think nerves came to Besiktas here in this grand final that just gave such an edge and such early goal to a comp that shouldn't have it.
The problem is they need to play for their level 6s and their spike, their early to mid transition. But because they were so behind naturally from the 2v2s and the dives down bot side, like you're saying, the lack of cleanse early on in that skirmish, they were behind when they hit their spike. And so the spike wasn't a spike anymore. They couldn't do anything, and it shows.
6k gold disadvantage right now for Besiktas. Power of Evil picking up a solo turret top. That's going to be a Rabbit on second, by the way. Pure damage outlet with this Camille sitting with Trinity Force and Vamp Scepter. So side lanes well and truly under control as Funky's wave clear is getting to that point. No execute at the 18-minute mark, but I'm damn sure it's close as Herald going to be taken later than you'd expect, but taken nonetheless as Eintracht started up.
There's no cross map available. They have to try and fight this, otherwise it's just a losing play. They can't cross map down bot. They are all here, full numbers. They're committing 5 people to potentially find an engage. Miru has a flank angle, Pike's Dia maybe. If they blow up one target, that is the angle.
Lip and Zanzara face checking now. See Hoon and Kaori behind. They disengage and try to use the poke from some of the Smolder as Vertigo trying to find his own angle as well after the mid-wave. Herald resets. Might just be a bit of a bait here as Lilith is the ruse, gets pulled back into the rest of the team. That's okay. Disengage in the all-out, but he flashed Magnustorm as Mum comes through. Tags Miru for almost half his HP. That Smolder damage is nuts as Herald starts again.
Ult's traded. Cassante Kidnap is gone. They can't isolate the jungler and potentially steal this, but this Rift Herald contest has gone on for so long is now going to go over to the side of EINS. They try to blow up one target, but the Rel Lilip is just too tanky with the Aftershock, so they can't even do that. Their composition is falling apart.
We've seen every time. Damage always onto the Lilip. They're like, well, that's the target that's running into us, so what can we do?
No flash Power of Evil. This could be a play here, but I don't think they have the damage.
Yeah, they are going to go onto Pike's Dia. Power of Evil separated for the time being, but Miru haven't spotted him out yet. Power Enhanced recoils. Power of Evil's going to be isolated. The whole team's hanging behind. Oh, no.
Oh, no, Miru.
This is a blade. Shove out. Okay, Osman's in as well. He shoves Power of Evil, scatters around him. Scott Abduct needs to be dodged away from, but the charm comes up. They can't let this go. It was a monster pick. It was great from Mirror to play patience.
15 seconds on that flash for Power of Evil. I wouldn't be surprised to see even a Nash start up here. They need to pull the trigger, but they're not going to. They're going to opt to defend bot side. I thought this was a potential window. They have an item with the Kraken Slayer on Xayah, but with that one pick, they decided it's not enough. Maybe Smolder's just way too scary at this point.
Maybe. I mean, again, as you said, they need to keep cracking with more players like that, I think, as well. More moments that can expose something like a Baron. As you were just mentioning, Rabadon's picked up, by the way, just then for Power of Evil on the reset. Third item coming soon for Funky as well, as I don't need to ask for stacks as Miru's on the wrong side of the map. I mean, Lilith, the engage is going to come through. Magnustorm, TP, they've got everything available. Bit of a mistake from Besiktas once again as Mum flies through and deals the work. I'm telling you, that thing is Shyvana. There is no way it does that much damage. Kiori sends the feathers up the wrong way, by the way. But that's what this game has been. Wrong summoners, wrong timing, the wrong momentum for Besiktas. And in a grand final, you can't make these kind of mistakes in front of the Prime League.
Hoon doesn't even TP over. The fight is just lost and there's no angle. They're trying to ping down bot side to potentially cross-map the Baron, but he's not going to be able to hit it. The portals are there to potentially defend after, but the Baron recall, and the fight is just lost. The Baron is taken. A huge win for Spandau.
Watch it.
Yeah, take a look at this. Mira somehow ends up here. I think Osman and Mira were trying to look for a pick onto someone. You can see the desperation in their play, but teleport comes through. They get seen. Funky is so strong at this point. You're going to see a one-shot onto Osman here. 500 damage with a Q. Now they get to run down. I think what happens here is Kaori cancels the Camille ult with the Featherstorm, but still it's not enough. They get run down.
Look at it.
The Rel.
Oh, yuck. He's got to execute now, by the way.
Yeah.
So even though it probably wasn't needed.
Oh, Vertigo.
It's Method of Madness, isn't it? Vertigo going to be called out. Level 14 Camille that could CC up, but it doesn't chain. The Rakan doesn't actually connect. Vertigo surviving a lot longer than expected, but at least the shutdown goes over. However, every single time we see a map play that comes from Besiktas, this is the response. Counterplay onto Miru. Magnustorm launches in. In comes Power of Evil. Range joins in. An easy kill. An easy shove. And that was not worth the kill on Vertigo in the side lane when the map is falling apart.
The only play they have is to pick off Vertigo. The chain CC is there, but then the counterplay, they're taking every turret. This could be the base.
Lilith's going to absorb the damage for now. There's more members here for Besiktas, but the tanks have got Power of Evil behind them as well. Lilith's still going to die, but Funky's now joined in. Watch Mum fly through. It hurts, it burns, and Funky turns. It's a nice route to delay the inevitable, but right now the world of Besiktas is burning in this first game as Funky sits with his third item and the range advantage of a god.
They're not going to go push mid. They're going to secure the third dragon. The dragon's soul point is coming through. They have the portals to contest. Both teams are on their way. They're trying to get there as fast as possible.
By the way, if anyone was wondering where it was, side. Funky, I wasn't looking. I was like, observers, please. Ignore that. As you said, dragon has been taken, but this is where we get wiped, isn't it? This is where Besiktas get absolutely blown up if they stay.
Yeah, overestimating the speed they can take down this dragon. It's just not enough. Yes, you send over the Vi who can go over the walls with the Rakan, but you can't blow it up. There's no damage there. So now it's very easy. Cookie cutter gameplay coming out from Spandau. They just need to play for bot, use their super minions on top side. And you can see Miro trying to catch top super deep so that potentially there's a play. No TP flanks either available for the side of Besiktas.
And I'm really not surprised about the damage we see as we get a quick pause. Okay, we'll chill out there. It was Power of Evil and Funky with the most damage, and you'd be surprised with all the resources that Funky has. As I just got the word Chrono Break in my ear. Excuse me. Okay. I've just been told there has been a game. There's been a game-breaking bug, not game-breaking, but a Smolder TP bug that has been Chrono Breaked.
Chrono Break?
Yeah, it's just that's the quickest Chrono Break I've ever had in my ear ever. Like, it normally takes like 10 minutes for these decisions, but Chrono Break.
Instantly. It must have instantly broken it. It might not have been able to move or something. I wonder if it was the portals or teleport. Regardless, though.
Okay.
It's not going to be too far back. That still will be Soul. They can still move on down there, and
I mean, it's still the game. And look, you can see Besiktas as well. Like, Pike's Deer.
Hands in their head.
Pike's Deer looks real tilted after this game. And let's just kind of summarize for people tuning in. This game, I think, was Besiktas' fault. And I'm not trying to be mean, but the truth of the matter is, Cleanse burned out with nothing threatening it, right? Small Chrono Break as well, by the way. So let's just watch. Whoa! Whoa! Way too dank. Well, that was something. What?
Where are you going, buddy?
He was flying in the
Sonic.
wall.
That's a different game.
That was, bro. See, that I'd guess Ramos.
If he scaled the move speed with stacks, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, that was, whoa. Oh, baby. All right. Well, that makes sense. I guess.
Okay.
I don't know if the camera was on at the time, but that was dank.
But let's be honest here. Besiktas are used to this.
Yep.
They are used to being down. Their last series versus BDSA was a reverse sweep. 0-2, 0-2. Absolutely pummeled. But they came back regardless, playing multiple different styles. I wouldn't be surprised to see here different composition being pulled out.
Yeah, I mean...
no early to mid transition composition. Front to back, maybe a lane swap.
True. I mean, again, we've said it before. We talked about their versatility. That's what makes Besiktas, where they're not just you know, they don't play the same style of comps like Eintracht. I think the biggest thing is though, like again, as I was saying before, we got blazed out by the Smolder, was the fact that the early game was purely Besiktas' fault. It was purely their own mistakes. I think the Death should break it down because there is a lot to look through in the first 10 minutes as how Besiktas' bottom lane fell apart and crumbled along with Osman.
I actually like it. You want to join the desk?
No. You guys got it.
Take it away.
That's a beautiful tie, though.
Thanks.
I broke him. Just like we got a lot of movement speed in one of the champions.
Broken,
That was
just like the
interesting.
game right now.
Yeah, that was it just moved on. We need to talk about what happened at the beginning of this. And before the beginning, there was the draft. In the draft, we brought in the Silas, but also the Bird.
The beginning of the end.
Bird.
Damn. Okay. I was not expecting Azir to be left open, to be quite frank. Here are, for example, this is Power of Evil stats from the entire EMEA Masters 2024 tournament. Lil Bro is insane on the champion. 7-1, almost 1,000 damage per minute consistently throughout 8 games, even in losses. 34% of his team's entire damage share. These are some nuts numbers. And you're laying this open without a counterplay? I don't know about that one.
Because you're leaving such a priority champion on someone who dominates them and has such experience with the champion itself. It's the meta. Azir shines in the meta, and you're letting one of the best players pick Azir. I mean, we kind of know Power of Evil. He's not an unknown player. He has a few tournaments.
I mean, but like this is like he's played for a little while, guys. I don't know if you've heard the name before. You might maybe go look up Misfits in 2017. Pretty cool series at Worlds that one time. But yeah, I think this is quite telling here as well on a slightly bigger picture front as well. Power of Evil has been a player who has been asked repeatedly by his team to first round his champion, second round his champion, very, very regularly, often without that much information to turn into what he's playing it into. That hasn't mattered. Because actually, when he does get something like this Azir, B1, as it happened in the last time it came on through, he went 13-1 the last time I saw him on the Azir, if I remember correctly. He gets it R1 here on the red side and does similarly disgusting things. That is very telling and very powerful for a team because even if the champion pool looks quite small, part of the reason is because, well, I'll just pick these same champions over and over and over again, early and early and early again, because then it gives the rest of my team so much freedom to do stuff when I can put up these numbers whatever happens on the draft.
If it's working, why change it? And that's Power of Evil at this moment. There's a power and he's evil with the Azir. Trouble. But okay, she's going in. She's going in.
Man,
everyone,
I've got so much beef with B1 Vi's. I feel like the only team that I'm more than happy to see B1 Vi and just have a Vi just roam around free is BLG and Shun. Like, this is probably like the only team where I'm like, just B1 your Vi and don't give her any help at all. And even though if you look compositionally, it makes sense. Everyone's diving in. Zaya's doing her own things. She has ultimate, very self-sufficient. However, that Silas is under tower the entire game. He's getting bullied. There is no way you're going to be playing that mid jungle with your Vi when you're playing melee into Power of Evil's Azir. And this was the case. There was actually like even later on a clip where suddenly like everyone started collapsing and Mirror was running. It's like, oh, we're getting help from our mid lane. It's like Mirror's like 1 HP.
Mirror's wanting the help.
Mirror was like 1 HP. So I don't disagree with the fact that Vi is one of the strongest junglers right now. Great early game ganks, great lockdown later on after level 6. But pair her up with something like the Talia. Talia was not banned in this composition. Makes Smolder's life hell as well. He tries to walk up forward. He gets instantly stopped by the both of them.
And this then ties into a little bit of what the cast was kind of lamenting as well, that actually a lot of Besiktas' early deficits come off the back of them trying to make plays and them all going pretty catastrophically wrong. We had 2 tower dives in the beginning of the game where Smolder comes away 3-0 and still up a flash. That cannot happen when it's into a Smolder and Sejuani is actually counter-ganking there. You're trying to make these plays happen, and when they go so wrong, you're giving a composition which realistically wants to come online more at like 20 minutes, right? With 2 items, early leads, they are then winning into a team that needs to go forward. You have to have your Vi, Rakan, and Silas, who's stolen a powerful ult. And in fairness here, the Silas has got a few good ults to steal. You know, like Rel ult, Sejuani ult, like Smolder ult even's pretty good, Hextech ultimatum. Like, you can go down the list and feel pretty good about those. If you get to the fights, if you get to go forwards, they tried to make that happen, And the problem is because they've already given up so much gold, so much, like scaling like earlier than it should have happened, they can't win any fights anymore, it seems like.
Is that a world where you pick the Silas and the Vi? Because in the previous matchup, you got the Silas versus Oriana, it's still a range and it controls, and you were so comfortable with it, and you think, hey, it worked before. Might as well do it again.
See, remember I said when we had Power of Evil's champion pool, a lot of his champions seem immobile. He's got Oriana, he's got Hui, he's got Syndra. Azir is quite mobile, and he has very good tools to get out of dodge, especially after level 6. He has his dash, he has his ultimate, he's got his own flash available. I feel like Osman and Mira were able to make this place in the semifinals because it was against the likes of an Oriana. You step forward, you lose your flash, you get perma-punished. Right here, there were many instances where they tried to pinpoint Power of Evil after level 6, and they just couldn't catch him.
And at the point you get to, they're looking at a composition that has to work, as you said, with the clock. There's a timer, and they're forced to constantly try to enforce those plays. Tower dives into the mid lane. You're just using all the resources you have in order to get a play, but it just doesn't appear. And every single time they fail that play, it's not like, oh, we failed it, we reset, we go back. No, it's like you failed the play, but also you get punished while doing so. Getting a Caulfield's Warhammer so early in the game for Smolder.
The moment you're getting to that point, and then it's also what it does is the big thing with Smolder is the earlier you hit your breakpoints for the stacks, the faster you begin to stack them again, because you hit those initial breakpoints, and suddenly W does more and Q does more, and you get towards 215 stacks that much faster. It is very, very difficult to manage. It's like, okay, Smolder's got 3 kills of Caulfield Warhammer, and the stacks are already here. Well, what should have been a playable dive just isn't, because he's just that bit further ahead than he should be. And he gets to play out the lane that much more freely because he is clearing wave that much faster. He is getting stacks that much quicker. And you are no longer able to do the combos you're supposed to do, partly because of your own failings, frankly, mostly because of your own failings and overplaying your hand.
So my question is there a way out of this situation right now? Or is this a game that they just lost? We're still going for the chrono break. There's always a chance, believe in the Stardust and all that.
Okay, this one looks a little bit of a toughie to turn around. However, I've talked to a lot of pros and they were like, listen, we'd rather go through stompy games, through the best of series, knowing that we messed up in the early game. It was our fault. Kaori pressed his cleanse while he was in the brush. They butchered the tower dive. They know that their errors is what forced the outcome, not their skill. So knowing that they lose fast, you get to go back, recenter yourself, rethink of what you want to do, and do it properly the second time around. However, for Andros Spanda, we know that they're very mandatory losing their first game and they're reverse sweeping the entire series. This time around, they'll be coming in with a 1-game advantage.
So that to me is a question. What does it mean? Because Zanzara was so comfortable and, hey, we're going to lose the first one.
He
and
said
then
due to draft
sweep.
diff, but the draft looks better here.
Yes, but what happens if they win the first one? Is this a curse?
Hey,
Do they actually lose all 3?
It wasn't a draft diff, so I think he's in the clear.
Is it a clear?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I think it's quite interesting as well because it will then be... Certain questions were asked by the draft. The big one for me that Cast called out, I know you called out in the green room as well, was like, Talia was left open. And they kind of caught, and it's been kind of a thing that we've seen, I think, Miru play Talia once, and it wasn't that exciting, I think it's fair to say. It wasn't the best Talia I've seen in my life. And they went for the Silas instead. And if that turns out that says, hey, we gave you Vi first pick, we left Talia open, 2 of the highest presence, highest success, Vi perhaps not the most, but like highest presence champions certainly in the tournament, and you don't pick one, and the one you do pick doesn't look that great, well, how much freedom does that give us in draft? Oh, joy, and we can ban more of the niche picks away from you. If that kind of fact-finding mission has come back with these kind of positives, I'd be a little nervous, Besiktas, there.
You shouldn't. Because just as you pointed out, and even Aragon, I think you'll agree with me on this one, and you brought it up, if you lose, might as well lose a game like really fast and be done with it, then just be one of those games where
it's so dragged
close.
out, and then you make the error last minute, or you get outscaled because you let it go too far and didn't pressure advance. Absolutely.
I mean, Aragon has a lot of experience on that meta. Like when you lose...
Oh, he was losing pretty fast. He doesn't have too much experience in dragged out games.
He lost so many times.
I think he's taking a dig at you.
Don't understand
He's saying that you've lost way too many times.
I don't know if
Put the microphone so we can listen to you.
Hello. Am I hearable?
Welcome. I'm
But-
just bringing them into the conversation, by the way. I'm just trying to lure them into the conversation.
When I do get flamed by Sam or
All the time.
Archeron, I do tend to drown it out. I respect the digs, but I have no idea what you just said.
Ah.
That you're
Just
too
like-
used to losing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true.
See?
You know,
Hey, we just won a game. Me and
Every-
you, we just won a game.
we
Yay.
did win that.
That
you
was
know.
competitive, by
By the way, the croissant is
What
amazing.
I want to know, whose record is best at the games at the show so far? I'm 1-2.
He had a bite, by the way. He didn't like it.
You didn't like it?
It's like it's not that
Don't
good.
say that. The illusion's
We didn't
there.
say where he
illusion.
bought it from. Bigger is not always better.
I just love that we're going so serious. Aesthetics looks into the camera like, it's down, boys. Instantly, he opens his mouth.
I just have to tell you, we this morning had a panna de chocolate or whatever it was because he always
Pan
likes
of
it.
chocolate, yeah.
Yeah, and like they're like, oh, they're not ready yet. They're coming out of the oven in 5 minutes. That is the play. The tech, you want to know the tech in France? If they say something's coming out of the oven, you wait. Doesn't matter if it's 20 minutes. Bro, that was crispy. That was so hot. It was the best thing I've ever eaten.
A fresh pan of chocolate from a Paris bakery.
Like croissant with chocolate in it.
I don't think you can go wrong.
You can't.
I think it's the best.
And
This
they
is
do
the
like,
first time I've
do
seen
beignets in
Aragon
there.
so serious about something.
They
Like,
brought me one too. They were very
They brought-
kind.
Oh,
It
you
was
told
mine,
me.
actually. I had a spare one. You're
okay.
welcome.
Tell
I'm
me.
gonna be honest. I was struggling getting out of bed today. I was done. And these two angels were like, "We'll bring you a warm one." It just came out of the oven, and I was like, "Oh,
Break
yes,
it down.
That's
It was
exactly
good.
what I needed."
1 to 10, how was it?
It was a 10 out of 10.
Yeah,
Really?
it was
Yes,
very good.
it was really
Agreed.
And
good.
you didn't bring me one.
I did actually ask whether either of you wanted the spare pan of chocolate and
You're
Georgia
cutting
Clay.
it.
You
It
bring
was-
one to Georgia, but you don't bring
I
one
had
to
a spare
me.
one. You just weren't fast enough to respond, were you?
Aren't you
Fast
cutting?
enough.
Bro, you're not eating them. You're cutting, you told me.
Today is cheat day, so I can
That
do
was,
it.
that was 5 days ago.
Half a croissant.
That was
Cheat
5
week.
days ago. That was
You
3 days
decided.
ago.
This is a cheat event.
An event?
Yeah, cheat event.
He
for
had
me.
a cookie. If anyone's tracking his cutting, he had a cookie today as well. He's not cutting.
anyone's-
Oh, and it was a
don't
big
know.
fat
Yeah, it was a
cookie.
big cookie as well. It's true.
It was a good cookie, by the way. Thank you, production, for all the meals you brought in and all the
True.
pastries and all the croissants. It has been amazing.
Very good.
My weight doesn't thank you, but thank you so much. We're about to jump into game, so let's lure you back into Summoner's Rift. I know there's a lot of stacks coming in for Smolder. I know Power of Evil is powerful as he can be. He's like the big evil guy right now, but is that a way for Besiktas, or is my old home winning this first game? Yes, I live in Spandau, by the way. The watch party is where I lived.
That was
I know
actually
that
really
square
cool.
place.
That was actually really cool to see
It
the
was.
watch party coming in from
I lived
Spandau.
on that square place. really.
However, I think the faster
neighbors.
Besiktas
Yeah.
move away from this game, the better for their mental restructure. Go again.
Georgia's got it. If they were going to come back in, they've got Rakan, they've got Vi, they've got Silas who steals Hex, their golden momentum. If you just consistently kill Smolder, maybe.
Maybe.
But that's going to take.
How
That's going to take.
consistently are we talking
But
about?
when you've got the tools, you just down like 10,000 gold. You know, maybe if I don't know.
Just
if you get
press
like,
R.
yeah,
Just
press
press
R
R.
and pray.
Just press R. Let's see
R
what
and pray.
happens. But we're going to press play in the game as it tosses to the casters. Aesthetics and Aragon. Oh, pain au chocolat.
I do love the win condition of having to kill Smolder 17 times in a row before you win the game.
True.
I think that's a fantastic win condition
It is.
initialize. Although I don't know how realistic it is.
Very true. Yeah, at least 4. At least 4, maybe. This is doomed. This game is doomed. You already talked about scaling. It's absolutely in the bin unless Eintracht decide to be like, I don't know, like a bottom tier team,
Yeah,
which they're not.
You just have single target burst. This kind of damage profile falls off extremely hard.
Yep.
I'm already back in game. Tier 2 turret falling for EINS. They just have to play with time. The minions at the top side. Mirror's already catching top. Yes, that play there.
And look,
TP.
you know, Mirror, as you said, when you're behind, trading is the best thing. But coming through, they've got double demolish, I believe, and that comes from Power of Evil Zanzaro. Look at them running in. Funky there with range too. 4 versus 5. They're going to deal with that cannon minion. Another problem is, where's the range going to come through in this comp to deal with the cannons that push in?
Yeah, they're trading tier 2 topside, but the problem is if you want to defend, you have to run into a Smolder.
Yep.
And that is what Smolder wants. He
Yay.
will just melt you and execute you. So now, mid and bot push only actually for EINS. And no top tier 2, nothing traded.
Now, Funky is properly on the map, if you were wondering. I mean, this 11-0-1 Smolder is what we have to deal with the reality of. Still topside was a push, but now disengaged. Miru's coming on down. They're looking for it, but remember, Smolder executes big. The Power of Evil ult disengages, and there's some good feathers. There's a good chance, but mumming once more. Funky just doesn't need to do anything. Literally calls mum, and she will do the rest.
They need to pile onto Smolder, but that means they're running into the Smolder flames. and they just get absolutely melted. The ult comes through. Kaori is still alive. If they're going to do anything, it's going to be off the back of him.
Well, Miro, I mean, his angle as well would be big, but he's just used the hijack, so that's on a cooldown. Vertigo now pushes on in. Look at the damage even from this Camille. He's probably been the most silent out of anyone. They get the push in, but Hoon with the knockback is great. It's onto the tank though. Funky auto-attacking wave starts flapping, but Kaori is on his lonesome all of a sudden as we hear the execute that flies through. Lilith as well, doing the same power of evil. 2 soldiers does that. He rejoins, and a bit of loogie on the ground from Funky that also flies. Osman up next, and this is a massacre. Let's not forget, BJK lost the early game themselves, but Eintracht held on to it, and all game long as they run down through bot. This is going to be a 26-minute win to put their line in the sand in our game 1 of our grand final.
You just can't fault it. You know what you're getting from this team, front to back, and with really nice set plays in the early game, it was complete domination.
Well, alongside the fact that Power of Evil shouldn't have Azir, let's be real, there's a lot of things that Eintracht have shown here, like they have all tournament long, and game 1 as a stomp is definitely going into the books.
Power of Evil on this Azir. Funky on this Smolder. 2 pocket picks coming out. How'd you deal with it?
Do you know what really hurts me, though? I mean, it's a shame that Smolder obviously teleport. There was a chrono break that came through. We apologize for the delay. But the worst part was, like, that was a lost game. Besiktas know that they had to sit there for 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Longer than they should have. And could still continue losing that game. I mean, it's unfortunate. Like, obviously, rules, and chrono break had to happen. But it really, really hurts for Besiktas that they had to sit there in that game. At least they can theory craft. I don't know, but that's rough.
That's what I was going to say, right? Maybe your brain is even going to the next game. And my biggest question going into the next game as well, maybe the desk can break down, is how do you deal with PoE's champions? Do you continue to have the Miru champion pool counterpicks into PoE's blinds dynamic? Or do you just say, you know, what happened in the last series? GK were just banning the Azir and the Orianna. Sure. Maybe we take a page out of that book and say, we can't deal with this. He's too good on this. I
mean, even though, like, I question the Vi, right? Like, Vi Silas, maybe not the normal pairing, but, like, we know the best pairings that come through with it. The Talia is one of them. It was up. They didn't prioritize it because Mira doesn't really play it.
And I have to disagree with Trouble. I actually like the Vi, right? Okay. And I think you have a really clear win condition. Get to 6. Don't get invaded by the Sejuani with the set plays with the Camille E start for double E. You know, there's a lot of plays there. But if you just get to 6, you have such good one-shot potential and snowballing potential on Dragons.
Power is really good in that comp
as well. It's so easy to make picks. You have Zaya Rakan with the one-shot from the Zaya, the layering. It's there, but they were just too far behind.
Yep. And so we didn't get to see any of the options. I mean, I think the hardest thing as well is that, like, Hoon's playing the Cassante matchup. Not much he can do up top either, while his whole team's melting. And some of the early game mistakes were already highlighted. It's harsh to say of Besiktas, but that game 1 gave them no options whatsoever. Scaling on early on for a Smolder and an Azir. How easy was that for Eintracht Spandau? You guys already talked about it before, but 26-minute win. Put your line in the sand.
They had 28 kills in 26 minutes. More kills in one team than minutes alone. Ooh. And this is a big highlight. Not only the champion select has to change, but also the gameplay coming in from such a powerful team. Although they're kind of used to play from behind in terms of cities. They're comfortable on the O2. We've seen this before. So calm down. Everybody on chat already saying, oh, they won Spandau. I know it's Spandau, but calm down. We're still going in. And also adapting into the next champion select, I think it's priority if you both agree with me. I don't know.
Yeah, because Aragon was saying he actually was a relatively big fan of the Vi, at least in terms of the ability skirmishing. And there's truth to that, right? Like, Vi Rakan, great skirmishing, great access to the Smolder. Silas is Miru's second most played champion. He does it all the time. But when you make these kinds of plays early to try and attack the Smolder, and they go so catastrophically wrong that 4 of your members are immediately taken out of the game. Look at Miru, has to get out of his burn his flash. Pikesteal will be run down at the end of this one. Funky comes away with a double kill, still keeps his flash. It does not get worse a play than that for Besiktas.
That play reminded me of Call an Ambulance, but not for me. Because it's like, oh, don't worry, guys, I've got mid lane coming to aid me. It's like mid lane's having like 1 HP and he's trying to run away as well. I feel like the TCL in general as a region is a region that will fist fight you to the death, and they do not give up. And majority of the series that they did manage to turn around was through raw talent, was through raw fist fighting and not giving up. And I will have to commend it for not giving up right here. They tried to find openings and they tried to find opportunities. However, Eintracht Spandau, they were just too far ahead in the entire series, and they just came back with answers, slapped them with the wallets in their face, and just ended up cleaning up the series. Not the series, sorry, the game. We still got a series.
We're still on game one, but I agree with you. They'll fist fight you non-stop and they'll say like, did I hear a bell? I'm still going at it. He doesn't care. By the way, giving information for both of you, Besiktas picked, what do you believe?
Ooh.
Oh, I thought it would be faster.
I think it's going to be blue side still.
Blue side. So
Yeah.
Besiktas picked red side for the second game.
understandable.
Something happened like, hey, Power of Evil, you're going to pick us here? Might as well take the B1. We'll adapt according to that.
I don't think there's going to be no B1 Azirs from red side. I don't think there's going to be none of those shenanigans. I feel like, if anything, Besiktas might try to put EINS into a point where they have to choose. I'm feeling like maybe Kaori's Kalista might be left open, and there will be too many OP quote-unquote champions like the Vi, the Maokai, the Azir, the Kalista, and EINS is going to have to be put in a position to pick just one.
I think it's also worth pointing out that in that game, Besiktas banned away, what was it? It was Poppy, Rek'Sai, and Volibear in those first 3 bans. They tried to pitch Zanza as pool and some of his early agency picks. And he goes to Sejuani and actually has a really solid game on the Sej. You know, actually, he turns up bot lane. They actually get to lock in a Camille for Vertigo, someone who doesn't get to flex his fun picks. He's this guy who likes to play Riven when he gets a chance. Not happened for a while. He gets to pull out those kind of things. You got good combos there. And I just looked at the draft and went, well, they're feeling pretty happy. And then the early game comes in with a huge influx of gold because of some messed up plays from the side of Besiktas. And Eintracht just got to walk it in, actually, in a lot of ways.
And actually, that was a good point that he made about Vertigo, because he is a player, because he's surrounded by so much experience in his team and so many names that people don't necessarily really know about him. And he's going up against Hun, who is a top laner that will take the matchup head-to-head to you. He'll play the Renekton, he'll play the Aatroxes, he'll bring up the Rumbles, and it feels like Vertigo being able to go head-to-head with him, bringing out the Camille. I think this is coming up to be like a very spicy series where I feel like not a lot of lane swaps are going to be happening, but we're going to have really fun matchups top to bottom.
Yeah, we highlighted a few champions, but at the end, a few players, but at the end of the day, all 5 champions are champions. Players are really interesting to see. Every single one of them has something interesting towards the team. But when you look into the B1, you were talking about traps. If you bring in that, you have to pick one. You have to pick only one champion for the B1. Don't you just pick the Azir because Power of Evil is Power of Evil?
Oh, absolutely. I think if you have the chance to pick your Azir B1, you absolutely pick your Azir. At this point, we said his record was 7-1 in the EMEA Masters. Now it's 8-1. And even though he wasn't the star of the series, this was just coincidentally that he wasn't the star of the series, just because all the kills and all the shenanigans happened to happen around Funky, who is yet another person to be highlighted, sure.
Yeah, and like, those numbers are going to remain pretty much the same after that, guys. That's not going to have changed. He is very strong on this champion. And
34%.
One of the questions we asked in the pregame was, okay, we kind of know what Power of Evil's like to be playing. We know he's very good at it. What can Miru do to match or find a counter pick or do something with it? He goes towards his Silas this time around, and he doesn't have the greatest time on it, let's be honest. I think if they'd gotten to Skirmish and Brawl, it might have been better. But things like Corrupting Potion not being that great, your ability to trade your HP bar for shove isn't as easy for Silas as it once has been. This matchup was a bit rough, frankly, and after things went so wrong bot as well, you've kind of collapsed in 2 lanes, and the Vi doesn't have that ability to skirmish the way she'd like to, because you don't have anybody to come and actually do the follow-up to punish someone like that Azir, like that Smolder. And I don't know whether that draft might have looked different if the tower dives hadn't gone wrong, but we never got to see it, right? So we have potential queries about what was going on. But on top of that, some of those tower dives maybe weren't the best with what you had too. So
I think it's what Treble brought in. You just look into this game and say, hey, it's not our game. It happened. Now let's look into the second one and redo it. It is Besiktas, and they're used to redo everything, especially the draft as well. And talking about the draft, might as well toss it to a Brave before we jump into the second game of the series. Oh, finals, by the way. This is EMEA Masters 2024 Spring Finals. So get ready to rumble as we toss it to a little break. And I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. Really, don't go anywhere.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Just saying, I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
He's right. I can dance. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
There's more money to blow. There's more money. I gotta hustle till I get that gold. Till I get that hustle. Yeah, make money, make money. I'm a narrator, all of you just the characters, running it like a manager, handing you like a banister. Haven't had enough, all of you just embarrassed, 'cause all of your bars are flaccid, need Viagra just to spit a hook. You need a coroner, cutting you like a warrior. All of your bars are boring, yeah, they're longer than the corridor. Your boys ain't cooks quick. It's tradition, the women know what's better in the kitchen. Hustle. You should already know. I gotta hustle. Yeah, there's more money to blow. I gotta hustle till I get that gold. Till I get that hustle. Yeah, make money. Make money. Hustle. You should already know. I gotta hustle. Yeah, there's more money to blow. I gotta hustle till I get that gold. Till I get that hustle. Yeah, make money.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 I know they be trying to watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing trying to prove. Win some, I gotta lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my journey, just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
You see everyone's out in Eintracht Spandau, not Eintracht, but Spandau rather, in Berlin, supporting the Game 1 win of the Prime League. 2 steps closer, 1 step closer. We're going to try that again to getting themselves an EMEA Masters title for the first time in 5 years for the region. I'm Asterix's Aragon. And they talked a lot about draft on the desk because it's arguably the most interesting thing. But when you're going up against Eintracht Spandau, this has been the problem in the tournament. They are so versatile because everyone has something bloody blindable.
Yeah. They have blindables in top, jungle, mid, and AD carry. If you pinch someone else gets the champions. My question is, will you give up on the, for example, Rek'Sai banning in Zanzara to ban away Azir and Orianna? Is that the direction you're going to take? Or are you going to keep believing in Miru's counterpicks into the Azir, into Power of Evil's pool? Doesn't look like it. They're going to go with this, and they're going to adapt just like GK.
But again, Eintracht Spandau are the ones who also adapt within the draft. So Power of Evil has other options, but his most successful one taken off the board, Maokai as well. We have a lot of top-tier jungle bans actually taken off with the Vi following suit as well. I kind of wonder what direction we go into since Zanzara, I mean, it might just be the easy Rek'Sai that he's so comfortable on at the moment.
Now, do you ban away Jinx, Orianna, or Rek'Sai? All these picks are super important. Jinx in general being incredibly OP. Rek'Sai being a target ban they had last time. Looks like it's going to be Jinx. So now, what are the OPs available for EINS? It's Rek'Sai. It's Maokai is banned as well. Ooh, this is a hard one. Orianna is another one.
Do you think Orianna's B1 worthy, though?
I wouldn't be surprised with Power of Evil. He doesn't have to. I don't think Mirror's going to take it away, so he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially the other one that I said. It's escaping my mind.
You know, there's other 80 carries as
Volibear.
well. Volibear comes through. Now, often we saw this with BDSA. Skewmon loved this as a B1 pick because they had the Talia champion pool, but Power Evil has rarely played it.
Yeah, Volibear, great pairing with Orianna because you just give a very strong... You give a very strong early skirmishing jungler to facilitate the Orianna to be able to perma-push and keep harassing their laner. What if it's going to be a handshake with some more early game from the side of Besiktas and really take it to them? But you can do so much with this volley. Early pairings to give priority to invade. Zanzara, you know, they can build around him here.
It's just interesting, though, seeing Osman on something like the Sejuani. I mean, it's always the Maokai, it's always the Xin Zhao. Last game was the Vi. It's a different look. The Zeri taken away by Kaori. This is something that we've seen Funky hover towards when all 80 carries are down as well. This time, a very different story. As for Power of Evil, is it just another champion into the mix? I mean, this is something as well we got to consider. You don't think so, right?
I don't think so. I don't think this is going to be... It fits the champion Volibear, but it doesn't fit Power of Evil. So I think this is probably going to be something like an Ori, and then the response, Miru is going to pick something like a Kali to outscale the Sylas. Melee pairings with the Sejuani. That's the angle. Outscale, get to side lane.
I love you don't even flinch. You look at that Ari, like, nah, it's not happening.
That's not an Ari. It's not a Power of Evil champion.
I mean, again, we've just looked over their drafts all night last night as well. I can tell you're the one who's absorbed it the most. Yeah. So, okay, you've talked about how they work together. Smolder's an option. 80 carry here. Support as well, maybe? What do you think?
I think Smolder, because a bunch of 80 carries are banned, and you just match the Zeri in terms of hyperscaling. He gets free scaling into the... Wow.
So does that?
Yeah, so interesting. ASOL is kind of self-counter-pricking a little bit. That's a rough lane, and you have to get through it. It's not bad into the Orianna. You kind of get to free scale a little bit, but you will get pushed in by the Orianna. Power of Evil will have lane priority.
I mean, Miro is someone who, again, has shown a little bit of flexibility in the champion pool, but I think the biggest thing is the fact that this Aurelion Sol he always comes back to, and as you say, into a lot of control mages, but the Orianna, we can talk a lot about the range and the interactions through the early laning phases a bit. I want to go through what's left because support bans away. We have no supports on either sides, and now the pool's starting to get pinched.
I think you need to ban away some synergies with the Sejuani, rather.
You're going to say
some
Renekton,
bridges. If Renekton
okay.
with the Sejuani gives you a nice top lane bridge for Hoon, something like this that you can play for whilst you're Zeri, and Miru on this ASOL gets to scale. You can also just pick a tank and draft full late game, complete opposite of last game for Besiktas, something like Cassante, and just really scale up.
So can I ask you, is the Brom ban here as they keep pinching away support? Is that pulling the Nautilus?
That's just Nautilus. That's a Nautilus setup ban. Alistair unkillable, and you could see the adaptation from the Brom ban to give Nautilus ban.
Okay, so what does this show? No, I'm learning.
So the best pairings here and the best champions I think that are available. I think Rakan is a fantastic pairing. Good synergy. It gives a lot of scaling as well. Great pairing with Zeri. Great pairing with the Smolder as well. And synergy with the Sejuani. So wouldn't be surprised to see that pinched too.
Just wait and find out. I mean, again, all supports, finally gone. What's left? Things like Renata, Rel was something we saw last game.
Yeah, Rel. Alistair's gone, so that was a setup ban for the Rel.
Yep.
What have you got available to you? Thresh, potentially, for the Lantern Peel? There really isn't that much. You need, ideally, to have lockdown into Zeri as well, but...
Do you need Engage here? I mean, because Lulu's available, but where's the Engage?
I wonder if Poppy support could come out here. There's a lot of dashes on this enemy team, and it's good into the Rel, but it would be reaching a little bit for Lilip. It could be the Pike to bridge.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, Lilip, this is his special pick, and it gets locked in. Game 2 Pike comes through from Lilip. Okay. It was a good call there, so we get some kind of pick potential to add into the mix. But now we've got to get Vertigo's champion, and this guy... Where do you want to go?
It has to be Cassante. I think Cassante is the only champ that can survive the potential of the Renekton Sejuani up top side. I think it can be tanky enough under tower to not be dove, or maybe as well, but I think Renekton's your best bet here.
Would Gragas work? Or, okay, no, never mind.
And I think with the Sejuani, Aatrox, potentially, if you want a handshake scaling play for somewhere else, if you want to get priority, potentially Gnar. Gragas is also good into it, but then your damage play is way too AP heavy, so you need some kind of AD bruiser that works into Renekton, which is why Renekton should have been R4 in my opinion. That way you secure it, because there's not much AD that you can pick here.
True.
Hoon's got to really reach here. I think maybe Jace could be good, because we know we've seen it before, but Jace or Aatrox are on my book.
He does play it. I mean, again, Gnar comes through instead, so they're set up too. As you said, that splits the damage profile a little bit more for this team and gives them a bit more setup for what is going to be this engage with the hyperscaling 80 carry and mid laner too.
Priority topside, Hoon getting R5. You have perm push, but there really aren't that many options for Besiktas. This is a full 180 compared to last game. Last game, we saw they had to come online in the mid game. Play mid to side, find these picks. Now they are really tunneled in on scaling. Top lane doesn't even have any playmaking because Renekton's going to survive any gank you send up there.
True.
He will just have push and maybe play for platings. You have on the other side though, EINS way more clear cut. You have a bunch of scaling, but you can play for mid hover as well as top dives, where Orianna can take over the lane into the ace, especially with W max, and then topside dives. Mininar cannot survive dives versus Volibear Renekton. Bring a Pyke up there, it's over. So EINS with a lot more proactivity.
I mean, proactivity is going to be a big deal considering that early game went so well. But if you're just tuning in now to our grand final of EMEA Masters for 2024 Spring, I'll tell you one thing. Game 1 was given away in the first 10 minutes. That musician is saying, guys, it could be free if it's just like game number 1. Of course, for BJK, game 1, it hurts to rewatch considering, as you said, there are a lot of good options when that fight could hit 6, when, you know, the Silas came online as well, but we never got there. They hit their power spike, but it was already too late with the scaling in Eintracht's favor. Let's see now with maybe a more forgiving composition if they can survive the early game, what BJK can do with some of their comfort picks, right? I'm talking about Mirror on Aurelion Sol. This guy has been a little bit flippy. He's been up and down throughout our EMEA tournament, and it's been because he's been getting caught out in the early game. But on Aurelion Sol, it's been his best so far, I would say, looking at the 5, 6, 7 games we've had.
I think sometimes, though, Miru on this A-Sol, if he falls behind,
he stays behind.
That's a 0-9 angle. Like this guy, he really struggles to play from behind, and I think mitigating this Volibear early game, alongside the Orianna weak lanes, you have so much prio from EINS and potential playmaker, especially with Lilip on his Pyke, his comfort pick. I think it's going to be incredibly hard. Mitigation's the name of the game, and Besiktas might not have it in them.
Well, for Eintracht, already up in the series, this is a big game to stomp their name on the authority of the EMEA Masters, especially for the Prime League. For Besiktas, I mean, they were last spring champions. Not them, but TCL, of course. Yeah, Wildcats came through. All right, so we already talked about it. Lilip as well, syncing up a little bit on this Pyke you wanted to see. You said Paraville can take over the lane because Miru counter-picked himself into this Ori. And of course, in the Renekton, we expect the same as Pyke's Deer goes for a little bit of a cheeky invade, gets some vision control to see when Zanzara is starting.
Yeah, there's a lot of timers on EINS' comp. Volibear, Pyke, these champions aren't too great later on. What I really see, though, as a very easy set play for Spandau is the fact they have mid prio. They could link up mid jungle, run top lane on any slow push onto Mininar, and that is such an easy dive. They could do this on repeat. They can send up Lilip as well. So eyes on Hoon. How well can he mitigate the dives? How well can he manage the waves? Potentially hold a freeze out and avoid that. That is the name of the game.
You think Nah acts like a bit of a bridge in this game? Like, is that how it kind of operates? Or is it like, is he too team fight orientated?
I think they pinched themselves a little bit too hard in terms of pool. They needed something that could survive dives as a Volibear and Renekton with no prior mid, and they needed AD. And there just really isn't that much that can do that. Maybe Cassante. And I think that would have been your only option. But then you have nothing proactive. Nah can get pushed, but it doesn't really act as a bridge too much.
Seems like a valid question because, again, we have to talk about how they get to that point. We'll look at top lane in a little bit. I'm sure the camera will go up, but for now, always, observers love our level 2, and onto Lilip, they'll love that. Ignite goes down. Remember this hail of blades. He looks for the underwater toe, almost finds a bone skew on the Flash, who flashes in front, but Kaori is too low to get involved. Lilip trying to get out of range, so he heals up with the shove back with the horse and the flash response, but remember, hail of blades is going to come back up, and there it is. Bone skewer, Pyke to Deer, about to die, but it's given over to Funky again. When you're having fun for Eintracht, everything's going to be all right.
The bot lane 2v2 is so volatile. Pyke's Deer flashing in front of the hook to try and save it, but they run out of damage. Lilip, such a strong laner on this Pyke, so tanky and so mobile that he just gets away for free. The level 2 comes out like you said, but the level 2 is matched. Besiktas look pretty strong here. Pyke's Deer flash in front of the hook. Very nice micro play. They run him down. The healing cut is there on the potion with the ignite, but the damage runs out because Funky zones away Kaori, and then it's just simple rundown. Pyke's Deer can't get away. Flash is committed already.
I love this cute look. He doesn't actually throw it. He's like, nope, you got the kill.
Yeah. Lilip on this Pyke, showcasing why.
Bro, Lilip on the last game.
No.
Uh-oh, it's earlier than we expected. Flash on in to melee. That was disgusting damage. But what we expected as the map again is burning, but this time it's Eintracht who are making it burn with them.
4 camp into topside with the Renekton and the Volibear double PTA. The one-shot is there. Who needed Mega Gnar? You saw the 4th wave crash, so Mega Gnar wasn't there. And the one-shot just comes out. Hoon couldn't do anything about it. There was no counterplay.
There was no response whatsoever because you're right. How can you play for that? TP burn to get back into lane, but a kill goes over to Vertigo. Pickaxe in this lane too. Now, Aragon, I know you know that is going to be such a big damage profile on the top laner, who for Vertigo is playing around with some of these big bursty picks as well. Paxtia interrupted, actually, but Ghost Water Dive over the wall. Lilip's still going to get caught on out as Osman hits onto him. There's the Flash Permafrost as well. Maybe a kill back as Lilip tries to get out of range, but no one else is there. They've committed into the enemy jungle, and so damn deep as Zanzara flashes over the wall, and Mira's going to get caught with a bear slap from Zanzara. Osman in the middle of 3, and just like last game, it feels over before it's even begun.
Lilip is unkillable on this Pyke. The mobility, the tankiness, it's just there. And in the long play, they cannot finish him off. Zanzara chasing with a slow with the red buff onto the A. So you see Lilip gets a little bit caught here. He is level 3, however. And when Pyke has all his spells, he is so mobile. He's one of the strongest supports in the early game, like a Renekton in the support role. See the flash comes through, they try to burst him down, the damage is in there, they run out of gas. Volibear lands the full combo onto Miru, and it's just a wipe. They can flash forward, find the Chomp with the Empowered, and there's not much Besiktas can do.
I love Zanzara just walking in front of the Breath of Light from Aurelion Sol, just accepts it, and that's about it. Lilip with another good hook back, and Pyke Steer goes for the engage, but can you kill him? Yes, you can, but what does it cost? Carry runs on in, Funky's run out of mana, but he's just autoing him to death. This is insult to injury, man. Funky's again 2-0.
2 versus 2. Once again, at least you get the shutdown onto Lilip, a bunch of gold going over to Pyke Steer, but it's onto the wrong person. And every time we get a replay, it feels like someone's dying.
Yeah.
Can't even put together what's going on, but Power of Evil, he has the priority. I really think that Grub should just go over to the side of Spandau. They have full control of topside.
We already talked about it. This comp needs to scale. Here comes the Comet down, but Power of Evil just sidesteps. They don't even need level 6 themselves, but now Shockwave comes through as Power of Evil shows it's just that easy. Lilip with the roams has been insane as Pyke Steer is level 2 on this Rel. Power of Evil making fun of him, and Eintracht Spandau are making fun of Turkey in this grand final.
The formula is unbeatable. They run
really
it
is.
every single game. Control Mage mid, scaling bot side with Bridge, with Lilip and Zanzara. And now the dive's coming through. Hoon is about to hit Mega. Can they dive through Mega now? Mega is extremely tanky. The big question is, does he have bone plating? Because that'll mitigate a lot of burst too.
Well, he's got Flash available, no Stormbringer available. I think it's also a big point, but he just hit level 6 for the Mega now available, but Hoon, it's way too late. Vertigo will dive for it. He gets demolished, but at least there's a trade-off kill. While Zanzara helps push the wave in, with still a plating again, was part of the trade.
Important to note, does the FTP as Funky gets engaged on too?
Bone Skewer avoided. Here comes Osman as well. Funky flashes himself. Permafrost is close, but a great stun from Lilip may have just saved the play. Man, I'm already giving MVP to this support. I feel Lilip is insane.
The play isn't over. Mirror's on the way. He has the Astral Path. He could come down, but they're just going to get zoned away from this wave, and no death is still a winning play for Eintracht. They manage a dive top, and pings are coming down again. They might rinse or repeat, but Zanzara's heading down bot side to recover the lane.
Oh, Lilip with the Bone Skewer. Pyke Steer goes too forward. Oh my god. Under turret. He hasn't taken too much yet, but he's level 3. The autos are enough. Funky and Lilip for the chase. And this guy will have Halo plays again. Flash Bone Skewer is that easy. And Pyke Steer is getting made fun of as well. Osman here will dodge the stun, but Power of Evil just picks up a kill. We are now 11-2. It doesn't even feel like a grand final. Germany is styling on them. And it's just outclassed in every lane.
Lilip on his Pyke, winning 2v2, winning 3v3s mid. Every single skirmish, there's the combo.
He can't move, can he? And Power of Evil with another kill. I mean, it doesn't matter what control mage. You can't pick yourself into it. You think, I'm going to scale? No. You play a different 2v2. Doesn't matter. Lilip still does the same thing and forces you into making mistakes.
Do you use every single ban on him? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bans. Like, there's only so many control mages, right?
Oh, that was clean.
Nice. Very, very clean. There's no counterplay. ASOL, no flash as well. Just getting comboed out, and I don't think the scaling's coming through.
And I don't think as well, like, I don't think you can disrespect Power of Evil, but yeah, you're picking counterpick into him thinking, oh, we'll scale.
Yeah.
You know, and as you said, you weren't a fan of the draft because of what happened on 4-5, where there were no options. Or no, we talk a lot in League of Legends about bridges to get late game team compositions online and give them a bit of time. And we question that the bridges weren't really here for Besiktas in game 2.
I think there are 2 problems.
Yep.
You cannot survive dives top, so you need something like a Xante. With his W, he could potentially survive dives top, although it's very difficult still. Mid, you are counterpicking yourself for scaling. You're sacking lane to scale up, and you can't do that versus Power of Evil.
Yep.
I think he's too clean on his control mages. The Azir ban is not enough. You ban Azir, he just takes Orianna.
Okay, going to be engaged though. Maybe an opportunity for BJK
No
now.
flash.
Onto this AD carry. Mum comes through, but heals up a little bit.
Oh
Kaori
my
still
God.
dies. Punky is now outrange. He still gets the kill, but again, the gold is on the wrong place. Look at Kaori. His head is in his hands because of how doomed these plays keep turning out.
And it looks so good. You think the damage is there, the lethal tempo isn't enough. Just a raw DPS of the triple longsword versus the Essence Reaver is not enough. And the play, once again, it's winning. Despite a shutdown going to Pyke's Dia, it's just the wrong person.
Bro, this is just a massacre. I mean, our semi-final was closer than this. This is outclassed. This is outplayed. This is behavior that Eintracht, if this wasn't League of Legends, they get reported to the police for. As Lilith walks towards mid, Power of Evil with a shockwave. He is going to get punished for it, though, with his flash available. He burns it. Is it too late is the question? No, because Funky's here. Zenzara is here. He's got the Stormbringer. He'll turn the turret off. Pyke's Dia is still level 4. That dude is dead for a 5th time, and BJK will not get a break, it feels like, in this entire series. At 10 minutes, 15 kills, a 6k gold lead. Prime League #1, man, they are good.
Eintracht Spandau, fish for a dive. Besiktas counter gank it, and then Eintracht counter gank that, bringing up 4 members. And every single play, it feels like, has gone a similar way. Every single time, the long play just goes the way of EINS.
I think Lilip could 1v1 Kaori. Flash is available, but yeah, Lilip is strong. Bone Skewer connects. Funky sneezes. And remember, this guy's got Essence Reaver yet again. Triple Longsword is the counter punch from Kaori. Not much to speak of, is it?
6 grubs going over the side of Eintracht as well.
Yep.
And now only a play down bot side will be on the cards. No summoner, still no flash. They could play off of this small timer, but it doesn't look like Osman wants to pull it. So it's just a losing play. Once again, they lose the neutrals on the other side of the map.
And can I just say about this game as well, like, it is nice to see, I guess, another side where Eintracht actually pulled for this early lead. They walked over with a different style of composition. We talked about more mid-game focus, right? Like, and that was the difference.
And the dive coming in topside as well. Hoon, Mininar. Bone Plating's not going to survive. Trade a 1-for-1 here. Hoon has to get away.
Back up. You said hop, flashes there. Zenzara forces out, but Demolish play comes through in the end. More turret plating as Vertigo just going to clear the wave, and Hoon might have to just TP in.
And this was the best they had. R5, Nah. Now the 2v3 is going to come out. Osman does have ulti in 20 seconds, but
Lilip does too. Death from below. I mean, there are low health bars for Kaori and Pyke's Dia. That's a double reset if Funky lands 1Q. You know what I was saying before the dive came through? I mean, again, different style of composition for EINS I think was huge. Shockwave going to be flashed away from. And now they're so early game focused, they are walking over people like Mira, who is 2,000 gold down, with Power of Evil on this Orianna, is showing why this guy is such a great control mage player and was one of the best mids in the West for a long time.
Absolutely. And now you can see Lilip as well. He has a free choice. You can see he's deciding between going to mid and ganking the free Aurelion Soul or diving down bot side. He's going to come mid though. This is the 3v2.
Power of Evil gets ulted. Osman flash ulties, thumbs up because he knows the play stops there. Bone Skewer not going to be dodged away from. Look at the burst damage. The Falling Star helps out, but death from below, I believe, was what secured it in the end.
He's 1v2
as well. Yeah, he's going to try and set up that 1v2, but Kaori is so damn low. Funky doesn't walk away from that trouble. Dragon also spawns in their face. They'll take that too. 7,000 gold now is what we're looking at.
They don't know if Eintracht are going to dive bot or take Dragon, so they were considering recalling here. The threat is there, but it looks like the bike's going to recall. Look at this Eclipse damage.
Oh my
it's
God.
not close.
With PTA as well, it just pops. At least Hoon doing some nice spacing, but Vertigo has flash. Meganar, never mind. Just going to walk it back. Man, this is just insane. I can't believe this is our grand final. Like, BJKs have been resilient. I think the thing is we call them the underdogs for a reason, because this team is so resilient in a best-of series. They showed that against BDSA, and to be fair, against BDSA, it looked the same. We're like, man, this is over. It wasn't this level of over, I don't think, but it was still very one-sided, so it doesn't mean they're out, but it does mean it is a hard climb up, even in this top side. Once again, a Bone Skewer threatened out, Hoon hops away.
Vertigo had flash there. If the hook landed, that was an instant one-shot once again. Osman here to cover the first dive, it feels like, this entire series. Up top side as Lilith he could just fish. He's so hard to kill.
Yep.
This is one of the strengths of Pyke, similar to Rakan. You are unkillable. You can face check whatever you like. You can spread vision so easily across the map. Lilip knows where Osman is.
Hello there. One's going to be used. Stormbringer behind enemy lines. Look at the damage. Miru's dead again. Man, we said it. This guy can go 0-9, but with how the map's going, you see why he's going to. Another death, another kill. 18 here for Eintracht at 14 minutes. And by the way, turret plating is falling now.
Turret plate is falling now.
Oh my God.
21 kills. This is 1.5 kills per minute. It's actually unbelievable.
Do you know what's so good about this for Eintracht? If they continue this, if they're able to make this a 3-0, 3-1, if BJK are able to come back, yo, this is scouting grounds. LEC looks at this and is like, yo, we're going to pick some of these players up again.
And I want to know, production, if you can hit me up with this, is this going to be potentially the fastest series EMEA Masters in finals since ever seen?
In history?
This is
surely, right?
Really heading towards that angle if it's a similar game 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's just been so quick. We had a 25-minute game 1. At 14 minutes, the gold lead is 9,000 with a Herald that's going to push down probably an inner turret in mid or maybe blow down one of those side lane turrets. Either way, it looks like it's going to speed up from here even more so. Look at those items that we haven't had a chance to talk about as yet. Berlin is loving it, bro. Sorry, Spandau for Ashram. He'd be very upset if it's called a Berlin. Everyone says it's not part of Berlin. Either way, they're loving it. It's a 2-0 start, it looks like, and Kerry now, as he ghosts away, he's going to flash. Simple as that. Lilip doesn't have any summoners, but he doesn't need to use any. They just get one for free.
No summoners for the third dragon. That's going to be soul point as well. Every single outer turret, huge gold injections across the map. Kaori.
Right. They have an anthem. That's right. They're probably singing the anthem, weren't they? They've got an anthem. I was told they've actually got their own song. I see. We're going to have to get that on stream if it continues like this, honestly. Herald in the inner turret. Zanzara zoning off Miru's here. And he's got himself a very new voice of light. Some would call it a starfall as Miru gets shockwave away anyway. When's that Comet going to come through? I mean, there's a flash from Pyke. The Magnustorm is a good engage. Here we go, finally. Comet, a falling star, sweeps through. They get their shutdown. One of the big kills of the game. But Zanzara takes a while to die. Funky is just free hitting the backside. Meanwhile, it's a turret dive on a Miru who used everything he could, but it's still not enough. Besiktas are getting more than you'd expect as Kerry gets over the wall, but Eintracht are taking no damage. This comp ain't there yet, man. There's no scaling, no hope, and that is the best situation that they could have pulled out. They got every single stop, and still, for TCL, it was nowhere near enough here, as this is going to match point for sure.
2 for 4, trade, and a tier 2 topside and a tier 1. It's not enough to call it a good play for Besiktas. Even though it's best case scenario, it is still absolutely dire. 0-6-2, 0-5-0, 0-3-2. The carries are way too far behind. Let's take a look at this again. Looks good at the start. Lilip has no E, so he gets caught out. Chain CC'd. Hoon managed to find these plays, and every single game it feels like it's only Hoon who could find these. Funky tries to DPS Hoon out, but he's still extremely tanky. Zarazor with a nice flash away from the boulder means he survives, but Hoon once again picks up a kill. Baxtia, Osman, Kaori try to chain out, but then here comes the flash crocodile. Watch Vertigo. He turns the play around from what looks like slightly dicey into a winning play.
Yeah, I just love that, like, Funky ran into 4 people and it still wasn't enough, you know, like, Andy Smolder does that in a normal early game and they are running it.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an overreach from the Pyke, but it doesn't matter. Take a look at the picture-in-picture. Now another play comes out. Miru.
0-7. Flash.
Say, was it 0-9-0 when he dies a couple times early? I mean, it's so hard to scale on this champion.
Mum. Oh, no, that's the insult. 5-1-5, man, as well. The Smolder pick is working out really nice.
Yeah, and the problem is, like we said, you pinch out the Smolder now, they're just going to pick something else.
Yeah, they really will. Shockwave disengage. Here comes Lilip as well to help out. Kerry brings numbers advantage, and Hoon does as well. So maybe caught with their pants down. Power of Evil is left isolated. Shutdown given over. A bit egregious here. No Baron in their face to pull up, but a few more of those, and we will start criticizing Eintracht.
Some throws, not entirely clean. Kaori gonna be happy with that and accelerates him to the second item. Maybe he can get second item before the 4th dragon. That is really the timer they're on. Kaori gonna be on him, especially with that shutdown.
Vertigo is going to trade turret. Remember, objective bounty on the other side of the map means more worthwhile for the team that's behind. As Eintracht going to move to 3 dragons at the very least. Now it's about how they close it out, how they find this game and move to match point in the finals, where 2 items in some of these carries too. Rabadon's Death Cap, Shojin, Essence Reaver, got a Black Cleaver there. The Vertigo up in the top lane. We know those items are still going to be an advantage as we move to Salt Point.
So fortunately for Besiktas, there is no real Baron rush threat. They don't have that much DPS. There's no 2-item Azir like last game. There's no real consistent DPS on the AD carry. I wonder if there's potential for Besiktas to cross-map bot lane objective bounty onto Kiro and excel him to 3 items. That's the only real play here outside of praying that you get there and find a pick.
Lilip just walking into danger again, getting caught out, but this time at least he has his dash away.
Ping's coming down on the bot side. They are going to look for this potential play. Maybe to punish onto the Renekton, but he is so damn tanky at this point. I think it's impossible.
Mira doesn't have the upgraded ult. I think that's another thing we've got to kind of look out for, is that it's so important in this state of the game that is up and available. So backs away. Has teleport available, as you see him pushing up towards the top side. You mentioned the Baron's not going to be a quick one for Eintracht Spandau if they want to try and force it away, but at the very least, threatening that opportunity. So maybe Besiktas have to walk to them.
Maybe it is going to be fast. They're so accelerated at this point.
You're right,
maybe despite champion diff, it is going to be quick. That's 2 items for both carries. At the very least, they can start it and bait out and use their turning tools to force and engage. Vertigo, maybe under a bit of pressure. 2 items versus 1.5. Vertigo could look for an all-in here.
He could as well. Hoon disengages, but is not against the wall. Now into Minina. Uses the speed to walk away. Doing more damage than you'd expect, but that's every hyper that comes through. The Rel also down here just in case.
You can see
oh no,
Kaori was shifting down as well. That means they're going to be late on this. Rel has to run up to this Baron. It isn't that fast.
True.
Can they make it in? It's on Osman. Can Osman?
But you're right, it is faster than you expect because of how accelerated they are.
Oh no.
It's doing work. I mean, Osman, if he gets the steal here, they could be back in the game. How egregious is it? Blast Cone taken. Osman over the wall. Disengage. Ulti burned. They're slowing it down at 2.5k. They're hitting. Wait. Hit the jungler. Hit the jungler. There's an execute there. Osman is still slow enough. Yes, indeed. Well played from Eintracht. It got a bit sketchy, but outside the pick as well. Baron goes down, and they're still in the same position.
A Baron trade for a bot side cross map. That's how desperate they were.
Yep.
They decided, guys, we can't contest this Baron. The only thing we can do is we can make it down to bot. We're already there. Let's pick off Vertigo. Get that bounty. Potentially be strong enough for this soul, and that's really the win condition here for Besiktas. They have to be online now.
Well, look at that soul. 2 minutes 30. It lines up with the Baron power play exactly, by the way. So once Baron runs out, Dragon O'Clock is super easy to move to. And for Eintracht, we look at these waves. I mean, it's mid inner turret that's up next, but the rest are base turrets that can be pushed in. So on the aggression, they begin with their Baron play.
Kaori pushing in mid. Who get collapsed on here. He does have the E to get over that wall in the mid lane next to the river. So probably not under any threat, but that tier 2 in the mid lane is where they have their eyes on. They can keep mid and bot pushed in and keep vision in that jungle to maintain control of this next neutral objective spawning soon. But maybe if someone face checks here.
So pick onto Vertigo. Meganar's about to come up. Moon has flash available. They're going deep for it. Funky's damage. Again, just thwarts them off it for the time being, but that gives time for Power of Evil to push down bot.
Mid push does go over to the side of Besiktas, but I really think this Renekton is so strong, Vertigo can just hold it alone. Look at the power of the Aurelion Soul E. It delays so much, but because he's behind, the damage really isn't there, and the magic with this.
Zantara looking for a dive now as well. Pykesadia still, remember, low level. Turret's going to go down. They're trying to thwart this engage, though. You can see on the backside, Osman and Kaori are here, but how confident do they feel? They're still so de-elevated into this game. As now gives time for Vertigo to push through mid and actually push up this wave. Threaten on 2 tracks. Pykesadia is caught out. He's going to turn it into an engage, though. Magnet Storm there, but he re-engages onto Lilith. A falling star. Skies descend. That's what it is, but it doesn't descend into anything. But Hoon changing the game? No. They can't finish the job until Kaori's air shockwave avoided. Zanzara going to get the stun up, but Kaori still survives as Mum flies through and helps finish it off. Miru just runs in. He's over it. He's done with this game. He's like, at least if I can take a 1-for-1, it'll be fine. But he can't even manage that after all that throwing, after all the potential of Eintracht losing a lead in this game. It still feels inevitable that we're back to square one.
Trying their best to counterplay the bot lane siege. Every single play, at the very least, they secure a 1-for-1. But this dragon now going to come out. Let's go into this replay. The engage is there. They tried to pick up Lilith, but then the power of Pyke's slipperiness comes to play. Because you can see CC, this looks pretty bad. But then he just eases over the wall. Kaori almost runs down Zanzara and Lilith here. But then Vertigo. I mean, this Renekton is so far accelerated because of the early dive. He dashes over, kind of misses him, but the flash comes through. And that's all she wrote for Kaori. Now the play continues, and Miru trades 1-for-1 with Zanzara.
He does, actually, so to correct myself, we did at least trade. I didn't think he got anything there. I want to give props to Kaori, though. I mean, I think with how this state of game, Kaori and Hoon, by the looks of it, with how this state of the game is, the fact that they're still trying to edge in front, the fact that Kaori's still getting something, Hoon as well, with good setup. I mean, showing you some of the stars that got them to this point, that got them through the reverse sweep of BDSA. I mean, Hoon was a beast in that series as well. Especially Kaori had some great team fighting moments against Kadui.
Can he do it again on the Zeri?
Big ask, isn't it? I mean, this game, 11.5K, we're still at that point. I know, again, I said Eintracht had some moments where they threw things away, but it's been picked right back up with an inhibitor turret through mid, dropping down as well. Inhibitor minions starting to push in deep in bot, so Bajiktas will have to be aware of that as top now getting reacted to by Vertigo. With their Baron play gone, with their soul up, and with another Baron available for them 2 minutes if they don't get the job done now.
Bot lane pushing in, top lane pushing as well. They can shift from mid into top here. They have to pull the trigger, otherwise they're going to bleed out. There's a super minions, inhibs, and towers. Hero does have 3 items. If they pull the trigger here.
Look, trying to bait it all in, and he does so exactly. Glacial Prison is now down. Power Build from over the wall, zone controlling and poking out. Pike's here at half HP is Hoon with the Mega Engage. Does the job again. A falling star, but Lilith with the shockwave on top. Sets it up even nicer. A death from below to kick it off. And even though it looks so good, they're still so far behind. But 4 versus 4 is what you're left with. Still blinking health bars. Still a possibility of defending. But man, that was so well set up by Hoon. And Pike's Deer launched on top.
Mid tower falls. But that 1-for-1 trade, Hoon pulls the trigger. Surprisingly, TP comes out. Can they run down Vertigo?
Double TP. Miro's coming in. He doesn't have a falling star anymore. Zanzara here to help out Vertigo with Dominus not up and available, but he's got a full Fury Bar. Tries to slice and dice out, but he should be dropping down. Never mind. Hoon has to hop on out. Vertigo survives longer, but eventually the shutdown goes over. It's still not clean for Eintracht, even though they get Miro yet another time. A Bone Spear on Pike's Deer launches him into the enemy team, and Power of Evil there to collapse yet again. Man, so many opportunities. If the game was more even, Bajiktas had an angle there.
So many opportunities, so many resources used as well. That's a double TP invested just for a pick onto Vertigo. And they can siege now. They can push in top if they want to. That's an inhib dead top, unless Kaori has anything to say about it.
You know what I've loved about Eintracht, though? Every single fight is watching Lilith with ball on and taking shockwave and just putting himself backline.
So much proficiency on the combo. You can see they practice it so well. And this is the power of, 10,000 kicks doing the same thing.
True.
One style of composition with different pieces fitting in here or there, Azir, Orianna, whatever have you.
And now the pieces look so different. You're right. It's same again, right? Power of Evil having such a high job. Funky as well, scaling. We'll look at this again because there were really good engagements from both teams.
Watch Hoon. It's such a surprise. I want to see his clicks just before he dashes in. Does he start to step backwards and catch them off guard? So he's facing backwards now. And suddenly leaps in. Funky gets pinned against the wall, such nice angles, and then the big ultimate. But look at the Pike, like you said, combining up with the Orianna. That's around.
Right. If Lilith hit that death from below, that was like 3 resets as well. We haven't seen a big Pike ult reset in the fight, but maybe again that's something else to add into the layering. As Baron number 2 is going to go on down. Remember, they have Mountain Soul and they've got an Elder to play for in 2 minutes 30 if shenanigans arise again. Props to Bajiktas punishing EINS for not clean levels of play, I think, has to be highlighted, but still same position as Pike's Deer. Speaking of cleanliness, backing in this brush, going to get caught on out. Underwater toe stuns him up. He's now slow here off his horse as Funky comes on in. The range showed, and he's got 290 stacks to go with that as well. The top lane turret is just an easy transition. Lilith runs on in. The Sky will descend as a double knockup, but no damage to follow through as Zanzara's one tanking up for now. Hoon in with another great ulti though. Sets up for Kaori. Gets a quick double. It's a trade, but Funky is still alive as Vertigo finally makes himself known. Trumps in with the quadra kill. And when one member falls, the rest are there to catch them. Eintracht Spandau, one step away from, for the first time in 5 years, setting up Prime League for absolute success at EMEA Masters.
Absolute domination from start to finish. Dives top, 2v2s down, bot side. You could highlight any player in this game and they had montage moments individually. I don't know what they're going to do, but they need to find a play back.
There needs to be something. And even though, like, for the last 10 minutes, it wasn't the cleanliness of play. I think at that point, you're so far ahead, you can muck around a bit and you don't really have to find out, do you? Like, we can look at that and say, well, Besiktas found some great angles, but they were so far behind at all points of the game, it didn't really matter. And I think when you're that far ahead, you're having fun. In a grand final, you're having fun because Besiktas have no answers. Whether you're running more early game or mid-game focused comp, or you're just full scaling that gets ahead early because of their mistakes anyway.
I'm just so impressed. I don't see a win condition because you can't ban out top, you can't ban out mid, you can't ban out AD carry, you ban out the Smolder, you're just going to get Azir again. You ban out Rek'Sai, you drop that. It doesn't matter. They have so many champions that fill the niche. That's why they're so good. And that's why Edward, the coach from GK, I believe, he was like, this is the only team that felt like a team.
True.
So... incredible showing.
And outside of draft as well, the individual skill is obviously too much for Besiktas right now, especially in that bottom side. We're going to walk towards death because I don't know how you diagnose this, but bot is getting rolled.
Diagnosis?
Yeah.
Well, it's dead.
Flatline.
It's it's not good. It's not look. I tell you, there's no medication I can prescribe for this one. It's complicated, and it's match point in favor of Spandau right now on the finals of EMEA Masters 24 Spring. We do have the draft. There was some adaptation coming in from Besiktas, but it's not even close. And you bring in a Smolder, and you keep losing the early game versus Smolder. There's so much to dive into. I see a lot of slaps.
I don't remember the last time I even saw Smolder being picked. In this economy? No one's got time to go. No one's got time to go 40 minutes.
Stacks in this economy, right?
Who gets stacks in this economy? Who gets to go minute 40 in this economy to play through the Smolder Elder Dragon buff? And who in the world wins early game laning phase with a Smolder? I feel like the second I saw the pie getting locked in, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Smolder likes his Lulus. Smolder likes his protective champions. Maybe some engage if you want. They just absolutely...
yeah, I mean...
I'm trying to find the words to like describe, but it was just doomed.
I mean, exactly that. Because what you do with the Smolder is you leave the Smolder alone. You leave it like an Ezreal and go, you're going to farm with a W. I'm going to leave. I'm going to roam with my Volibear somewhere else.
That's not Lilip.
Like, that happened, yes. But before he did that, he just murders in a 2v2, which is not what you're expecting. And in some ways, it's a mirror of last game. Because last game, it was Besiktas who made the proactive plays happen, and they go wrong. There's a couple tower dives that get really horribly turned around. Smolder comes up with kills off the tower dive. You go, okay, never mind. We'll let the Smolder go through again. It's not going to happen because we won't mess up like that. We'll take our own scaling and try and play it out from there. And instead, they lose a 2v2 proactively from Eintracht this time. And then on the top side, the Volibear goes top lane, gets kills there, and then your own mid lane. And the fact that you have two of these players who are just murdering people wherever they go is crazy.
Also, that's a great point. In what world also in this economy can a jungler be top side and leave a Smolder lane and pass towards the opposite side of the rift? Now, in the first game, we said, hey, it was unlucky. Kaori mispressed his cleanse. He was one summoner down. However, this was all hands on deck, all summoners up and available, and they just lost in a fair and square 2 versus 2. And again, who has the time to pass top side? Zanzara does, because bot lane's winning. Power Vivo has been an absolute statue in the mid lane, completely freaking unmovable. He has no other lane he needs to be at.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And then this is another moment where actually we see Lilip come out of his lane. Volibear synced up with, and then you see Besiktas try and play out the fight. And then we're seeing it's not just like decision-making. There's also just a little bit of hand stiff going on here as well. Eintracht Spandau are playing with a lot of verve. They're playing with a lot of style, and they feel like a team. We're going to see like a moment here where we kind of see maybe some comeback, but it just doesn't happen. And Vertigo again, the quietest member of this team, is still having montage highlights on a Renekton. That's always a scary moment if you're not an Eintracht fan. And for the Eintracht fans who are having this incredible watch party out there, they must be beaming. What a day for them right now.
I want to highlight the man in the mid lane. Honestly, I feel like he's had a quote-unquote quiet series because it just hasn't necessarily been about him taking the spotlight. However, in the previous game, 36,000 DPS, with the Azir, 32,000 right now with the Orianna. There's always the question when a lot of players with so much experience go back to ERLs. They're called washed, they're called done. This guy is showing up and showing the F off.
Like, I do not care who you are. If you are putting in basically sub 20-minute game or sub 30-minute games, over 1k DPM games twice in a row, you are on it right now. That is fantastic stuff from the mid lane. And yes, we've of course highlighted Lilip and Zanza, who were the kind of catalyst for the early action this game. But Power of Evil was seriously providing from the backline. That is very good numbers.
Don't get me wrong, though, and obviously Besiktas, I think they're still not on their key. They're warming up, I would call it, even though they only have this opportunity to show up.
That's a long warm-up, man.
But a long one. You don't want to get injured, on the gym. You actually have to warm up slowly. But I have to say, give the props to Spandau, because this is a lot. Like, they're showing up. They're playing really well, just as you said. I love the way you put it. I'm not going to say, but I love the way you put it. But also giving props to Funky. That is so interesting because he needed this. Power Evil.
He's one game away.
Yeah.
He's one game away to take revenge. This is revenge for 2023. And also, we have to speak about the fact that Eintracht Spandau came in as the slowest team of the tournament.
Yep.
Very convincing,
That's
but
not slow.
very damn slow. However, not only have they kept up with Besiktas' rhythm throughout the game, they brought in the proactivity in game number 2. So not only can they show that they can match Besiktas, but that they can also outpace them, which is so important to show different skill sets in this team.
It's a different team playing as we're about to jump into what it could be the last game or the reverse sweep, because we've seen a lot of these on semifinals. But I love your point. Spandau in the first game was like, hey, you want it? Come and get them. We're ready for you. We'll fight you. On the second game was like, I know where you live. They're going for them. What's going to happen on the third game? Well, we don't know, but I do know we're going to toss it to a break before it could happen. And we might have ourselves the victors of 2024, or maybe the beginning of another reverse sweep. Until then, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon after a few minutes. You ready?
sitting here waiting to find out if the TCL can do it again, if specifically Besiktas can do it again, but this time in the grand finals against BDSA, it was no problem. It's today a different story. My name is Asterix, this is Aragon. We'll run you through game 3 as a 2-0 start in our grand final of EMEA Masters Spring has come to this. And let's be real, the diversity that's come out of the drafts of Eintracht in both these games, different angles, different champions. Most importantly, these blindables that we talked about at the start of the show are still there. How the hell do you draft against them?
What do you do? It looks like they're going to take away from Zanzara. That's the angle of attack. Who do you pinch? Can't be mid, too many champions. Can't be top, too many champions. Can't be AD. I saw Twitch chat screaming for Smolder bans. It doesn't matter, guys. They're going to just pick Zeri.
Pick Zeri, that's right.
Every single player here has too many champions. So they've decided we're going to attack Zanzara, and Azir's back.
This happens again. Okay, so Azir's going to be picked. Miro doesn't really play the Talia that much. They know. You know, the Vi was picked before, and the pairing wasn't there. I also have to say, we want to say, hey, maybe Osman needs more agency in the jungle. Really smart ban from Eintracht. They get rid of the Xin Zhao once again here. Osman's favorite champion. The Maokai's been a secondary, so he's put off base yet again. They just go back to Zaya Rakan and hope that they play the lane better again.
It looks like it might be the case. I think you could also pick up Asol. Are you going to go Asol or are you going to go skirmishing? Right, Miru needs to answer this question. What is your pick into the Azir? Because he's clearly gone back to it. Are you going to match in terms of control mages? That's not Miru. But Asol could be the angle again, or Akali, or Silas.
And remember, you know, you and I backstage as the Akali comes through, we didn't mind game 1 draft. It was just the fact that it was put so far behind so that by the time it had agency and actually had the playmaking tools, there was no chance for it to play itself out. So this time around, Akali looks like a similar note to the Silas, right? We can talk about that in the mid lane matchup as it comes through. Well, for now, we need to see what jungler comes through from Zanzara. It was the Volibear last game, the Sejuani. Okay, so this is becoming more commonly a pairing alongside the Azir.
Smolder could come out now, and you have this exact same front to back. With the dive coming in, Smolder's fantastic. So you have the front line of Sejuani, the back line of the Smolder, as well as the Azir. Now, what do you pick up here? You have to match jungle, otherwise pinched away. We are reaching through Osman's champ pool. This guy only really plays Zinzara Maokai this tournament. So what does he have?
Poppy?
Poppy?
Does he play Poppy?
Poppy could be an angle, but they're going to drop it. They're going to say, we have enough.
So they're going to ban it, right?
Zaya Rakan.
So then what? You start banning away jungle pool? What's the direction?
You can't. Jarvan's not useful. They're not immobile. Poppy could be one that you ban away. What pairs up well with Akali usually is dive, but all the dive pairings are gone with the Vi Volibear. I think it's really rough, and I'm really curious to see what he picks.
So now my biggest question here. We've already got mid. We've got 80 carry there, and the bottom lane is supported. We should look for top lane counter pick last for Besiktas, right?
Yes, absolutely. You pick up jungle on R4, fantastic, and then top lane R5. You also pinch away supports here because you have Rakan and they don't, so Nautilus could come out here. But Nautilus now could be the pairing with the Smolder, rather. Rel could come out into the Rakan as well. Those are what I'm keeping my eyes on.
That's how far down the pool we're going. Some of the old school mid jungles.
I think Viego with a single target burst of the Rakan, but Viego Akali doesn't strike me as a fantastic combo. You want a bunch of upfront burst, and the burst from Akali comes out kind of slowly, R1 into an R2.
Surely just
they're reaching. Viego,
okay. They are reaching. That sound didn't make me think
it's not the best pairing in my opinion, but it works well in terms of synergy with the composition. You have a launcher single target burst. The Rakan jumps on someone, you burst them, you get the reset. But you also want a mid laner who insta resets. So now, the problem is that Renekton works really well on Besiktas' team. So it's a takeaway from that, as well as synergy as an early bridge with the Sejuani. Now you need single target burst from the side of Besiktas into this Renekton. What do you pick? There just really aren't that many problems, and I feel like Hoon into this Renekton has been having issues countering it. Maybe you just go Cassandra here or Gragas. I think those are your two best options to survive the dive potential.
And how annoying is Brom to pair him with that as well? Like,
Sejuani,
melee, and okay. Is it going to be? Sion gets locked in the end. So Zara Khan in the lane swap. And that indicates, if anyone hasn't been watching since the finals, Sion is S+ tier in a lane swap. Normally we see it with the Jinx or Aphelios, something that can hyperscale. Zaya doesn't do bad, considering she can hard push waves.
Zaya's wave clear is incredibly high, so she works really well with the tempo swaps. My only question mark was Lib's Braum pick here into Rakan. It's kind of self-countering, but if they're lane swapping, it won't matter too much anyway. Because of how mobile Rakan is. Renekton really doesn't like lane swaps too much, so I think it's on EINS to try and maintain the normal lanes and track where they're going. I want to see some kind of level 1 where they drop some deep wards in the lane and try to match the lanes. Do not let it lane swap.
Because I was looking at this Braum. Outside of the lane swap, you're right. Yeah, we're still here. We just live here.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Don't worry about the picks. It's just us. I was looking at the Brom and I thought with Sejuani, Renekton, this really good synergy. It syncs up with the comp as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's really oppressive in a lot of the early skirmishes. You're right. If there's lane swap, maybe it won't matter as much. Drafts on the bottom of your screen. It's a different direction for Besiktas, but like, again, you said they're kind of reaching here with things like the Viego pick. I guess their adaptation is putting Hoon on the lane swap champion and seeing if they can get through the early game.
It might not even be a lane swap. It might actually be a 2v2 down bot side,
You
and
reckon?
Sion's okay being dove top. I think that's also a potential possibility, but we have seen Besiktas lane swap. That's why we're mentioning it.
Yeah.
And Xayah's good in that context. So regardless, I think this isn't a bad draft for Besiktas. They have options, and it's much more like game 1, where they come online with skirmishing, at level 6 onwards resets, and like early to mid transition where they can find picks inside.
Wasn't our first game opening up group stage a lane swap with Eintracht versus Orbit Anonymous? Weren't they also the team that lane swap?
They did like to lane swap, yes.
Yeah. So again,
But that was a stomp.
I know it was. Mate, this series is a stomp. This is
Yeah.
our grand finals, and Eintracht have blitzed through 2 games in less than 55 minutes. I mean, this has just been such a performance. And again, look, it's not impossible. Besiktas, a reverse swept before up against BDS in the semifinals. And let's not forget, last spring, thanks to Initialize for bringing this up, it was Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition. I love saying that. Feels like it should be bannable, but it's not. I love that it was a reverse sweep there as well by the Wildcats. So TCL's been in this spot before. It's not game over. But we have to see, as it looks like in this early game, Sion is bot side. Nothing indicated yet, but pings are going down, and it looks like Funky and Lilip are preparing to go topside.
Pings are coming down absolutely everywhere. Both teams want to lane swap or not lane swap. And
Look at Vertigo, by the way.
Vertigo's going down bot side. This is kind of a prediction, but you could see the Sion potentially just going to help wave clear whilst they go into phase check. This is a deadly level 1.
And you've got Brom, you've got Sejuani. It depends if they have numbers. As you said, 5 members moving from Besiktas, so they've got the numbers advantage. They just get poked out and have to move away.
Now, what are they giving up? They're going to show Renekton down bot side potentially, so they're going to know. They're just laning mid, and then they're going to go to the other lane where the bot lane show. I wonder if we're going to see a 3v3 mid, but it looks like they're committing to going down bot side. Funky is following, though. Now, top lane, Renekton's TPing top, and they're going to commit to these lanes. This is exactly what we wanted. Spandau need to match lanes. They cannot let this go to mismatch. They need Renekton to be in a 1v1.
So remember, the TP shows out. Lilip as well going to get spotted here. Lens just expires on the ward, so the bottom lane spotted out there. Now, a lot of the time, what we're seeing in the lane swaps, as Hoon just starts jungling with his jungler, is pushing to wave 3, is it? And then getting the shove in, and then using that tempo swap to go and mismatch.
Yeah, absolutely. They want to mismatch. They want to get the push in down bot side. And because Besiktas were there first, because they decided to go down bot side first, and Funky had to follow, they're ahead in the push. They're ahead in the levels. Funky's down XP. And now they're going to use this bot prior to invade. I wonder if we see a cross map up top side, but it looks like Zanzara is going to try and match.
He's coming down real quick. Level 2 on this Sejuani. Taking the long way around, though. Really good safety route here as the red buff, remember, was spotted out, and they spotted that it wasn't the start.
So Zanzara does not have someone to help him clear. He's way behind the clear. Can he steal this red buff? Doesn't look like it. He's going to run down bot side.
We'll engage as well. Remember, chunking really important in this lane swap, too, to see how they get the dive off. As Zanzara just going to do the Krug. TP topside. The play dismayed, and Osman is going to be hitting level 3 quite shortly, it looks like. Hits that. Zanzara clears the camp. There is a level advantage, but there's no Sion here to make anything of that 4v2.
That Viego Hugh could have stolen that other small mid creep as well and then denied the level 3 from Zanzara, but he managed just to steal it. Now, this is the problem. Hoon TP's top, and they don't lose the 3-stack wave, whereas Zanzara loses a bunch of camps because Osman could move into the jungle with the help of Hoon, so Hoon is the MVP here.
Okay.
And you had to have Renekton up topside just laning and getting XP for himself. He doesn't even get a plating.
So more than just the fact that there's no dive in bot side, you're right. CS equalizes just a little bit as well. He backs off, and look, we're doing it again. Swapping lanes, Kira and Puxtia going top.
Zanzara going to be able to get this top side. Now they are winning top side. They get the push in bot now. They've got to match. Look at watch Smolder. What we're going to see is probably potential push out here with the AoE. The problem is Brom and Smolder do not have that much push. I wonder if we'll see a few points in W from Funky to potentially match that push. I think that could be a good adaptation, but now they're resetting. They're going to match the Xayah Rakan. But Xayah Rakan will be ahead in the push because of all the AoE and then being there already so they can crash that and reset down bot side again.
I mean, this is why we talked about Xayah being like this hidden OP, I think, in the lane swap right now, because the wave clear is massive. And remember, Rakan gets enhanced attack speed in the duo too. They're holding the wave, though. I mean, another adjustment, another adaptation.
Yeah, so not actually going to commit to the hard crash. They're not going to go for the swap. Instead, they're going to stay up top side and potentially be there for the grub spawn.
Right.
They want to be on the side that the neutral is spawning and maintain control. Now, do they contest EINS or do they go for a bot side play? Zanzara is low. He's level 3 down 4.
Little steal as well. Actually got both little wolves there from the look of it as well. Osman still holding the advantage in the CS. Starting to build up, as you can see. No camps left up in this top side, and as Pikesadia hovers as well, Osman's still just threatening as Zanzara plays defensive.
Zanzara just has to maintain a defender dive.
Yep.
Funky. Get some small trades, but this is full control. Zanzara really needs to go bot side and farm his raids and potentially get some XP. He's so far behind. This early game has been immaculate from Besiktas, showcasing why we call them so adaptable from playing early game skirmishing compositions that transition to mid game, playing full scaling, or just lane swaps. They can do anything.
They really can. I'm just watching that Psalm positioning for the time being. See if Hoon starts swapping yet again. Teleport, by the way, going to be burned by both mid laners. They're out of the picture for the time being as Wave is still quite built up. Osman's still hovering around topside. As you said, now the Grub spawn is here. They're going to start it off. Kerry in a great spot with the Wave now pushing in that they can prioritize. And this is another adaptation we've seen in EMEA Masters where it's all about that Grub timing that eventually leads to 6 Grubs with the priority 2v2 that can always shift gears up here.
Absolutely. You always swap for these Grub spawns. You know when they spawn because you take them yourself or you see the enemy has taken them. But now we get the cross map. Pings are down. They don't know where Zanzara is. They think he's on the Wraith camp. So Dragon for Grub, not the worst trade in the world when you're behind for EINS. However, there are no cross-map enemy camps down bot side to take. So, going to be behind an XP and CS.
And you can't really find much in mid, or can you? I mean, that's the next big question, right? Can you find anything through alternative lanes? Level 6 Akali with flash available, definitely a no. As we know, Akali can also buy time.
Bot lane, going to swap down to bot side again. Maybe with a plan to potentially look for a swap onto the Dragon.
Okay.
Mid lane might find a little bit of trade and engage here, but Zanzara, about 10 years later, going to complete out this Dragon, and the Renekton is going to swap back top. He does not want to be in a situation where he's 1 versus 2.
Hoon cancelled his back, by the way. His second time, actually. So he's going to be a little slower to top. The next question is, like, does top tempo matter as well for catching waves? Because it gets shoved in top. Bot has been able to back and match. Vertigo's going to be there first. Hoon doesn't have ult to, I guess, speed things up either.
I think that was slightly winning for Spandau. They denied Sion a wave crash up top side, but they're going to be there in time with the Smolder to catch, and they're not going to be punished. Resources going up top side for Besiktas as well, so there's no dive angle, and Zanzara would cover it anyway, so a slight recovery. They're keeping up with the tempo swaps.
I'm just looking at gold as well. I know naturally Vertigo is going to be ahead, but this Renekton, definitely that extra wave ahead as you just highlighted too. Pikesadia going in deep, but not going to be punished right now as there's nothing here from the Iron Track 3 that they can do to follow up. I mean, through this early game, things still seem quite stable as Pikesadia just can't get caught out. That's the biggest deal. Curry walks on in just in case, now with feathers up and available at level 6. In case things get messy. So again, Zanzara just hovering around as an all-in comes through. Brom is up as well. They commit, but Zanzara is here to punish. There's a flash on in. Curry is going to be exhausted. He gets stunned up, and with Brom and Sejuani, how oppressive is that? Double summoner now down. They turn for the trade around, but 4 summoners burnt for the gank now means they're a bit more vulnerable.
And what are they going to get on the other side, Besiktas? They could look for a potential play onto the blue buff invade. I wonder if they went on Pikesadia. Maybe they could have changed these because Pikesadia had used his WA already to get away. But they don't go onto him. They go onto Curie. Value getting those summoners out of him. Now look at those invades. Pings coming down. They want to defend this cross map. Osman might be isolated here.
As you said, I mean, Osman is going to run away with his life at the time being with Vertigo, with Dominus almost up and available. Look at that timer. 3 seconds till his ulti, and he can take a 1v2 here. Jumps on in. Osman looking for a way out. Heartbreaker might have to come up next as he flashes out. The Sion ulti as well disrupts 2 ultis, but Power of Evil here gets the flash out of Hoon too. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, what's happening? Miru made the roam, gets first blood, and now finally on the board, first time in a game, is Besiktas as this Akali comes in clutch.
Funky's going to get dove here.
It's a good flash though. Pikesadia auto attacks. He might die on the way out, but never mind. There's no trade, and Miru will
execute.
But it's an execute, you're right. So, worthwhile trade. Miru changing the game state massively.
Collapse onto Osman doesn't work out, and the counterplay does. Wait a second, Pikesadia falls. So that wait. It's
an execute as Heartbreaker comes in. This bottom lane, just when they're set up by Miru, at least the wave's crashing, but what are they doing?
An absolute disaster comes out there. An engage onto Funky, who's out of mana. Maybe thinks he's safer than he is. Had a cookie to pop, but the play comes in. Miru, I feel like this was the first positive, proactive play we've seen this entire series.
Yeah.
And it comes on the back of Miru, and we've seen him come out later on in series and do well. The dive comes through, and you think it's going well, but then what happens after that?
I guess we're going to watch, aren't we? Because the wave's pushing in.
And this looks clean as anything. You can just take aggro, dip if you want to. Spikes to your okay, so Mirror falls. Right, no damage goes onto him. He gets executed, that's fine. But then do they stay? Oh, is that minion out of range?
No.
No, there's just...
That was just int. Yeah, we're not going to show the other one.
Yeah.
We're going to show Kara Power Reveal. Great ulti, though. Ulti from Zanzara, a little bit of a whiff. Mirror gets out.
I think an interesting turn of events of this series. Regardless, Zanzara whiffing the ultimate. Now, 1 versus 2 situation for Vertigo, not ideal, but he's tanky enough by this point that he can play.
He's massively ahead, I mean. He's, well, not massively, but after dying before, thanks to Osman coming in topside and absolutely using his power from the early game to slam him down.
Absolutely. In the context of lane swaps, the biggest weakness is that you can be dove early, but he's at a point where he can't be dove. But
nice play so far. Arctic Salty flashes the Power of Evil on the trigger. That reaction time was nuts.
Q. Zanzara, 17-second cooldown.
Shuriken's looking to use Plexity is in there as well. Good side step, but not good enough. Miru is ahead. For the first time in this series, you said it, and I'm going to say more. This guy is super relevant.
He's trying to bring back the series, trying to claw it back, and I feels like this is a different player. I don't understand, because he will lock in Acel, he'll go 0-20, but then he will lock in Akali and 1 versus 9, make the only positive plays on the team, and try to bring it back himself.
Yep. As we've seen, you know, getting a lot of the draft priority. A lot of games we've seen, like the Silas has been great. You know, last game, or sorry, the game number 1, it wasn't that good in the series, but it was a result of what was happening bot and happening to Osman. But you go in with a funky draft, no pun intended, and the TCL are back on top. 3k gold lead here in the early game. Funky in threat of getting dove, low mana bar again, no summoners available, and Pike's Deer is here.
But the problem is, you've lane swapped to give Smolder a free lane. He doesn't have flash though, this could be dangerous.
Good sidestep though, but he's not going to get out of this one. Here's a decimating smash, he's going to get knocked in the air and full damage amplification. It comes down to Hoon, he runs for his life, but Osman's in. He just want to give the kill to a jungler, but he has no choice. Second kill for the Viego. And a misstep, a mistake. It's being punished again.
A nice adaptation coming in, abusing the early Smolder rotation by lane swapping into it. Without the wave clear, it's kind of weak in this sense.
Yeah.
But now look topside, what can you get on the other side of the map? You're winning bot side, finding picks, you're getting plates onto the Xayah who has so much wave clear, and that's all because you're investing so many resources into mid here, which doesn't amount to anything. So, massive gold lead, 21.4k to 7. This is a huge lead.
It's massive. It's huge because they also got 6 grubs. They've denied dragon stacking as well. Like, you know, this bottom lane in a good spot. Mid is massively ahead. Where for the first time, Power of Evil is not just smashing the laning phase. That roam down bot from Miru. I mean, again, smartest play we've seen so far from Besiktas.
Now, the scaling still is there. They still have the front-to-back Smolder win condition.
Okay, so it still exists.
But the mid-game spiking, the early to mid-game transition, the one-shot ability, and the chain CC with the resets from the Viego is so high, and they're coming into it accelerated. So it's going to be incredibly potent once they start playing these dragons.
Okay, so we're just watching to see how Besiktas elevate their tempo again with things like the Akali, and again, the Viego. One shot leads into reset, leads into fight 1.
Ooh, look at bot side. They're going to collapse on Vertigo here. Is he strong enough? He does have the Sundered Sky, but that is a lot of CC.
It is no first item from Kaori. Level 8 versus level 10. He's going to TP out. He might get caught out. He's going to be lensed out and eventually bombed out. He runs on in. He gets charmed up, and there's the CC. Dominus hasn't been popped just yet. He's waiting. He's got a full Fury bar. Looks like he doesn't want to pop the ulti until about now. He goes into brush, hides it out. Pixadia gets no CC, no stun either. Kaori just over the wall. He's trying to burn it down. He gets some burst damage. Vertigo again, getting healing from the Sundered Sky was huge. And he's played this really patiently as he runs on into Pike's Deer. He again gets Sundered Sky, but no kill comes through. Stun is finally there, and Kaori gets the kill. It took a while, but it ain't without its merits.
They play it slow, and it doesn't matter. There's no counterplay. Zanzara's trying to fish on for something with the time that Vertigo bought, but there just isn't anything there. Maybe they can move up topside, try and find something, but nice slow play coming from Besiktas. Kaori once again finding the play. Just kiting Vertigo on this Renekton. So good. Xayah is so good as Renekton because you have limited dashes, and if worse comes to worse, you can just press R. He's dashing into feathers.
Look at the early game adaptation we just talked about. 6k gold lead now. And this lane swap that's just thrown Eintracht into outer space. Like, it's, again, the adaptation that we talked about for this team. It was same against BDS. It looked like a stomp. It looked like BDS were going to 3-0. We all thought it. And then draft adaptation came through again. Now, Eintracht are trying to make a play on the top side of the map. And while we are talking about how good Besiktas are, it's again how they can continue snowballing this game. Around Herald seems to be the next play. TP is burnt to make this a possibility.
TP is burnt, and it's really, really good to commit the numbers here because there's no cross-map potential. Renekton still has to push out the waves. And by the time he gets to that tower, maybe someone can shift down. It does look like there's potential to get that objective bounty, but now there's dive threat topside, right? So Power of Evil has to back off.
Herald goes down. And push for topside as well. Seems to be following through really easy.
I think there was a TP flank ward up in the top lane, but that's not going to be used. No TP for Renekton. It has to be commit to the cross map onto this tower. But more gold onto his Renekton isn't going to do much. You cannot deal with Desire with this champion. So, whilst this feels good.
Objective bounties at this point in the game. It's crazy as to how this is just snapped back. I also want to note, while the objective bounty's there, it's because the individual leads are so far behind. Kara's coming down to benefit off of Vertigo as well. Gets a bit of healing once again off the Thunder Sky, but we're just rinse and repeating. Dominant's going to come through. The root out, decimating smash. Easy as that. Vertigo can't do anything.
The long chase just comes in, and in that time, someone can come collapse. That's happened 2 times in a row now. Every time they try to make a play, the defense on the cross map is there. And I think Pyxdia might look for Smolder here. Smolder does have both Storms Funky.
Walks it out. Lurp is by his side as well. Pyxdia is still fishing for an angle, but for now, not going to get anything. There's 1,100 gold lead off the plates. Pyxdia runs back in. The carry won't step up to this prom.
No plates for Smolder. 5 plates in isolation for Desire. So really, really huge difference here. And that's why there's so much skirmishing potential the mid to side from the Desire Rakan. We've seen it over and over again.
Okay.
But the Smolder only on 1 item trying to catch up.
True. I mean, look again for Eintracht. We said there was no adaptation to a draft, but it was all up to Besiktas what they could draft. And I mean, this R5 Scion, bro, it's the most interesting thing I've seen all day from them.
And what was the problem in game 1 and 2? It was a 2v2 down bot side. So what do? We just leave. We don't care. We don't have Jinx. We don't have Aphelios. We don't have these traditionally amazing side or like traditional lane swap champions. But we're going to do it anyway. We do not want the lane 2 versus 2 because we're getting absolutely bodied. And that's how they navigate this game 3. And 5k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic. Mirror with the roam down. I mean, on something that, again, that can snowball out of control. Like the Aurelion Soul got bodied last game. I think as well, the Viego's starting to pop off merit as when you're snowballing early, Viego is so great. When you hit level 6, you just follow through.
Yep.
You follow with it.
This is such a different look from game 1. Despite similar drafts, it's such a different look. And it's exactly what they wanted coming into this game. Counterpick into the Azir. Could this be, I think, the second loss of Power of Evil's Azir?
It is, because he won already in game number 1 with it. And in EMEA Masters this split, he was 7-1. So 8-1 right now. It's just crazy. So we might have a series on our hands. The early game looking good. They transition to mid game. We see Akali moving to 2 items. We've got Osman, who's following suit, going to do the same. Look at Kaori as well. While Essence Reaver's only just been completed on the other side, he's close to finishing, or at least getting towards the second item.
1.5 items and boots. That's such a significant gold lead. But the good news for Eintracht is, this is still a relatively slow dragon stack. At this point in the game, you could be forcing Soul Point. So that gives them a bit more time to work with. Power of Evil can scale up, so can the Smolder. I think look for a cross map onto top tier 1 here if they want to, because this dragon's definitely going with Besiktas by now. But look at bot lane. Vertigo might get dove again. He has got the wave clear.
He's just been the pure target, hasn't he? Pyxdia, knock-up is there. Hoon is happy to tank it. Demolish helps out. And the tower's just going to be kaput. Kaori makes that a reality. 3 members down bot. They're pushing. There's going to be a response topside from Eintracht, but Funky has now backed to help clear the wave while an objective bounty goes down.
Yeah, this Scion with the double demolish proving so problematic.
True.
And I think might be an adaptive ban now.
Oh,
hey,
okay.
Osman!
He's like, I can drift that corner. I think Osman was thinking about getting the push in and then definitely thought otherwise as his team backed away.
So, tier 2 gone. Massive injection of gold once again. And now ping's down to tier 1. Power of Evil going to go for it. Is there a dive?
Yeah, we need to look at mid turret. He is going to come through. Mum comes through as well. Hoon's tanking up on this turret that is so close to dying. They commit. Mirror even TP's in as well. Pyxdia at the front line. Zanzara gets a permafrost, and with a slow sneeze, Funky tries to pop off some damage. A little bit onto Kaori. They don't get too much more, and they get close to punishing, but you can see Power of Evil had to burn his flash, but didn't actually ulti.
TP down for Miru. all 5 in mid. This is the first time EINS have had tempo to do something. They have pushed in mid. Here comes the flank.
The pings were coming down. Mira's going to buy some time. There's the Azir wall off of Pixadia and a defensive one from as well. PoE may have saved the players. The TP finally from Hoon, but Vertigo going to spot him out. Mira's exhausted and slowed down at that. Hoon has the ulti and flash. It's all going wrong. Turkey had it in the palm of your hand with a 6k gold lead and an early game sent from the heavens, but with some good map movement. Eintracht once again reminds you they will not be stopped. They will not be overlooked. Another objective bounty. This is hell in a handbasket.
Eintracht with the counterplay with the first move in mid lane, using it to push mid. Besiktas tried to play it with a flank, but take a look at this. Pixadia gets interrupted on his W with the Power of Evil wall. He can't connect and gets bursted out by the Renekton W. Now Sion is way too far away and he just has to run through 5 people. Hoon gets chain CC. There's too much CC between the Sejuani, the Renekton, the Braum. He can't just get away and there's nothing Mira can do.
Bro, Power of Evil on Azir, another reason to remind you, like, this game is not done. Besiktas still have a gold lead, but with that fight and objective bounty, look at the top of your screen. 4.5k gold lead now is what they've got. They're up about 6. Some gold back in the pockets, and the reason I'm looking at Eintracht a little bit more seriously now, folks at home, is because of what Aragon said. The scaling is there once again. They've got hyper carries in the Smolder. Power of Evil on his Azir. Let's just build a Banshee's Veil, probably so that that guy can go in and nuke once more. And we know how they play their comps, front to back, with Funky and Power of Evil dishing out the damage. They've once again drafted a similar composition. And Besiktas have to be careful with their stand. Aragon, I think I'm right in saying they need to continue accelerating and not get caught with their pants down.
Yeah, absolutely. Their damage profile does not scale. They have single target burst for resets. If you cannot single target burst, the game is over. So with the tankiness of dashing into a Braum with a CC, as well as Sejuani with a CC, if you cannot kill immediately, you'll get chain CC'd and you will die. So immediate plays have to be made. Dragon up in 1 minute 50. They can play around that too.
I'm just looking on the side of my screen. Lilith and Power of Evil not going to be caught out. Mid turret does go down in the end, so at least Besiktas getting a response through mid. They walk up towards Baron. Pings are going down. His vision is quite scrawny at the moment. Eintracht not having too much to play with outside of that control ward in the entry brush that goes into their blue buff. Pings are still going down, but for now, Besiktas just going to reset. Set up for this Dragon, as you mentioned, in a minute 30's time. And let's not forget, they've got 2 items on Azir. They're going to have 2 items on Mira as it looks to back away and pick that up now. Sundered Sky and Osmond just picked up as well. They are still very strong at this point in the game, as we're still sitting firmly in mid-game before this Smolder. I was going to say, before he has 225 stack. Well, he's about to get that. But before he has 3 items, alongside Power of Evil as well.
1 or 2 waves, and this Smolder's going to have 225 stacks. Some nice TP wards, though, for Akali. Should Miro choose to use them. Potential flank angles there.
Spotted. Oh, he's going to die again, isn't he?
But it looks like the CC's going to be there. Maybe maybe you can kite upwards.
He just ultis in melee range. Slice and dice, though, hitches the edge of the hitbox, excuse me, to flash away. He gets out, but no flash to jump on the back line.
Yeah, just a flash straight for absolutely nothing, and that's so crucial because Renekton Flash W is incredibly important for layering CC when Xayah wants to ult.
Yep.
Now, he can't play frontline as well, and that front to back is going to be weak for the side of EINS. Dragon coming up now, and they need to get mid prior because they need Sejuani and Braum to face check.
Funky's got it, by the way. Just picked it up on that wave. TP going to come through. Still going to commit. Third Dragon here for Besiktas to force the issue in another 5 minutes from then as well. Pixadia zones out, spots them out as a small soft contest, it feels like, with just this support to zone them away while the rest of the units move in after a small reset.
Look at Miro on the flank. He could go for the long run around the Dragon pit. There is a pink ward in that bush that will spot him out, but that could break the front to back here. EINS.
Power of Evil, he's the one I'm looking at as well. He continues to free fire away. Also, if this Smolder can survive, as you said, Miro playing the patient game. But they move back to mid-wave. Dragon just left for the time being. Hoon and Carry split up. Pixadia there as well.
Slowly and slowly, Miro is edging his way towards the fight. What's important is the one-shot ability. You can see EINS grouped as 5, cautious. Vertigo going to find Miro. This collapse could be big, but it looks like he gets away. Importantly, though, he has found Power of Evil can long chase.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Vertigo still chasing after him. Power of Evil, as you said, is going to be huge. Miro was the flank. This was everything for Besiktas in this fight and what could be the series. I mean, it's big, but as he jumps on in, it's a bait, it's a ruse. Miro's also bought time, he's got TP. And look what's happening on the top side of the map.
They're going to Dragon. They have a lot of damage. Kaori has 2.5 items here, but it doesn't look like they have time to pull the trigger. So it's going to continue being a Dragon fight. Miru has bot push with TP.
But they can't go on Zanzara. They committed Pikes here, committing the engage. Lilith with a defensive engage as well. Hoon jumps into a tank. Besiktas use everything on Zanzara. Mum flies through, but at least the reset for Osman as Funky flies through the wall this time without any bugs. Vertigo is chased on the side, but look at the health bars blinking, and they'll miss it as Miru gets out. He's burning on the backside. Pikes here finds Funky in the front line. He flashes away. Besiktas still finding a fight. Osman resetting is huge as Power of Evil, the next target, jumps on in. He too is dead. And Besiktas make it a long one, but they make it a good one for their game state and their finals chance.
And now they're going to move over to the Baron. It's going to be a 3-1, 4-for-1 trade off of the back of resets onto the Sejuani, onto Zanzara. What mattered there was the instant burst and the chain CC onto the Sejuani. After this, they can move over to the potential Dragon. This isn't fast, though. They do not have Zarya. Can Zanzara make it in time? Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Power of Evil doesn't have TP. Funky's not it either, so at 5k, Baron will drop down ever so slowly but securely. And Besiktas hold on. They hold on in what was a devastating start to this grand final, but nevertheless, they make this long fight work.
Zanzara isn't tanking enough. He dodges out on the initial CC, but then the roots come through. Lilith blocks a bunch of feathers, but then the CC. Watch the knock up onto Zanzara. Watch the chain CC. Watch the heart steal from Viego into trying to get that, but then Vertigo's on the flank trying to get there. He dashes forward. He's out of dashes now. He is stuck. He gets chain CC, dodges the knockup, but Miru doesn't fall. Now the play continues, and Funky just too low. Watch Osman with the resets.
Bro, Osman again, one of the players to watch for a reason, playing that fight so insanely well. But also Besiktas playing on the edge. Wait, we come back to live. This is why sometimes replays hurt the soul. As Dragon wasn't taken, Baron took that long, Aragon, that it ends up being a pick. It's Miru who goes down. We're going to have to wait for a replay that one as well. Soul point going to be denied. Just as we're talking about Besiktas, this is also a huge state of play.
They're not going to contest. They're too scared to play without the threat of potential flanks that they have with Miru. Miru's actually dead, so in that replay, he was caught and died. Having to give it up. Let's go into this replay again. Maybe we'll see exactly what happened. Vertigo finds him in the bot side. He pulls him up with the E.
He jumps back in.
Yeah. Vertigo kidnaps Akali with the attach.
Well said.
And then the front to back is just there through the choke.
No.
No.
Ulti predicts as well. Slows down for Hoon. An auto. Catch Pikes there. There's an execute there. Mum will fly through. He's lucky to be out for now.
Wow.
I'm really worried that Besiktas don't have this game in the bag.
Chain CC here. It scales so well. Since they made Azir Soldiers proc on hits, he works so well with the Braum since it procs passive with the Soldiers now. And you can see it almost caught up Pike's Deer there, but they still have Nash. Can they take this tier 2 in the mid and top turret?
I mean, Osman split pushing. You look at the map state, no one here to match it. For the time being, Carry gets pushed mid as well. So inner turret's still going to go down. It's still a 7k gold lead.
I'm worried.
But Soul is denied. And again, let's remind our audience at home, because I think a lot of people will look at this and be like, oh, Caster's talking about like an 8k gold lead, and they're worried that Besiktas aren't going to win. You can tell me why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really worried. Look at the stacks that Funky has. It's only going to get worse and worse and worse. Right now, you want to be getting every single dragon of your Besiktas.
They're running up the turret. That's egregious. Osman jumping in, has the Heartbreaker out. Why were they running up the turret? Feathers are going to fly. Vertigo gets rooted in place. So does Lilith, but they walked up to that. And again, as you said, chain CC that comes through and under friendly objectives for Iron Track make it easy to see how an engage could work.
Besiktas are being stalled. They don't get the dragon because of a pick onto Miru. Now they don't get mid turret because of the wave clear from Funky. And top lane is going to be pushed, but that will be matched pretty easily. The problem is, at this point in the game, you really want to be stacking dragons, Besiktas, because this is where you're spiking.
Yep.
And they're losing them and buying time for EINS. Now they have to wait 3 minutes for the next dragon, Soul Point, and then another 5 for Soul.
Is it worth me saying, you know, the short range of Besiktas also comes into account when
Absolutely.
they start sieging and stuff as well?
How can you dash into Funky? Funky wants that. So does the Azir. These champions traditionally get countered by outrange, and they're not outranged. They're playing into a bunch of melees and champs that come into them. There are 5 short-range champions there.
It's meant to be
this is what they want.
Game. This is meant to be, you know, the hero story of another reverse sweep like it was in the semi-finals. We're meant to start believing at this point. 8k gold lead, that's not dismiss. But let's be realistic. 2 minutes 30 till the next dragon. It lines up with the Baron timer as well. The siege enabled them to get top inner turret, and only inner mid is what remains. But Funky now at 317 stacks. Remember, extra like 2.5% of execution threshold added every 100 stacks as well.
I think Spandau, they could legitimately just cross-map tier 2 for this third dragon and make sure they win on fourth Drake. I think that'd be a great play. Power of Evil on this Azir will take tower top so quickly, and there'll be a huge injection of gold towards his death cap as well. Ping's coming down onto the Kali. I don't think they have the damage and the potential to pick him. They might go for it.
Now spotted out on the ward as they make that rotation. You see pings are coming down. They're trying to get a counter player or at least move up and beat in the way. Pike's setting up an engage. That's onto Lilip, but no one else nearby to make that play a reality. As Ember as well, if anything happens on the top side, both those top laners have TPs available to join in if it becomes a 5v5.
The wave clear's too good. If they don't get caught in the jungle, there's just no real way of finding Funky or picking off anyone because they're so tanky as well. So just a stalemate coming in from Besiktas now.
As you said, look at the wave clear. I mean, this is why.
He's just holding Qs and he's stacking up.
Even Nerf Smolder still has mega scaling. Yeah. And it's oppressive. It's really annoying. He's also picked up rapid fire cannon, by the way, so we talk about that range. That's amplified with that last item choice as well. And he just picked up Caulfield's Warhammer, getting towards his fourth. Now, fourth here for Kaori too. So level 16 on the Xayah with a bit of an item advantage is worth noting if, again, there is that pick and there is that fight in front of Dragon that for some reason Eintracht want to take.
Item advantage is incredibly important here.
Yep.
But looking at this Dragon now, what can break Eintracht's front-to-back composition? And that is flanks. Eyes on Miru. He could be the one with a TP flank position that might break the team fight and pick and set up Viego for these resets. That's what you have to keep your eyes on to get onto Funky and onto Power of Evil.
It's a big task for a player that has suffered through this tournament, but also excelled. He has been up and down on picks like Aurelion Sol, Akali, Silas, Dragon up in 20 seconds.
TP flank wards down next to the Wraiths. This might be important as they consider walking through mid lane. Miru not going to take advantage of them. It's going to be a Gambit. Is it going to be Dragon or potential Baron control from Spandau?
As you said, the trade-off. They don't need to take third Dragon. They've already stalled the game enough. They're still 8k gold down, but gold starts to matter less and less as waves just look to be cleared here. And the decision for Eintracht Spandau comes through, but Dragon's already taken off spawn. Carry picks it up before anything can start off, and now for the Baron, it can be evenly matched.
Coming from one direction here, they can just back off into the top river. They have first move into the river. No minions to threaten a push in mid for Besiktas.
They don't have their jungle here. Vertigo's walking in. Zanzara sends out an ulti on a core target. In carry, he cleanses the way. Mum flies through, but it's not the best as Hoon's ulti goes the wrong way. Eintracht have forced out so many big ultis, and they've poked them down as they continue to do. Look at Funky. All he has to do is press Q, and the fight looks horrible. You wouldn't think there's such a gold advantage for Besiktas on this red side.
The rapid fire cannon Qs from Smolder are too much. The poker's coming through. No cleanse for Kaori here. If there's a turn, flash stun from Vertigo.
Hoon is face checking. Oh no, he watched the series yesterday, but he's a sign as TP comes through. It's Miru. 5v5 is going to brew up as Osman looks for that first reset. As you said, and Miru got the Zonyas on the reset. He wants to be getting in, getting the pick, setting up for Viego. He thinks he can now with 3 items as the wave gets cleared again.
Posturing in the Baron. Any chunk here could transition immediately into a Baron start.
It's a tournament life for this Baron, isn't it? Is it going to be flipped?
Yeah, the flank position up from Miro here. They can come out from multiple angles and break the front to back.
You're right, Puxadia sets it up. Lilith with a defensive ulti. Power of Evil might be the target here as again the poke comes through. Miro, you said, is on an angle, but it's not enough. Hoon is now the target, but he ults on in. Power of Evil's ulti again. Disengages though. Lilith Funky back out, but Miro's done it. He's done it. He got in the back. He got a reset. The root comes out as well. Besiktas are alive. Turkey thrives. And now Eintracht Spandau are waiting up to die with a full clean ace. The powerhouse fight, the angles. Besiktas again will not say goodnight.
Besiktas break the formula that Eintracht have been running, using the flanks. Miru carrying the entire game in the early game with the ganks down bot side, in every single skirmish, and with the flanks there at the Baron fight.
Well, it's not going to be a 3-0, and once again, we cannot doubt Besiktas. Vertigo's left for good reason. They're going to reset as this series, this grand final, lives on.
Lane swapping away to avoid the 2 versus 2 because they have been struggling with it so damn much in the series.
Right.
That was the missing ingredient. And this is exactly what we're saying, so adaptable in a series. It's the beginning of a reverse sweep, and you know they're saying it too.
And I mean, that game was running away from them too. You know, that last fight felt like the last fight of the game. You know, Dragon was already taken. There's a 5-minute timer again. on the Smolder. It felt really rough watching a game that, again, is so hard to describe for some people out there when you see an 8K gold advantage, but you're also seeing such range that they can't be dealing with.
I mean, it's just props to Miru. He was the one to find the angles. He was the one to find the clutch plays. This player, you think he's not doing so great, but then he just pulls out the best performance that you see in the entire series. So massive props.
I mean, again, on this Akali too, it feels like when we've seen Israeli and Soul get walked over, when we've seen the Silas not connect with the rest of the composition due to the early game, this lane swap became the answer. The Mirror of Rome also set up for the answer. As you said, really felt like he won the early game and the whole game as well. Props to Osman too on this Viego. It was a dangerous pick, but a dangerous draft with a good adaptation. Once again, Besiktas have adapted.
It's happening.
It's happening again.
I can smell it in the air. It's happening. It can be a reverse. Do you believe? Aesthetics.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a big analysis. Eragon, do you believe?
3-2 Besiktas incoming.
We did say that. But
I said that last show. I said, I'm done underestimating them. I won't count them out until the reverse sweep happens.
I mean, the lawyer has spoken, so it must be true. I don't know, Desk, what do you think about this one? The adaptation at the beginning of the game was beautiful, if I might say.
Oh, it was absolutely masterful. Before we jump into the game, however, we do have a little bit of the draft. I don't want to see this little salamander again from the side of Funky. I feel like everything under the sun is open. I've seen this guy on every 80 carry. He's shining bright like a diamond. However, this time around, the support pool was so hard to pick from that you ended up going with a little bit of more of an idle support, if you will. And it felt like it worked really well in game number 2 because Lilip was more for an aggro champ and you could take that 2v2. However, this time around, it just didn't work the same.
And, you know, and credit to Eintracht for coming back into a game. And for once, we kind of saw the Smolder comp play out like a Smolder comp is supposed to, which is not, you know, win early game. It was scale hyper late, get your stacks, contest those late game fights. And that's all well and good, but I do think the early pressure and stuff from Besiktas was so much better executed. The Viego, the Akali, excellent stuff.
I freaking love the fact that you take Sion level 1 straight into an invade, take the entire bulk quadrant of Zanzara's jungle. It's a 1v2, and all the lanes have to respond to the responding lanes. Renekton had to TP top to catch the wave, so now you're suddenly playing 1 versus 2 into your own jungle. You lose in the fight. And this is what got Osman ahead. Now, whilst Osman on your minimap is topside, Miru is suddenly active on the map, who's been winning that 1 versus 1 into Power of Evil and also getting his bot lane ahead.
And Miru finally gets a counterpick that managed the Azir. We do know that Akali can work into the Azir, but you have to play it so aggressive. You have to get his health bar low. You have to be threatening him with kill threat. That's how you get control over the wave, particularly post 6. And Miru did a really good job in enabling a shove early to get that invade. He gets the shove again, gets this roam down here, gets the kill. And this was Besiktas looking the most coordinated they have all series. They have been so isolated. Of course, it still wasn't flawless. It was still a Besiktas game, and we saw a little bit of messiness, and Eintracht certainly got to come and play still. And moments like this got interesting, shall we say.
Yeah, in the mid game, I feel like they got so miscoordinated, and I feel like I was just sitting there and I was just pull the trigger, pull the trigger. You've got all the dive components in your champions. You have a Viego that's 5,000 gold up on the Sejuani. Use the extra items in your inventory. And it had to come down to these very scrappy fights back and forth, where Kaori was trying to find the angles. Then the Smolder was there with a bunch of stacks chunking him down. And I'm like, just dive the damn Smolder. And I feel like it was only the ending fight that they managed to pull that. And it was scary. The casters were saying it as well. They're like, it's the only time that we see a team 8,000 gold up, and we're scared they'll actually lose.
And this is that fight here, because actually Eintracht pull off, and it's Miru, once again, who finds the critical flank, because it's looking really ugly at the start of this. Smolder has chunked out the Xayah. It's at this moment, Vertigo's handling the Akali, but she finds this moment to finally take care of Funky, who thought he'd flown out to safety. And with the death of the Smolder, the fight's become a lot more doable for Besiktas. But the fact it took that much and that good a flank from Miru, who was already being tracked by a Renekton, he has to get past that body blocker at the top of it all, it's really hard.
I just want to point out that this damage you see right behind Ashram, 32k from Smolder, 27k. This is some damage diff numbers. Thank you, production, for putting it full screen. This is some damage diff numbers. I feel like if the game had stalled out, if by any chance more dragons were taken, a Baron was taken away from EINS and they were able to stall, oh boy, this would look completely different.
Look at the goal graph there. Look how level it is at that kind of 5K to 6K mark. For how long? And yes, the graph is quite compressed because it's a lot of gold in there, but that is a very long time to get 2,000 extra gold. And a lot of that is off the fact that Eintracht did manage to scale in this game and they did manage to play out the comp somewhat well. There is still things like the Braum and the Sejuani, which meant the divers had to find good angles. And Besiktas, understandably, were a bit nervous. They are 0-2 down.
Yeah.
So I was just getting information, quite important, doing a backflip on what you said. The fact that they were ahead for so long on that such amount of gold and did nothing, I think it backtracks to the fact like we're kind of scared. We're 0-2. We're used to this, but a little slip and we might be gone. But you're giving time to the smaller. I don't think this is the stage where you can just be comfortable with, yeah, eventually we'll get there. Eventually we'll get there. By the way, giving information to both of you, Spandau went to the blue side. So same position right now for the same draft. Interesting. Do we get like a series? Are we going for the silver scrapes? Because Besiktas woke up.
Yeah, I want to bring people back to spring of last year. And we got to the finals. And it was Unicorns of Love Sex Edition versus the Istanbul Wildcats. And Unicorns got 2-0 up. Funky on that team, looking really good. Do you know how that series ended?
I do. But please tell everyone.
It was a reverse sweep in the favor of the Wildcats. Funky 2-0 up, Prime League 2-0 up, getting reverse swept in a finals with EMEA Masters 2 springs in a row. Again, it's a little soon to say that is going to happen, but Besiktas have been through a lot of long series. They have reverse swept already this tournament. It happened last year. If any of these players know their history, and Funky lived that history, it gets spicy.
And that is the Turkey way. At least this year, they're like, okay, we can lose 2 games. We still have 3 to win.
I was not convinced by the game that I just watched. I was not convinced by the game that I just watched. I feel like it was great to use the Sion technique. Sion does not need to be on his wave. Level 1, he can help inside the jungle, TP back top, don't lose anything. Still fine into the Renekton matchup. However, that was Osman with a very pinched champion pool through the draft. Didn't have many options left. His Maokai and his Zinzao are continuously getting banned out from EINS. That have been his 2 most successful champions so far. And I feel like his Viego being so far ahead throughout the entire game, just 10k gold damage, is just not enough for me. Not making the plays on the map when you're that far ahead is just not enough for me. I know this guy can do it. I know he's capable of. They're giving him the resources. I need more. That was a great start, but I need more, and I need to be convincingly.
They still get 1 game to recover from what happened. 2 games for Spandau, 1 for Besiktas. Let's see who takes the next one. It could be for the winners, or it could be for Silver Scrape. I don't know, but I'll see you soon after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Well, Eintracht is still a match point, but Besiktas have shown us again their draft diversity we talked about. It was great. Again, a game 3 and a completely different draft. We're in very, very quickly. Eintracht on blue, Besiktas on red. They've chosen this in terms of Prime League.
2 adaptations they need to make. Get rid of Sion. That's gone. That's important. That's surface level. Next is they need to not blind pick a top laner that is bad at lane swaps, but it also needs to be blindable. That's why the next in priority is Zac. So they have to secure Zac away, but Jinx has already gone off the table B1.
This is interesting from Besiktas. So we talked about the fact that Smolder wasn't the problem. They've got so many blindables.
Yep.
For Eintracht, they just go back to the Jinx, which was the replacement ban of that said Smolder. So it's interesting, again, they put the priority on that. The pick of Miru going Azir seems like a takeaway that they're just going, okay, this is our adaptation.
Yep. Takeaway, deny Power of Evil, but he can whip out Orianna just fine, and they play some kind of front-to-back Orianna composition.
Right.
I don't think this is a very valuable denial, and I don't like Miru on this champion. I think he's much better on early skirmishes.
Does Syndra go well into Azir?
Syndra is also completely fine into Azir. It's very good.
Okay.
But my problem with this is now you have to take away Zac. Otherwise, now you get Zac, Jinx, you get a lane swap. You have the handshake of the Aphelios, but it's not as good as Jinx. So they play pick your poison with Smolder or Jinx, and it doesn't matter.
And now the biggest question is, are you just going to take away the Zac as well?
I think
because
absolutely.
You got the lane swap, right? We've said at the moment, Zac is probably what?
Zac
Second best.
plus Rek'Sai plus Sejuani. I think these are all viable options. You could also match mid Zac plus Orianna and pick topside here. I think since you have a bunch of potential control mages that you can lock in, it could be Talia or Orianna Shockwave duo. I think this could also be great.
Remember watching Eintracht and they were getting, was it the Jarvan being banned? What side of the bracket was it?
It was into Eintracht.
It was into them.
They ban away, Eintracht banned Jarvan, so they don't have it into the immobile control mages. But now you have an immobile Aphelios, and that has a lot of value.
It had a lot of value in their semi-finals to be banned away from them. So maybe the reverse.
This is the first. The first one we've seen from him, but I don't think it's going to be. We got baited. Nah, it's classic, isn't it? Classic Power of Evil.
Maybe just a shout out. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the other side, we don't see the Zac, though. We don't see the good top lane setup. You want to see Sejuani from Osman or what?
I think Sejuani from Osman or Xin Zhao for the front to back. I think that would be classic Osman.
Yep.
Or he takes the champion that he does well in. Poppy's a fantastic matchup into the Jarvan, so he might be going for isolated 1v1.
Okay.
And general good team fighting.
Osman, everything but Xin Zhao this series, whether it's banned away or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lee Sin?
Lee Sin. That's a new look.
With Azir, not much setup in the mid lane, so maybe playing
great
towards
point.
top.
Yeah, so absolutely fantastic point. He needs setup from support or top lane to line up his queue to be able to play in skirmish. You don't usually see this pairing. It's not that fantastic. So Nautilus going to be absolutely great with the Lee Sin. Renekton going to be fantastic as well. Those denial picks could come out. Those denial bans, rather, from EINS.
Denial bans from Besiktas. I mean, you have first pick on red side here. I'm trying to think. Support hasn't been picked so far. You want to pick support on 4, right?
Absolutely. I think there are a load of options that you could pick if you're EINS, regardless. You've got Rel, you've got Rakan. These supports are absolutely fantastic. They line up with the Lee Sin as well and are good pairings with Aphelios. So both teams kind of eyeing up the same sort of supports. Hard engage is the name of the game, and setup.
Okay, with one already taken away. So far in this series, we've seen things like the Rel consistently come out. Rumble actually taken away from Hoon. Remember, again, we've still got things like the Zac on the board, the Ornn on the board as well, that can play with this Jinx composition. And remember as well, everyone at home, it doesn't necessarily have to be a lane swap. Like, we have seen Jinx in normal lanes.
I think it could be Nort R4 into a Braum for the side of EINS. They welcome that. Pikesteel would absolutely love the Nort, even in a counter matchup, because he is such a heavy Nort player. I wouldn't be surprised to see EINS potentially pinch that too.
There you go, Braum.
There's the Braum. So they're fishing for Nort. This has to be a Nort ban. And then Pikesteel potentially goes for something like the Rel, which is then countered by Alistar. I think that's a potential draft sequence that we could be seeing.
Shame Miru's already got his
Wow.
pick. I mean, as the Renekton goes, that means that they're just going to give up the Nautilus in the end.
So Nautilus for Alistair potentially is the trade that EINS are fishing for. And then you have R5 top lane for who?
You know what's crazy about this is normally we see draft resources for Miru, like he gets counterpick in almost all drafts.
It's
This is
new.
the first
This
time.
is a good look, new look.
This is a very new look. It's funny as well because in the matchup, you know, we might see something like the Silas in most cases here for Projectus, but different angle we can talk about. The Rel comes out instead, and Cassante here for Vertigo.
So the Renekton's band is sets up for the Cassante. Rel into, they had a choice. They could go Alistair for the ball delivery with Rel, but Rel also does that. Alistair's slightly better into Nautilus, but they go for Rel anyway. Cassante blind. Now you have Aatrox, Nah. These are some of the best ones. Knowing Hoon, it could be Aatrox. Especially decent into the short range of the support, the top, and the jungler.
True.
But
The
it's up
mobile
to them.
carries Aatrox.
I think they need a front line.
Dumpsters. When we have a lot of AP damage in solo lanes.
Yeah, so I was about to say, I think they need frontline, and with the W here, it kind of works. It's not bad. I think they could have gone for Gragas as well. But they have such heavy front to back with no real dedicated tank. They have like artificial tankiness with Lee Sin mobility, as well as Gwen W. But at the very least, Hoon gets a bunch of agency potentially in the side lane, as well as these team fights. But a different look from Besiktas. No counterpick Miru. Front to back. They're playing EINS Bandos draft.
I mean, they are. They really are. And isn't it crazy again? Like, Projectus, I think, are, you know, the most versatile here. Like, even though Eintracht, we talk about how many blindables they have, we look on the other side. Projectus are one of the craziest drafting teams because you never know what they're going to pull out from game to game. Their adaptation after the first 2 games will go lane swap. Lane swap tonight with the Silent Band, Jinx B1, and then we go to a draft that looks like it could have been pulled out from Eintracht Spandau. But again, you talked about no frontline, an artificial kind of frontline here. And so what? Play towards the side lanes, just outscale in the 4-1.
You absolutely could play regular lanes here, but I think Jinx has more tower taking damage in terms of trading towers on the lane swap.
You think it's going to be a lane swap?
You could. I think it would marginally advantage Eintracht if they lane swapped up top side because they would probably get 2 plating diff. Now the problem is on bot side, I think Gwen, I don't think she manages dives very well. So I don't think it's in Besiktas' best incentive to be able to lane swap here. So they should try and match. She also doesn't help jungle clear. So I want normal lanes for Besiktas and potentially a lane swap for Eintracht.
Okay. But again, if Eintracht want lane swap, they're gonna pivot for it for sure. Cassante, another champion that, you know, you and I were talking about backstage, about how this champion's like kind of like the Ornn tier, where he can survive lane swaps again, he can withstand dives to a certain degree, and he can be a nuisance as well, as he doesn't need that many resources to scale on later and be the pivot of a tank. I mean, Eintracht's still a match point here. They are still the ones in charge. Last game got a little bit sketchy, but Besiktas held on to their gold lead. They found very innovative fights with angles from Miru. But Miru was on the Akali. He was on a playmaker. On this Azir, yes, playmaking. But you're on a control mage again, so we have to see how he gets through the lane as we go to game number 4. Can Besiktas do it? Can they make the dream a reality? Can they do what Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition did last year? That is the best name ever. And I said, maybe we shouldn't say Sexy Edition on broadcast, but here I am loving it. Well done.
5-point start for Eintracht Spandau. It looks like we're going to get a normal game. You can see that Besiktas were fishing just in case there was a potential lane swap, sending the AD carry and the support mid lane in case they had to go to another lane. But both teams content. I think Eintracht might have been happy with the lane swap, but instead, no. We're going to play the 2v2 out normally. We're going to play the 1v1 out normally in the side lanes because we have won them before.
True.
Besiktas, how can they manage this 2v2?
I mean, look, I'm also worried about just mid in isolation too. Power of Evil, through most games so far in the series, has had the better of Miru, and the trading has been really, really good. Even the Azir versus Silas game, Miru coming to the fight with a low HP bar.
Yep.
Only been that last game where he's really been able to change the pace of play. Osman is pathing up towards topside, by the way, or at least doing a 3-camp start. You can see as well Zanzara matching for the time being, so maybe all roads will eventually lead to that bottom lane where the engage actually is. And, you know, I mentioned in draft, and that's come off your lovely teachings, where Lee Sin needs a bit of setup. Where's the setup in this game? Well, it's Pike's Dia or bust.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Pike's Dia down bot side. They have no setup top. And I do think, like you said, all roads are going to lead down to bot side. Mid lane play is only really possible at 6 with that shuffle into the pushback on the Orianna, who's a mobile.
True.
And bot lane trades can get a little bit volatile at points. So if there is going to be a play, it's probably a full clear into bot side with that null setup.
Just curious as to how it comes about. Push here for Lilith and Funky, as you expect. Jinx usually hitting level 2 in pretty much every matchup at this point with a range advantage.
Ooh. Osman fishing for a level 3 gank. You can see he was trying to posturing. Ping's coming down. I think Power of Evil spotted him out. I'm not sure if there's a ward there, but now he's going to go back to clearing down the bot side. So good scouting with that ward, knowing that there could be a potential red buff into a gank.
It's double ward and Pixel Brush. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it on your minimap, but there's actually a ward in the same brush by both Eintracht and BJK. So that's what spotted him out as. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Pikesteer gets lured on in. He gets zapped as well. Lilip not getting the crash down maybe changes the fact that he'd have to burn a summoner. So re-engage comes through, waiting for the mount up to come through. 1 more second. Pikesteer flashes away. Zap! It's done! First blood! And the deed is absolutely set up. I mean, Funky with a kill. That's the start that Eintracht want.
And even if Pikesteer did not die there, you saw Zanzara. He immediately changed his path. And he was like, guys, we could dive this if they survive. Let's take a look at this dive once again. Pikesteer tries to stop the recalls, thinking he can maybe get out here. Potentially, is there a Q buffer somewhere against the wall, but he doesn't have it. He goes in. Regardless. Flashes away, and the W snipe was just there. Kaori maybe could have flashed to block it, but doesn't want to do that.
No.
And Osman, he's sitting there pretty sad.
I mean, in the 2v2, Eintracht in isolation, that's the other thing we've got to remember. Was it game 1 or game 2? Game 2, especially in isolation, the lanes of Eintracht worked out really well. Game 3 was a different story because lane swap and beneficial lanes for Besiktas, right? Not the same case. We've once again got the setup as Lilith is now built to roam here. Once again, that's what made them such a powerhouse of a duo alongside Zanzara.
The winning 2 versus 2 into being able to unlock Lilith to move around the map is their formula. The lane swap stopped that, so they adapt and ban away potential lane swap champions. Now Miru is taking the brunt of that as Lilith runs up, and you saw Zanzara trying to capitalize on that potential pop flash now. Can Osman do anything here?
What can he do? Lilith, if he overcommits, maybe. There's Gravitum, there's Dredge Line, but it's de-synergized. Lilith crashes down, and there's TP coming in. Osman has to back away, and so does Kaori and Pikesteer. It's a bit of a massacre, but they're not syncing up here.
Pikesteer needs to wait and play with Osman better than the support jungle duo as Power of Evil. He has flash.
He doesn't have level 6 available, but Osman ran into that. There's a lot of damage coming through, but manages to get himself out without having to burn his flash.
Yeah, Power of Evil maybe a little bit of an overreach, trying to make a play, dropping away for it. Now, top lane play, immobile, no flash Hoon.
Oh.
But Jarvan's play fizzles. Zanzara doesn't find the angle onto Hoon as he's looking for grubs instead, and Pikesteer, no flash.
Flash at all. Dredge Line was used before, but I think it's back off cooldown. Yep, right about now. Just dip it out. Okay. Looks some kind of support dance.
It is back and forth. The stutter stepping out just outside of Rel Q range. Standoff.
You'd love it. Dredge Line comes through. Crash down instead. And Kaori just steps on up. Meanwhile, grubs are going down. Actually, third one will go down as well, so it is going to give a big old announcement, letting Besiktas know that this Jarvan is on the top side of the map. Immediately, Osman tries to beeline down a Dredge Line once again, but it's under turret. Pikesteer, what are you doing versus a Rel with a horse? Ignite doesn't tick over either. Mistakes like this cost you game 1, cost you game 2. And again, Eintracht in the early game are in their standard laning phase, getting exactly what they want.
Pikesteer is on his best champion, but he is not connecting with these plays. Osman is bot side trying to make something happen, but his support is dead every time. And now he just has to settle for this as Nautilus comes out the base, opens up through the bot side jungle, as Zanzara has a level advantage.
He does indeed. On Jarvan as well, he's going to flag down, see that Dragon's been pulled out. Pings are going down. Power of Evil with level 6. Flag is going to be taken. Osman at half HP, and again, that level advantage. Biggest shockwave is the turn onto Miru. The dive on him, but that's Miru's ulti out. A team fighting ulti that he can't join in on in front of this dragon.
It feels like desperation. They have no flash on Miru, so he can't run into a river. He gets risks getting engaged on. Power of Evil chunks him out. So eventually, the level 4 Osman on this Lee Sin has to leave again. Maybe they thought they could burst it out, but that was optimistic.
Hoon happening top. Hoon's going to get ultied out. Kassan damage comes through. Hoon is going to needlework it out. He's got a flip available, but the wave is belted out as well. At least Hoon's able to defend, but Vertigo also feeling himself in the isolated matchup.
How did they win last game? It was through Muru's early roams.
Yep.
But Azir, without the flash, is not happy in the river. He might find something here, though.
Let's see. I mean, but waiting ever so patiently,
No
right?
flash.
Vertigo goes into the tank mode again. He's got enough mana for a rotation as well. Zanzara going to spot him out. Oh my God, leave. He's lucky, but Hoon, can we say the same thing? Engage going to come through. He's stunned up, flag and drag, perfect as well. Hoon's up next on the chopping block, and Vertigo picks it up. Unlucky there. Mirror can't get anything done, but Zanzara's having a field day again.
The most consistent lane for Besiktas in this entire tournament is being camped by Zanzara and being put behind in every single game, whether it's the Renekton into the Gnar with the Volibear dives.
Pikesteer caught out again, going to demount it. He flashes away before the traps can catch him in time. I mean, this is like game 2, isn't it? The map is starting to melt. Hoon has to just stand by and be a passenger for whatever happens in the early game.
I do think this is most like game 1, where it feels like Besiktas are losing to themselves.
True.
With the Nautilus hooks. Regardless, going back to a rather neutral lane state. At the very least, their composition kind of slows down. They aren't most setup, but at level 6 versus Mirror here without this flash, that's a very easy 1-2 punch with the Orianna ult and the Cataclysm.
I'm just looking across the board at some of the item advantages. I mean, Lost Chapter versus Recurve Bow. Funky as well with upgraded boots, but he's also got the Recurve Bow himself with double longsword and dagger. Look at the other side, Kaori a bit behind here. He's about 1,000 behind to be precise.
So
such a big advantage.
I expected potentially a swap up topside before Grubs to line up Jinx to be able to fight there. But they're not going to do that. They're going to commit to matched lanes and keep Lilip up here potentially to contest these Grubs. But you just feel like they have to go to the side of EINS. They're so far ahead. As here it does have push.
Funky trying to bait it out though. In the bottom side, we readjust. Pikesteer now joins on in his way, pushes out. Dredge line under turret was how he made the mistake before. I don't think he makes that mistake once more. Kaori now with level 6 as well. So bot keeps bouncing back and forth. Looks like Funky and Lilip are paying respect in case this Lee Sin's nearby, but now Zanzara moves into position.
No volatile trades coming out from EINS, just like you said. Paying respect, and now they can potentially get the push here. Pikesteer does have first move up to mid. Maybe you can find an angle to force a flash from the Orianna. Potential chunk or a shuffle from the Azir could do wonders. They have set up in that regard with the Lee Sin. So angle onto PoE. Can PoE survive this gank?
But Zanzara looks sus. He's like, hang on a minute. His pings are going down. Maybe up towards the Grubs anyway. You've got a lot of maybes here as to what could happen. Cataclysm and Dragon's Rage available. There's a control ward that spots out Osman as Sonic Wave won't connect. Mirror just cleans that out with him as well. But Zanzara in the right place at the right time. I think that's what we've noticed about this jungler on a lot of the big early games, that this guy is always shadowing these laners where Osman gets shut out.
Pikesteer is there first if they collapse onto Zanzara. Now, at this point in the game, Lee Sin's incredibly strong into the J4 because of all the mobility. You just can't connect your spells. So this skirmishing could come out, but it looks like they're just conceding it. Pikesteer is there to match now, and they don't have numbers advantage. Watch Lee Sin.
Zanzara just going to take this in the night, taking a lot of damage from Grub, so if Lee Sin does come in, there is an opportunity, but looking towards top side instead. Onto Vertigo, Needlework's going to come through. There is true damage that comes out of this Gwen, and he's just like, okay, Dragon's Rage pulls him out, finds Osman anyway, and sends him towards Zanzara. It's a 1-2, how do you do? 3-4 from Osman, are we going to get some more? Hoon not going to connect, nor is Osman the flash. It was the rocket as well. Pikesteer dies. Walking up to River to Power of Evil. Just when BJK look like they have some kind of advantage, it just slips away somewhere else.
The top lane play is neutralized for Besiktas and winning for Einspandau in the mid lane play as well. Pikesteer once again falls as we get a replay of the mid lane play. Zanzara actually runs up to cover, so numbers of parity rather from Lilip Power of Evil versus Pikesteer Miru. What happens here? I think Pikesteer gets shockwaved and bursted out overreaching, but there's a level advantage. Pikesteer is level 5. He doesn't soak enough mid lane.
Shockwave for the kill. Mirror can't do anything, and a third death for the support. Struggling again here in this game, and with that pick off as well, 6 grubs for this team. Denies the Gwen as well, the grub damage, which I felt like is something we talked about in draft with how Gwen can play sides.
Absolutely. Very, very valuable on the Gwen if Hoon wants to convert his lead into side lanes onto those tier 2s. Also important for the Jinx and the Aphelios. So denial and gain.
True.
And now, Dragon spawning. First move from Besiktas. I don't think they can do it. I don't think they have the gas. Their champions are weaker at this stage of the game. Even Zanzara not being here, they're not sure of where he is, so he could be there to stop it. So Osman is just going to carry on farming.
You're right, it is like game 1, isn't it? I mean, that game 1 where their mistakes get shoved in their face, and then Eintracht roll with it and run a massive gold lead over their head. Now, it's not as big as game 1, I'd say, at this point, but 2.5k still showing as this Jinx is going to be at first item pretty soon as well. CS leaders also shoving in their face with about 20 to speak of right now. Funky has had a pretty big series, and let's be real, he's also been set up to have a big series. I think Lilip has been popping off. I think this team has also been played towards bot side, and especially when the 3v3s have been going in their favor. Funky showed he's not only versatile, but he can actually hold the lead and carry games with it as well.
I do think Lilip is the man of the match.
I
Winning
think so.
bot side 2v2 into translating a lead for Funky, then using that priority and first move to be able to influence mid lane and pop the flashes from
The
Miru.
mid ganks in game 1 and 2 were insane. In this game as well, being there at the right time too is great as Dragon starts off now. Eintracht are running in.
TP's available for Vertigo as well as Hoon if they want to
we're
make that
looking
happen. But this is a
picture.
1v1.
Yeah, Top's not going to get involved. Lilip jumps on him. Magnustorm, it's a bait. It's a ruse. It's a
The
done.
combo.
It's over. Eintracht set up the Thunderdome, and Power of Evil has got them covered.
The cancel onto the Lee Sin Q so it doesn't connect was so crisp. The timing was impeccable. As I really hope we get into a replay for that, but it's another stomp for Spandau.
And it's another Wombo. I mean, there's no wonder they played the same composition. They do it so well, and they know so many ways around it. Watch the synergy once more.
Watch the Lee Sin Q as Osman tries to take it in. It gets cancelled by the Rel ultimate, and then they're just popped.
Bro, we saw it with the Pyke Orianna. Like, obviously, this team plays a lot of Orianna. That's Power of Evil, who, again, just control mage king. But with the Jarvan as well, we seldom in this tournament saw Oriannas and Jarvan sync up as well as that. That fight sets up now for a 4K gold lead, second Dragon, and it feels right to say that it is over. It might not feel like it at this point in the game compositionally, but let's be real. This early game is another disaster, and Eintracht have showed that their adaptation was huge. There's the ulti coming through. Miru is going to get the shove back. Lilip is, again, the tank, though, so he survives.
No setup. Osman isn't there.
Yeah.
Not in time. Mira looks for something over the wall, around the walls. But now, all the tools used. Mira no ultimate. This is a free Rift Herald. You see, they already swapped Jinx up top side to have that priority, and you have Aphelios trying to cross from that bot side. But at this point, Vertigo is strong enough to potentially 1v1 the Aphelios as well. So there is no cross map with the Shurikens onto bot tier 1.
Pikes Deer likes to think that he can be involved nearby, but as Herald continues going down, he walks into this, dredge line out. Still has to be careful. No counterplay, as you said. Herald going to go down.
No cross map. Osman not on enemy bot side camps, even though potentially could steal away the rates. Maybe he'll move in now, but that is rough there. Base racing it against the potential tier 2 top with that Rift Herald. I want to see Zanzara move up top now with that Rift Herald if they know that the cross map is there. Osman is on bot side camps. He's not respawning. Nautilus is going to try and cover, but it will be a little too late. They're not going to go for it.
The dream is slowly dying. What we thought was going to be a reverse sweep day, what we thought was just BJK again doing what they did against BDSA. I cannot say it enough that this team's hopes are fading by the minute here. Top turret goes down. Herald still has another placement here at 15 minutes, 4.5k. I mentioned the Dragons before. I guess the only thing that is saving BJK this game is that it is a Chemtech Soul. Like, they have rolled the dice in some way, and they have won.
Absolutely.
If it is a small win.
That's the only advantage they really have here. Actually, fishing for something. It's never going to be enough. Potential bot tier 1 play. If Funky pushes in mid, he can move to side. And they can spread their lead all throughout this bot side jungle as well.
You just shrugged your head like...
I did. This is rough.
It really is.
You have very limited amount of plays because you have no real inbuilt synergies. You have like an isolated 1v1 jungle matchup, which is good for Lee Sin, but you have no real gankable lanes because the lanes went wrong. You only have the shuffle for setup in the mid lane, and that doesn't work out either, so you're just stuck with Osman running around praying something happens.
Is it a result of them just trying to find answers into the drafting of EINS? I guess I need to pause on that. Osman might be in a bit of trouble. I'm going to safeguard out. Is it them just trying to find options like, okay, we need a different direction in draft? Or
I think this was fine. I think it was fine, but off of the bot lane 2v2, your only setup lane, there's just nothing to do. It's not a draft issue. This is individual skill outplay.
But again, that's when it's been a standard game. Eintracht have been so successful in this series, and hell, in the other series we've seen them climb up as well. Been 5 long years, and they're at the door right now. For BJK, trying to get some vision control before this next dragon spawns. Meanwhile, we're going to find out if Kansate can 1v1. I think you're telling me the answer might be yes. Ghost's going to be popped. True damage is there. Unstoppable for the time being. Absorbs the damage. Flips on back. Kasante, tank, bruiser, fighter, 4k HP, 5k damage, whatever. Herald going to be spawned. Look at this. Run, Hoon, run. Vertigo just chasing him down while mid lane is not much better. They defend for now at least. Osman fakes in, but Dredge line not connecting. Maybe that was for the better as well.
So far ahead for this Cassandre into the Gwen, as well as getting a charge in mid. Usually Cassandre has to W a Gwen 4-stack Q. But he doesn't even have to do it. He can use it for damage. He's that far ahead. It doesn't even matter. He doesn't have to play the micro properly. And he can still win. Now Gwen does get away. Goes for Ghost. But it's still a winning trade for Vertigo. He can recall. Go back topside. He has TP for this potential dragon coming up. Stay and wave clear.
Zap doesn't connect. At least stopping Funky before he has second item, which would be a big advantage coming in the fight. Well, if there is anything on this third dragon.
Look at this. Side lane play. Vertigo. He is so strong here. Double MR items.
Bro, he takes no damage.
And this is the problem. You've drafted 2 side laners that are AP. This is why I wanted some AD Bruiser topside, like Aatrox and Gnar. And now he's going to get Hollow Radiance and Kaynit Rukun. What can you do? You have no side lane potential play.
Imagine the setup that you get from the champions as well.
Oh, no.
Come through that again. Let's set up how Hoon survives this. If he does, Cataclysm, Flag Drag, Power of Evil has a Shockwave. That doesn't connect because I think he might be outside of the ring, so maybe that's how it works. But either way, Death Rocket doesn't connect either. Hoon surviving a long time. Actually better than you'd expect. Sanzara gets a kill, and they're setting up for a dive top lane, and Vertigo's like, no, I'm not giving it to you.
No chance. I don't even know if they had the damage for that with the out of mana Azir. I think he could have invited that play, but not going to give in to the volatility. And they're just going to concede an objective bounty for the security of the game. Scratch that, he TP's top.
Actually, they're going to kill Kaori. The flash in, Magnustorm burns his own flash. Pyxeer isn't here in time.
Oh no, look top.
The range is there, as you said. Yeah, he's going to TP back on in. It doesn't look too good. Mira had to get on out of that. The turret's still there. Eventually, it goes down thanks to Osman, but they are out of there. They don't want to be a part of it. And you look at the trade. Mid goes down. Yes, it was an objective bounty. That's great. But also bot with it too is going to talk about a 6k gold lead just about. That's now picked up by Untrack.
Vertigo, drawing the attention of 3 people.
Oh my god.
Buying enough time. But look at the TPs down bot side. PoE, Mirror rather, is pulling the trigger.
This is a Hail Mary or what?
It is. He could look for the shuffle here into an ultimate.
Funky has got Ghost up and running. There's the flash depth charge. The trap is out. The shockwave there. Miru does get a successful pushback, but Funky flash repositions.
No,
oh my god! Osman fails the flash in the pit. What was that? The flag and drag away. He's now chasing after them. That was a failed flash, right? My eyes weren't wrong. Or
it was a failed flash by either Kaori or Osman.
Oh
they tried
god.
so hard to connect off of the wall because they had such a limited time window to do it. Miru had to pull the trigger there and then.
Bro, you can't be doing that in a grand final. I mean, these guys are falling short from failed cleanse at level 1 in game 1 from Kaori. I guess we'll find out in a second who that was, but it's moments like that where they pull the trigger, pull the Hail Mary. At least the turret comes out of it, forcing everyone bot. At least there is a trade, but...
Look at Nash. They've got 2 items, 2.5 items on this Jinx. They're going to pull the trigger. They see 2 people down bot side. TP for Hoon, but Azir has to run there from base. Now Osman, can they keep him out? There's the plant there to get into the pit.
Yeah, but Lilith is going to pop it. Osman gets sent flying. It is a reasonably fast Baron. I mean, down to 7k. Osman needs a steal. This is the Hail Mary for the series, for the reverse sweep, for the chance of the EMEA Masters, but the TP might have thwarted it right into nothing. Hoon was set up too soon and failed way too late. Besiktas now left without their top laner, and Irontrack are zoning them for years. Lilith takes no damage. Baron says howdy doody from the Sapphire, and they turn for the fight. There's the Magnet Storm again, and look, they're just off Baron. A failed Shockwave won't even matter as against the wall. Vertigo sets it up a further amount, and Funky cleans it up. It's the classic spike up to smash it down. 10-0, a 7k gold lead. Baron round 3. This is a massacre. This is looking like EMEA Masters Championship material.
Immaculate from the Prime League representatives. Playing around this Nash, keeping out Osman. Can they keep doing it? The ult into the queue.
Osman.
Osman?
Surely not. Surely not Osman. Worthy attempt when the game is burning. The fact that you got a chance at that, brother, is respectable.
Fantastic control of the Nash's HP. Osman doesn't have the damage to get it down from 2k. We go back into this fight. The TP comes through, but it's too close to the Nash. They try to pull the trigger, but the trap's coming underneath.
Also,
and the chain CC.
it's on a control ward.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It feels... They feel like they've lost their heads a little bit here, but they can just keep playing the Baron. They keep trying. At one point, you've got to say, guys, we can't contest this. We need to try and cross-snap something.
Man,
instead,
they sync up their comp so well. This is the thing. This is the difference, right? We've seen like anti-synergy from Besiktas.
They feel like a team.
Who said it again?
Edward. Coach Edward from GK. Shout out to you. You said they feel like the team. They feel like the only actual team in the league. And you can see it here.
They play so well together. Zanzara, Power of Evil, really good mid-jungle duo, even though like we don't get like the Talia Vise are really hard, lane-heavy mid-jungles, right? The team fighting's insane. I think more so as well, they've got reliable carries, like Funky again with a lead in a good spot.
Essentially, the most reliable carries in the AD carry and the mid lane position.
Let's not forget, this is where they look. Miru's going to look for a chase. Funky has no summoners, but he's out of range. Miru tried, but just out of range. Sonic Wave going to be taken. Funky going to get kicked to die. So it is a reasonable trade when you're so far behind. But look, pings are coming down. Kaori needs to run a Magnet Storm around and double hula hoop. He gets sent into the abyss as well. 2 members dead when everything's committed for Funky. There's always a response.
And it feels like the bot lane was their undoing. They tried to come off the back of the plays with the setup with the Nautilus, with the pick we know Pike's tier 4.
Yep.
Plus Osman, but they just weren't there at the start. Now the base is under siege.
When it's traditional lanes, Iron Track reigns supreme. When they play their lanes out, you don't play against them. The TCL's dream is fading rather fast. It's going to be double inhibitor, a flip back as well. The Hoon, as he gets knocked to the wayside, he gets picked apart. Iron Track looking to regain control after 5 long years. Another flip here as Zanzara decides to run it at the last moment. A full-on engage as BJK fight back as a TP. Could be the counterplay. This is everything to keep themselves running along here in this grand old final. They need to get something, but the Shockwave says no. Hoon, lucky to survive. Vertigo goes into melee, keeps the team. Miru's here again. Power of Evil zoning them off though, and so is the Death Rocket. Flashed away from, re-engage as Osman tries, but he won't because Funky's back again, baby. Get ready. As many shurikens as you have, you can believe that Funky has got your number. Outranges, outdamages, dies in the end. But Miru is only a small retribution. Power of Evil will follow this up, and it looks like the best play they can pull out, but there's still no match for Deutschland.
Deutschland ist Wiener König! They managed to find the play, but it's not going to be the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what that means in a little bit. I love it. I never knew you could speak such great German. We'll watch the replay again. Let's go, baby.
Finding the plays, finding the engage. Hoon survives, but then it looks bad, right? Zanzara gets popped. They lose the objective bounty. Now the long chase comes in after this. Miru finds the teleport angle, and they play for a very long fight. The problem is, Lilith and Power of Evil are going to play so damn well. They're going to find a double knockup. Power of Evil's going to dodge out on the Azir Q. As before this, the combo comes out once again. We see it again with Hoon in the backline. And take a look at this, double knockup. And then you think the Rocket's going to connect. Props to Osman, dodging out there, trying to find the play, but it's just enough. They're losing to their wallets. And Power of Evil can just run down with Funky here.
I just love how, like, even though it's like game 2 in the sense that it is so scattered, they keep finding these plays where they're playing with the wallets, but they're also playing a little bit loose, right? A lot of the time, it might be disrespectful to say they don't care, but they really don't. They can play on the edge, they can play on the limit, they can play for their individual micro and their standout. And it still looks good. 8.5k gold lead, and we already talked about the scaling. You all know at home. They've picked up a Chemtech Soul as well. And a Magi's for Power of Evil.
Wow.
He's got the book.
Got it. And now it's simple. Cookie Cutter, League of Legends. You just play for top, you play for the super minions in bot and mid. Sick just have to find an engage here, otherwise the game is over. They're going to bleed out.
One last. Straight line starts it off. Pike Steer gets flipped back immediately. Depth charges onto a good target. Miru jumps in, but again, no. Lilith! That's MVP material. The Rel with a double shattering strike as well as Hoon just gets sent to the wayside. Lilith, every time that BJK want an engage, he's in the way.
Interrupting the Lee Sin Qs, interrupting the shuffles. They cannot find the angle. They don't have the engage, and this has to be the game.
Like in Supernatural, Lilith with the demon eyes, the king of the demon army, is always in the way. The Shockwave brings it on in, and BJK are getting wiped one last time. Aragon, say it again. Speak the German.
Deutschland ist wieder König.
Once again, 5 years later, after such a long wait, Germany are kings again of the EMEA Masters.
What a stomp.
Look at the boys. He's vibing.
What an absolute stomp. 3-1.
These casters are great. Bro, and that's being broadcast to all of Spandau. The whole of Spandau are watching these guys pop off, and it is so well deserved. After SK Prime came through, got wiped out by Besiktas as well. Revenge is served. And it is by Eintracht Spandau. Congratulations to 2024 EMEA Masters Spring Champions. So deserved when you again said this has been talked about as the most team, the best team. They play so well in the 5v5. They're the best synergizing team.
They know what they like to play. They play it, they stick to it.
Yeah.
They outplay individually, they outplay as a team. This team was unbeatable.
It's so good. And again, I'm sure the desk will break it down, but like from the draft adaptation to the fact that you don't know what they're going to blind or what direction they're going to go next, it makes it so hard to beat them on paper.
Spandau.
Your boy, you're going back, aren't you?
I live there.
You're going back.
I'm going back to Spandau.
Tonight.
Yes.
Tonight. Get on the plane.
I'm on the production. Get me an airplane to Spandau. Now it is done. We have ourselves a winner. Prime League once again, but taking down the TCL. Revenge has been achieved by Funky. This is so much important for him, I bet. I would love to talk with him, but let's break down the series. We still had a glimpse of Besiktas, but it was not nearly enough.
Wasn't enough. It didn't look very convincing at all, to be honest. However, a really, obviously, commiseration to the TCL. Prime League, since 2019, they had not been successful in a final. They got so close last year in spring. And now, again, one constant remained the same, and that was Funky. And finally, not only does he get revenge for that reverse sweep back in 2023 spring, but he also gets his very first EMEA Masters title. Congratulations to the whole team.
And it's the team that does it is not the most likely of candidates, right? This is a team that finished the regular season 5th, were kind of a fun team, but weren't expected to be, at least at the beginning of the season, one of the true standouts. They got Power of Evil back, who, you know, been playing at the same level for a little while. There's the fun, like, fandom, and obviously the real hype that the CEO and everyone else brings, but the success of the team, they finished 5th in the regular season, and then they run the playoffs. And they come out first, they beat out SK Prime. They get to groups, they come out first, they run the playoffs, and they come here, they get to the finals, and frankly, they dismantled Besiktas. Another game where the bot lane pops off. Another game where Power of Evil, one of the legends of the EUC, who'd kind of fallen a little bit away from that spotlight that he used to be in. Like, this is a guy who's been to Worlds, who's taken SKT on some of their most powerful moments to incredible lengths. And here we are again with a team of people, both very veteran and much less so, pulling off something like that for the Prime League in really extraordinary fashion.
You use a lot of expensive words sometimes, but dismantle, I think it fits. I think everybody knows that one as well. I think that is a perfect word for today's match. And usually we highlight one or two players. You were highlighting Power of Evil, but I gotta say, every single one on Spandau's team just popped the team off.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I feel like even the people that were not necessarily in the spotlight, like Zanzara, got pushed out of his jungle several times, still did his job. Man was ganking top lane. Vertigo, who was not talked about enough the entire tournament, gets to play the head-to-head matchups into Hoon, who's been one of the more aggressive top laners that we have. The bot lane was winning 2v2. Power of Evil was immovable from that mid lane. I feel like the entire team came together, and honestly, they had only lost maximum of 1 game per series. No one was able to even take a second one off of them. I'm gonna take this one and say, I was the only one who believed. From the second I got here in playoffs, I said, Eintracht Spandau are my favorites for this tournament. Don't you dare, Asher.
Every prediction I put in Spandau. I believed in Spandau when I was living there. But also, I think it's time. It's time to get funky.
Oh, yeah.
As we have him on the interview with us. Welcome to the interview, Funky. Look at that smile. I love that smile. How are you feeling? Give me that. Give me that. Talk to me.
Hello.
Hello.
I mean, yes. I mean, it feels great, obviously. I mean, I'm a bit overwhelmed right now. I think I'm still like in the zone a bit, where I'm like trying to calm my nerves down. So it hasn't really hit me yet. But I'm incredibly happy, of course. And so
I'll
proud
help
of my
you
team.
relax a bit. I'll help you tone down. How does it feel get revenge? How does it feel? Tell me.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I was in the final already. We played against the TCL last time in spring.
Reverse
This time we
sweep?
won. I mean, reverse sweep that time. I was a bit worried for a moment when we lost the third game, but I was pretty sure we were going to take it. And I mean, this entire tournament honestly has been like a revenge run, sort of. Like I think in the last final I was facing up against EMEA, BO5, and Parus. And those were also like the matchups I had in group stage, quarters, and then potentially semifinal, but unfortunately BSA lost. So this entire EU Masters run was really, about finally winning and getting my revenge.
Quick one from me as well, Funky. We had some numbers up for you to like saying how well you were playing this year, but we compared them to your numbers last year, and it's been such a huge growth, particularly in terms of your early game and how much more dominant you are there. Like, obviously having lost that finals last year, coming all the way a year later to winning it now, what's that journey been like? What the hell have you been doing to improve at such a ridiculous rate?
I think I learned a lot last year. I think the entire year has been like a very steady improvement for me. And coming into this year, I was very confident in myself. And I also thought we as a team had a really high potential. And then it was just a matter of getting on the same page and really making my teammates also see how I want to play the game. Because me, myself, I'm just an AD carry, I can't do much. Like all these like cool numbers or me doing well, it's all in the end, it's just my teammate understanding what I want him to do and them really enabling me well. And I think this is what helped me come to this point now.
That is a very humble opinion that you have about yourself, Funky, because last year you were, among analysts at EMEA Masters, considered, if not the best, one of the best AD carries that we had at ERLs. And I think you've solidified yourself in #1 for 2024 spring. I wanted to ask a little bit your opinion about 2023 and 2024 going up against the TCL. You mentioned Paris, you mentioned Kofte, you mentioned Bao, you mentioned El Ramir. You pretty much took every single one of them down in separate teams this time around. How does that feel?
Yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, I like to not focus too much also on my opponent. I mean, obviously, it felt back then. I was very destroyed, right? We got reverse swept in the final. I had such high expectations of us, and I had the entire second half of the year. I was like very focused on my goal. Like I really wanted to win EU Masters, but I was also kind of unhappy, and I put, I think, too much expectations on myself as well, which led to dissatisfaction a lot. And so it feels even better now to finally get there, even though I've kind of come to the point where I accepted okay, maybe it's not possible. But then because we were 7th in Prime League and it wasn't going that well. But then we suddenly started winning, everything is coming together, and I started to believe again. And this old fire I always had, dissatisfaction, it all came back up again. And it really helped drive me also to this point now. But yeah.
You talked about fire. You've been playing Smolder so freaking much. I think internationally we've seen him so little after the nerfs, almost non-existent. What makes you hold on to this champion so dearly? You picked him in so many matchups. You picked him blind as well. Yeah.
I guess we don't have any more matches to play, so I can just I can just talk about our draft ideas. And I think we have a really strong top mid already, and oftentimes we can play through them. So I don't need to be a strong point, and then it's just a matter of figuring out what kind of pick works well with this. And then we look at other picks and how well they do in the mid game. And Smolder is still, even though he's nerfed, he's just the strongest. Once 20 minutes is coming around, if you're not forced to play around bot lane, he's just like a rock. He can wave clear the same as before. He's just not as strong on the spike, but it's still a really strong spike. And so as a sort of weak side enabling support to move around the map pick, I think it's still the best. And this works really well with our team. So that's why I'm still playing it. Honestly, I don't know why people stop playing it. Usually people are like, oh, win rate is worse, or it's like a scaling champion. Of course, the champion will not have a super high win rate. That would mean it's completely broken. So I think right now it's still in a good spot. And I think people should be picking it up again.
You made him look good, so I'm sure other people might want to get their hands on it. That's all I'm going to say.
Initialize.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, because you were kind of talking about the fact that people started to believe when the wins came through. And I think I got to be at the watch party for Level for the Eintracht Spandau win in the Prime League finals. We just saw the Eintracht casters on screen with their shirts. We know there's the the anthem for the regular, like the sports teams that comes out for you guys as a watch party on right now, out in Berlin, out in Germany. What's it been like to be playing for an org with that kind of level of almost insanity with the support and the absolute like belief in you guys? Because it is wild how much fun the Spandau fans are having, how much like support they're throwing at you guys.
It is absolutely incredible. It is insane, as you said it. I mean, all the interactions, like already starting last year, where we had like this really cool event, I think, where even T1 was taking part. Like you have all these fan interactions, all these people who really just, I didn't do anything, you know. I just joined the team, but they love me for some reason, and it's really great. Like it really pushes you. It really makes you more motivated to fulfill these expectations and make these fans happy. Give them a great show. I mean, we memed about it, you know. The first game is always a content game. We usually lose the first game in a best of 5 series, and I mean all of it. I mean, there's so much. There's like even like when you're walking around in Spandau, there's like random people who just walk up to you and they're like, "Oh, I know you," or like you go into the cinema and they're like, "Oh, aren't you guys the guys from Spandau?" It's really great to see this amount of support. Like it really feels incredible, and yeah, I mean also Hand of Blood, the whole stream, like. I mean, it's a whole thing you get into. I mean, it's like more German-based, right? So maybe the international viewers don't get so much of it, but you have like such a great culture around it, like the live streams with Hand of Blood, and the chat is always so friendly. Like you're walking in and they're all like waving or they're throwing hearts, or I have like my own emote when I'm walking in.
Oh.
And it really just fills you with joy and it makes you want to do your best. Yeah.
If I may, Funky. I lived in Spandau, by the way. I lived in Spandau like a year and a half, something like that. And somehow it's really cozy and there's some sense of pride in living in Spandau. I don't know why. Everybody complains, oh, Spandau is not part of Berlin, but it's so cozy. And I can feel...
Isn't.
Huh?
Damn right it isn't.
So tell me something, Funky. Like, I'm not there anymore. I would like to go there again, but I'm not there anymore. But as someone who lived there, what can you tell to the people from Spandau who believe in you? Like, if you can give them a message right now, what can you tell them? I'm one of them, by the way.
Oh. I mean, I just thank you so much for this incredible support and the faith you also had in us. I mean, we didn't always do well. I think we needed really a long time. And I mean, obviously from outside you don't see it, but it was a lot of really hard work also put in from all of my teammates. And I think what drove all of us forward in all these tough moments to keep going were the fans. So we'll just big thank you and keep supporting us. Next split, we're going to win the Prime League again, and we're going to win the EU Masters again.
The
and
Royal Road.
I mean,
Let's go.
I don't know what's after that, but whatever's after that, we will also win.
You know what? If Spandau wins on summer, I'll join Spandau and I'll pay you dinner. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm not biased, but I'll pay you dinner.
Nice.
I have a place as well in mind. Don't worry. Thank you so much, Funky. I won't steal more time from you. Just go and celebrate. Have fun. That was amazing. Congratulations to you and the team. And let's go Spandau. Have a nice one.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the broadcast as well. And have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
It makes me happy. I don't know. It makes me happy.
It's really joyous. It's
He's
really cool to see
joyful.
that kind of actual just like jubilation. Another great word. Just for like the winning and the fact that like the support of the fans. Can you imagine the scenes in Spandau right now? We saw that watch party and how happy they were. It is going to be an absolute mess over there and it will be wonderful.
And it's going to be great. And you know what? Let's bring more joy into the broadcast by revealing who's the MVP. On the finals, the MVP for EMEA Masters Spring 2024. It's no other than, I'm just ready to make sure that I don't make a mistake. It's Power of Evil! There you go. He's the MVP. He has been stepping on every single stage and he still gets these.
Absolutely freaking deserve for Power of Evil. I feel like a lot of the times he's not the spotlight in terms of the flashy plays, but he's an absolute freaking rock when it comes to the mid lane. The reason why teams could not get more than one game off of Spandau was because mid lane was unbreakable. He was not allowing for mid jungle shenanigans. He was not allowing for mid lane roams of his opponent laners. He's been putting the DPM every single damn game, even in the losses. Power of Evil is not washed. He's back.
Oh.
And this is a guy who was also given a pretty unenviable role as a mid lane, which is like, dude, you are going to blind pick mid lane every game.
Yes.
And the fact that he does that, and not only does that, he crushes with it. He was going to the point where he was having B1 Azir made into a series-defining pick. Yes, Azir has been strong, but B1, I run over the game with it strong? That's very rare indeed. And considering normally we praise a lot of players who were given the counter pick options, the opportunity to take those matchups and take them apart from getting them set up for yourself. The fact that it didn't matter for him, so I will take this matchup and win come what may, is a remarkable strength in and of itself. And the agency that gives the rest of his team is just extraordinary.
Picking your words in this economy, getting the B1 in mid lane.
In this economy, Azir B1? What?
That's a dangerous pick. And there you go. We have ourselves EMEA Masters champions for the spring of 2024. What's going to happen on 2024 summer? We don't know, but it's still a long way until we get there. So be sure to tune in every single ERL and make sure you follow it. Also follow EMEA Masters every single social media to make sure you don't lose any sort of information. But before we end up the broadcast, I would like to give opportunity to both of you to say goodbye.
It has been an absolute honor to be back. It's been fantastic being here in Paris as well. Shout out to the production team here who have treated us so well to put on such an amazing show. This tournament has delivered year and year again. It's delivered once again this year. I have never seen a tournament this tight, this fun to watch from groups, from playoffs. I could not count the upsets. It's been wonderful. It's been stressful, and it's ended with a show like this. So good to be here with you.
This is my 9th EMEA Masters final in a row. I am very honored and humble to be chosen to be here and working with fantastic people like you, Aragon and Hysterics on the desk. Thank you guys so much. Every single one of you who tuned in, who said a good word, who supported the teams, who supported the broadcast, who supports the cause behind this broadcast, celebrating all the ERLs, all of the new players that want to be the new up-and-comers, that want to be the EU fakers at some point in time for themselves, who are fighting for their careers and their future goals in life. Thank you guys for tuning in. It has been an absolute blast. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Arserom, for joining us yet again. It's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure. I would like to say thank you at home for watching and making this what it is. Also, thank you so much for production for inviting us all and welcoming back into League of Legends. To the casters who are no longer here, they're actually eating pizza. So
great for that.
Thank you so much for that one. And also, it's beautiful. I just gotta say, I just love this game. Coming from a viewer to a player into this, I mean, it's just something else. It's esports. Until we meet again, you know what to do. Keep climbing, never stop. And I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one. Keep climbing.
Congrats, EINS. Woo! Woo!
Just me and my team. Just me and my team.